Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry went to Hogwarts straight from Azkaban. Here is short summary. Harry Potter, raised in the shadow of Azkaban alongside Sirius Black, finally leaves for Hogwarts. But can he escape the darkness of his past and uncover the secrets that could change everything? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Shivering. What an odd and most fantastic feeling. Sirius snorted. The odd and fantastic feeling had nothing against shaking with fear and loathing. That was the one that sent you into a feeling of despair and insanity. That was what the damned Dementors brought. It was funny, though, how sometimes if you focused on one thought, though, you could pretend everything else just disappeared. So no, he never shook. He could only shiver, in the cold of Azkaban. And when he wasn't shivering, when he couldn't think that anymore, that was when he could see their accusatory eyes. It was happening now. He was playing his mind games. He had to if he wanted to remain sane. Only the truth, that was the only true escape, was what kept him grounded. The mind games just reinforced what little sanity he could maintain. Perhaps if he changed into Padfoot it wouldn't be so bad, but he would not allow himself that luxury. No, that was only used in the most desperate of times. He failed them. He failed them. He failed Harry. He crawled into the corner of his cell, shivering, shaking, no, shivering. I failed them. Harry looked in horror at the shattered remains of the china plate that intermingled with the bacon. He shook with fear as his Uncle Vernon grabbed him by his arms and lifted him to look straight into Uncle Vernon's eyes. Vernon was mad, furious even. I'm sorry you Uncle Vernon. I didn't mean to. Suddenly, he was thrown back to the ground, right on top of the broken plate. The smaller shards broke into his too delicate skin. Harry could hear the little snicker of his older cousin and his Aunt Petunia cringing at the knowledge of having to clean up his blood. Sorry, you good-for-nothing freak. You were nothing but a menace. You can't do anything right. Your aunt and I took you in with the goodness of our hearts, and this is how you repay us. 3 years you have been in this house, and you have been nothing but a hindrance and expense for us. You should have died with your parents. I'll show you sorry. Vernon reached down and grabbed his nephew by the hair, and dragged him to the cupboard, throwing him in. Harry continued to shake in fear, tears streaming down his face. He watched as his uncle pointed one of his fat fingers at him. He backed up against the wall. You will remain in here, without food, until I think you have learned the meaning of sorry. You certainly won't be breaking any more dishes in this house, you little freak. The cupboard door slammed shut, and the simple lock slid into place. Why can't I ever do anything right? Why do I have to be a freak? Why can't anyone love me? The tears continued to stream down Harry's face as he drew his legs to his chest. He tried to think back to a time when he was happy, even for a moment. But he couldn't remember. He shifted his miniature frame, only to whimper at the pain. The glass shards were hurting him still, but he couldn't get them out on his own, and there was no one to help him. He started to rock himself to his mantra. I wish I was somewhere else. I wish someone loved me. I wish I was somewhere else. I wish someone loved me. I wish I was somewhere else. I wish someone loved me. I wish I was somewhere else. The cold was the first thing he noticed about wherever he was. Cold, and dark, and so much worse than his cupboard. Even without opening his eyes he could tell this was a scary place. Harry startled. People were mumbling, outside this room, but they weren't being quiet about it. He could hear the fits of distressed giggles and mumbling mantras, even if he himself didn't know these words. There was a man in that other room, between the two sets of bars that resided between them. He, the man, was staring at him, and at his forehead. The man's eyes were wide as saucers as he looked upon Harry's scar. It's him. Ha. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Woo. He has come to save us all. He will conquer the Dementors and set us all free. Never shall we. Harry backed up into the wall behind him, trying to get as much distance between him and the babbling man. He bundled himself into a small ball and covered his ears. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. He, though not having stopped crying since he was in his cupboard, renewed his tears with intense fervor. He didn't know what the man had been babbling about, but he knew his name. Despite him trying to cover his ears, he could still hear the man going on and on about how he, Harry, was supposed to be saving them all. All this had to be a nightmare, so he used one of the few pieces of advice his Aunt Petunia had ever offered him about nightmares. He could even hear her words. No, you cannot sleep with us. Go back to your cupboard before we lock you in. If you have a nightmare, then tell yourself it is not real. Don't you ever. Yes, maybe it would work as it sometimes did. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Sirius did not know what to think when he first saw the scrawny little boy appear in his cell. He was fascinated, though, for he had never heard of such a thing happening. By Merlin, the little waif had just appeared in his prison cell, going through anti-apparition barriers. Not knowing what to do, he simply stayed quiet in his corner, observing and studying. It seemed like ages until the boy stopped his rocking and started to take notice of his new surroundings. He looked to be about 3 years of age, and too thin for such a young child. He could see small tears in the too thin t-shirt that the boy wore, and there was a small bit of blood along with them. He had unruly hair, just like Jamie had. He watched as a relatively new prisoner of Azkaban noticed the small newcomer. Sirius had to hand it to the man. Even though he was going insane, the man had kept his wits about him much longer than many other newcomers, with the exception of Sirius, of course. But then, Sirius lived in his own personal hell. It's him. Hey, Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Woo. He has come to save us all. He will conquer the Dementors and set us all free. Never shall we have to live in this hell anymore. The man's shouts brought Sirius out of his impending thoughts and his attention was brought back to the boy. Harry, it's not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. The boy's shaking was getting worse. Sirius did not know what to do. Slowly, Sirius crawled the small distance separating the two of them. He ignored the new incessant ramblings of the man in the other cell, who was, unfortunately, encouraging other prisoners to make noise. Harry, Sirius could feel the hoarseness in his own voice. The boy wasn't responding. Could it really be Harry? Tentatively, Sirius put a hand on the little boy's shoulder. Harry jumped, and then proceeded to stare wide-eyed at the man with the long and tangled and filthy hair and beard. A nightmare. It had to be. He wanted the man to be nothing more than an imaginary ghost haunting this horrible dream. But his touch was so real. Harry was certain that if he pinched himself that he would still be here, in this cold, scary place. He would still be with the screams, and the man saying strange things, and this man with the haunted gray eyes and scary-looking hair. Knowing that this was almost certainly real was possibly more frightening than anything Harry had ever encountered, maybe even more than facing Uncle Vernon at his worst. Slowly he began to back away from the scary man, fear visible on his face. Sirius cringed inwardly as he saw the palpable fear on the boy's face. Despite everything, despite all that he had gone through in the past few years, he did not want to frighten Harry further. "It's all right, kid, I won't hurt you. What's your name?" Sirius barely even whispered the question, both wanting and dreading for the answer to be, Harry. Sirius was not so far gone as to forget that Harry, or any child for that matter, should not be in Azkaban. Carefully, Sirius backed up a small bit, realizing that the closeness might be a bit too intimidating. The boy wasn't answering, but he didn't have to. Sirius was finally looking at the boy's face. Besides the fear, there was the lightning bolt-shaped scar right on his forehead, just as it had been on Halloween night. His eyes were still the eerie emerald green that they had been on the day he was born. One could see their own soul reflected in those green orbs, just as Sirius could now. He looked away, for seeing his tattered soul was too terrifying, as the Dementors had battered it so deeply. Harry was not going to answer him. Sirius stood and went to his cot, grabbing the tattered blanket off the lumpy mattress. Carefully, so Harry could see what he was doing. Sirius draped the blanket over Harry's shoulders. It simply wouldn't do for Harry to be colder than needed. He walked back to his cot and laid down. The Dementors were going to be coming soon, and there was nothing he could do to protect the two of them. Sirius cried, twirling. So happy. The little girl always brought her joy. The Dementor leaned in to relish further in the woman's happy memories. It fed off them and wanted more. It always wanted more. The woman, though, could not touch or remember these happy memories as the Dementor slowly took them. She was left to remember only the bad. No. Daddy, stop. The little girl was being beaten mercilessly by her father. The woman watched on, raising her wand to her husband. Avada Kedavra. Her husband was dead, and her daughter was dying. The woman rocked herself as she relived their deaths. So cold. It never stopped here. No one could escape the feelings. She giggled. She couldn't stop. It wasn't funny, but it was, and there were no happy memories, and no happy thoughts, and it was funny. The Dementor moved away from the woman. Her memories were always intoxicating. One could not help but breath them in. The single Dementor was joined by another, and they went to visit their newest prisoner. The freshest souls were always the most satisfying. Their happiest memories were always more potent than the rest. The two of them walked along the wide corridor. They whiffed the sweet memories of the inhabitants of Azkaban, while the inhabitants' horrible memories gained strength into their own minds. The Dementors paused. Something was wrong. So very wrong. The boy huddled in the corner of the kitchen. His Uncle Vernon was mad at him, again. He had eaten the sweet roll that Dudley had wanted. He, Harry, was not supposed to do that. Uncle Vernon landed a swift, hard kick on the boy's shin. Get up, you little freak. You should know better than to take what isn't yours to take. Your aunt was kind enough to make enough sweet rolls so that you could have one. That does not mean you take Dudley's. Harry was now standing, and his shin hurt. It's the cupboard for you, boy. The Dementors could feel this memory. It was not happy or pleasant. It was poison, seeping in through the heavy barriers of the Dementor. They should not have felt this. It was painful. It needs to stop. The second Dementor took the initiative, as the first moved closer to the new prisoner's cell, hoping to counter the poison. The skeletal hand waved over the lock, allowing the Dementor to pass into the pain-riddled cell. There were two humans here. The Dementor could feel their different energies as though they were night and day. A mere child. That was where the pain seeped from. Nothing but a boy. Children normally had the sweetest of memories. They had already blocked the horrendous memories from their mind, as children often did. Not this one, though. The Dementor wished to leave this cell, but to do so would mean to feel this torment by passing this cell again, and again. It would only be worse later. It was best to remove the poison now, before all Dementors suffered. Closer now, the Dementor could feel the presence of the prone form that was reliving worse memories than what the Dementor could feel from the child. The Dementor leaned in toward the child's face. The Dementor lowered its hood, and moved to the boy's face. It was done. If the Dementor were human, it would sigh in relief. Oh, the pleasant memories seeping from the man in the corner. The man was so much stronger than others in this place. It did not matter. The child's memories could not harm the Dementors anymore. It was time to see how the newest prisoner was doing. Oh, how sweet the memories. One could taste them, even from this cell. With a wave of a skeletal hand, the cell door was once more locked and the Dementor moved closer to the opposite cell. Once again, Azkaban was a happy place. Sirius watched on as the Dementors left his cell. They key-ed him. Harry was key-ed. Nothing left now. Nothing. He closed his eyes and wept. He shook. Azkaban. It was a most horrible place. Sirius watched on as the Dementors left his cell. They key-ed him. Harry was key-ed. Nothing left now. Nothing. He closed his eyes and wept. He shook. Azkaban. It was a most horrible place. Sirius could only stare at the slumped form of Harry. Only moments before, his godson, the Dementors had dared to key him. There was nothing left for Sirius anymore. Why was it so important to remember that he was innocent if there was no one waiting for him? Needing him. There was nothing left. There was no reason to fight. Who cared if the rat was out there somewhere? What did it matter anymore? He failed to uphold his promise to James. It did not matter if he failed that Halloween, this somehow was worse. He did not fight for his godson. That was the worst crime of all, it seemed. At least, before, he tried to avenge the injustice done to the three Potters, even if he failed. Now, though, he did not even try, and that was the worst crime he could ever commit. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Harry laid there, not wanting to move. The black ghosts had done something to him. His head hurt. He remembered the red-haired lady screaming, and the green light he had dreamed about before, and an evil laugh. Then, it stopped. The black ghosts did something, and whatever scary dream that he was having, even while being awake, stopped. Something else stopped, too, but it was something that had always been there, something evil. He could feel something else now. It was something like what he imagined a hug would feel like, and he knew it came from that red-haired lady. He could almost hear the lullaby that the hug hummed as well. It was pretty, and safe. Somehow, he knew that in this scary place, he was safe as well. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. He knew it didn't make sense, though, because he knew this place was for bad people. He knew this because the black ghost seemed to have whispered it to him while it made the shield that was now in his head. He knew that the shield was because the black ghosts thought of him as poison, and he knew poison was a bad thing. Aunt Petunia always asked Uncle Vernon why they never poisoned him when he was a baby and got rid of his body. He could not understand it all, though. If he was poison, then why was he not dead? Was that not what poison was supposed to do? His 4-year-old mind simply could not wrap his mind around most of what the black ghost had seemed to whisper to him. He supposed that it did not matter, though, because he was no longer at number 4 Privet Drive. He could hear the gray-eyed man crying. He could feel those same gray eyes staring at him. If he was safe here, he supposed that the man had to be safe as well. He just could not bring himself to move, not yet. His head still hurt, and it was hard enough to remember to breath. Perhaps, he could sleep for a while. Maybe when he woke up, he could find out who the gray-eyed man with the scary hair was. Slowly, Harry allowed himself to be lulled to sleep by the hug's lullaby. If he were not so tired, he would smile at how wonderful it felt, almost like he was loved. Harry opened his eyes almost a full day later. Everything that had happened to him within those few short hours had finally caught up to him while he slept. Quietly, he turned his head to see if the gray-eyed man was still here, and found that the man was still on the dingy cot that he had been on before Harry fell asleep. Despite his body's small protests, he stood up and wrapped the blanket the gray-eyed man had given him tighter around his shoulders. He turned in a small circle, simply observing his surroundings. On one wall were the bars that spanned the whole length of about 3.5 meters. The bars themselves were wide, he supposed, but he knew that he could never squeeze through them. Looking to the left of the bars was a sink. On the sink, there was a toothbrush, that looked several years old, and a washcloth. To the left of the sink, and further away from the bars, was something that looked like a really big flower pot, like the decorative ceramic ones that his Aunt Petunia had on display on the front steps, only this one was very plain and very empty. On the wall opposing the bars was the small cot that ran lengthwise against the wall, and seemed crammed into the corner. The gray-eyed man was sleeping there. Craning his head, Harry could make out the small window that seemed to be higher than 4 of him. It let in a small amount of light that was only touching the hallway's floor. The rest of the room was completely empty. To him, the room seemed huge with nothing filling in the space, and especially with the hallway on the other side of the bars. It was definitely much larger than his cupboard, having expanded in all directions. Carefully, he made his way closer to the man that was sharing this room with him, hoping not to wake him. From what the 4-year-old could see, the man had tear streaks on his cheeks and he was shivering. The man had given him, Harry, the blanket hours before. Harry bit his lower lip before removing the thin blanket from his shoulders. It was rightfully the man's blanket, and it was only right that the man should be able to use it. As gently as Harry could, so he would not wake him, he put it over the man. Sirius jumped, sitting straight up as he felt something try to cover him in his sleep, only to end up staring straight into the fearful green orbs that belonged to his godson. He could only stare in disbelief. His godson was standing right in front of him. He wasn't a lifeless shell just lying on the ground. It was truly unbelievable. He watched as Harry dropped the last corner of the blanket he was holding in order to take 2 steps back. The blanket. Briefly, he looked down to see the blanket was now draped on him. He looked back to Harry. "Why, you were sea cold." The words were spoken so softly, Sirius could barely hear them. He was puzzled as to how to respond. "Was I?" Harry gave the slightest of nods before he began to bite on his lower lip. "But you'll be cold now." Sirius watched as his godson shrugged his shoulders. Inwardly, Sirius wanted to laugh at the words of his very first conversation with his godson. Odd, though, at how such a small child would have such selflessness, especially when taking his own well-being into account. "Maybe. Perhaps. Would you like to share?" Sirius opened the blanket so that he could share with Harry. If the boy were any bigger, there would be too little room under the blanket for the 2 of them. Harry's tentative steps toward this man were small. Carefully, he climbed onto the cot beside Sirius. Immediately, the blanket dropped around his shoulders, and Sirius's arm made to slide around Harry's waist. Harry winced. Sirius felt his godson wince in pain. It was very slight, but remembering back, it probably had something to do with the little bit of blood that was staining Harry's shirt. "Are you hurt, Harry? Is something hurting your back?" Looking into the wide, fearful eyes that immediately sought his own, he knew he would not get a truthful answer. Too much fear in those eyes. "I have to do something about that. Can I see?" "I won't hurt you." A jerky nod was all he got in response. "Why don't you lie down on my lap so I can look?" Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. From the very start of when the man woke up, Harry was confused. The man was worried that he, Harry, would be cold. Not only that, but the man was wanting to share with him. No one ever shared with him. Dudley sometimes pretended to want to share, but then he always yelled for Aunt Petunia, saying that Harry was stealing his things. Harry did not fall for that trick anymore, but the man seemed so nice, and Harry was cold. He made his way slowly, carefully watching the man's every movement, just in case. The blanket was around him now, and the man was wrapping his arm around him. He winced, and was immediately reminded of what had happened before he had come to this place. The small amount of bravery he had gathered just in order to sit next to this man fled as he was reminded of how all the people in his world thought of him. "Are you hurt, Harry? Is something hurting your back?" Despite everything telling him not to, he looked up into the eyes of this tattered man. What would the man do if he said yes? What about if he said no? "Can I see?" "I won't hurt you." He wouldn't be hurt. Of course he would be. He was always being hurt by everyone. "What if I don't let him?" He gave a quick nod and immediately looked down. The man's gray eyes were different from everybody else. They were kind, yet they were also very much like his own. They were both hurt one time too many. He could tell. He was only 4, but he could tell. "Why don't you lie down on my lap so I can look?" It was not a question, but to do so would mean making himself vulnerable, yet the man would probably be able to punish him still, especially because there did not seem to be any doors in this room. Carefully, he laid himself across the man's lap. The blanket was not around him anymore. He could feel the chill even more as his thin shirt was pushed up to his shoulders. Squeezing his eyes shut, he waited for whatever was about to come. Sirius looked down at the bare skin of Harry's back. It was not as bad as the sight of blood made it out to be, but for a small child, it must have hurt. There were 3 thin shards of glass that had punctured and stayed in the skin, and 4 cuts. The shirt's thinness had done nothing to protect the delicate skin. Other than that, Harry's back was smooth. It would be hard to get out the pieces of glass, but only because the skin was already trying to heal itself, and the blood had congealed around the glass. "I think I lied. This is going to hurt, because I have to take out the glass." He spoke the words softly, in a tone that had never been used for anyone but this boy. Another stiff nod, only given after a moment of hesitancy. He turned his attention to the shards, and carefully tried to pull the skin away from the glass. As he did so, he could feel the small body in his lap tense. He knew it had to hurt. He managed to get the task done with the first piece, and then the second, and then the third. It frustrated him to not know how the pieces had gotten there, or even that they had gotten there in the first place. Still, he could not help but smile at knowing that his godson was not Ki-Ed, as he had thought. On that memory alone was thriving an immense happiness, one he thought was impossible to have considering the place he was in. It gave him purpose and knowledge. His purpose was to care for this small child, no matter what, and his knowledge was that there was something to live for and that him not having given into insanity was not in vain. He supposed that these thoughts also were not happy, but only truth, so the Dementors would not be able to take them away. Perhaps that was enough. No, not perhaps, definitely. This little boy was definitely enough. Carefully, he stretched out his powers and had the washcloth on the sink fly into his hand, the only wandless magic he was capable of. It was already wet, like always, as the dampness in the air never allowed it to dry. Gently, he wiped away the little bit of blood that was made by the cuts. Harry flinched again, and this time from the cold, wet cloth. It was okay, though, because the worst was over, for the both of them. It was not a happy thought, merely the truth. Once he pulled Harry's shirt back down, he sat the boy in his lap. Harry had small tears running down his face, likely from several things, and not only the pain. He brought the boy closer to his chest while he scooted back to the wall. "It's okay now, Harry. It will all be okay now." He wrapped his arms tighter around Harry when he felt Harry clutch him tighter. Who cared if they were in Azkaban, the most feared wizarding prison? Right now, Sirius felt that he was on top of the world. The first touch that Harry felt was gentler than anything that Harry could ever remember having, but he could only think of the pain that was going to come. The calloused fingers of the gray-eyed man were probing his cuts where he knew there was glass. He could not help but tense and allow the tears begin to quietly flow. It hurt when the pieces of glass were pulled from his back. When the wet cloth touched his back, it was far too cold for his liking. It felt even colder than his baths usually were. He watched out of the corner of his eye to see the cloth be tossed back to the sink. How it had left the sink was beyond his knowing. Maybe it was magic. He withheld himself from flinching, as he knew that his uncle would not like him thinking such things. He felt much better, though, when the man fixed his shirt so it was on right. He was startled when the man pulled him into his lap, and had him sit there. He was still crying, but any pain that he had was dulled. He couldn't help but think about everything that was going on. Everything was so strange, too strange. It was not normal. He did not know who this person was. He did not know where he was. It was so much colder and stranger here than Privet Drive. He knew nothing here, nothing. It only made him cry harder. "It's okay now, Harry. It will all be okay now." The voice was calm and almost happy. He clutched tighter to the body that was quickly becoming a source of warmth, and the man responded by wrapping himself tighter around him, along with the blanket. For whatever reason, he knew that this man would keep him safe from everything. Maybe he could even stay here with this man instead of returning to Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. He supposed it wouldn't be so bad, as long as he never had to feel his bad memories or hear that red-haired lady scream ever again. He shivered as he recalled those memories. He never wanted to go through that ever again. It was worse than when he realized that his aunt and uncle were right and that no one ever loved him. He thought that maybe his parents might have, but he was only a baby then, and he couldn't remember them. He didn't even have a picture of them to know what they looked like. Shyly, despite his silent grief, he looked to take a peek at the gray-eyed man's face. After all, this man was the first time anyone ever was nice to him. Well, he supposed Mrs. Fig was nice to him, but she was also real batty. He was surprised when he found the man smiling down at him. It made him feel all tingly inside. Tentatively, he gave a small smile in return. He was rewarded with the man's smile becoming even bigger. "Are you feeling all right now?" Harry nodded. He really was feeling better, even if he was a little sad and confused. The man's smile even made it feel better. "I'm glad." The two of them fell back into silence. It was comfortable that way, as neither knew what to say to the other. Half an hour later, Sirius could feel Harry begin to squirm in his lap. He knew it was too good to last. Little boys were not teddy bears for adults. They were the people who were going to become adults someday. Is everything okay, Harry? Harry looked up, biting his lower lip, but finally began to whisper. I have to go pee-pee. Oh, right. Well, there's the chamber pot right there. He pointed to the pot that resided right next to the bed. He was glad it emptied itself after moments of being used, otherwise it would have been one more thing to add to the list of things wrong with Azkaban, besides the Dementors. Harry glanced at the pot, and then looked right back to him. You have used a chamber pot before, haven't you? Harry shook his head. I used a toilet before. Sirius grinned in relief. It's near the same thing, only it doesn't flush, and you squat instead of sit. Oh. Sirius only watched on in amusement as Harry crawled out of his lap and stood in front of the chamber pot, and did nothing. It was only at his nod of assent that Harry began to make in using it. Sirius averted his eyes. Relieving oneself was one thing that called for a modicum of decency, even in a place like this. He looked across the hall to see the new prisoner, the same one that had frightened Harry upon his arrival here, staring at the little boy at the chamber pot. Sirius glared, and stood up and walked to the bars, blocking the man's view of Harry. He would not let anyone satisfy his beat thoughts with Harry, not if he could help it. Once the other man was cowed and his eyes averted, Sirius turned back around to face Harry, who was finished and staring at him. Immediately, Sirius's face melted into one of compassion. He watched as Harry immediately relaxed, once seeing a pleasant face. Is there anything you would like to do? Not many props in here to play with, but maybe you can think of some. A cold chill went up his spine. The Dementors were returning for their rounds. 5. Remus, please, it was only meant to be a joke. I wanted to get Snivelus good. Oh, you got him good all right, so good that you got me too. You are not my friend, Sirius Black, not anymore. You filthy blood traitor. You are no son of mine. The house was in flames, and the dark mark was floating above the house. James. Lily. He ran toward the house after carelessly pushing his bike to the side. Harry watched in growing horror as the gray-eyed man fell to his knees in distress. The black ghosts were back, but this time, they were hurting the nice man instead of him. Why couldn't the black ghosts just leave everyone alone? He did not understand. The Dementor's thoughts still echoed in his mind, telling him that the black ghosts needed the happy memories, because without them, they would return to behind the black veil, where it was far worse than out here. It still did not make sense, though, because happy memories were not supposed to be a bad thing. Glaring at the black ghost, Harry walked over to the man, and wrapped his little arms around his neck. It'll be okay. He placed a key into the man's matted hair. Has to. No one else ever bothered to care for him, even a little. He needed this man. Sirius felt as though he were in his animagus form. At the same time, he knew he wasn't. The Dementor's presence was bearable. His thoughts were simple. A little boy was hugging him. It was an eternity later before the Dementors left. Are you okay now? He looked down at Harry, who was once again in his arms. Somehow, this little boy made the Dementors bearable, although, it probably had something to do with what the Dementors had done to Harry, whatever that was. It gave him the relief that he only found as Padfoot, until now. Yeah, thank you. What did I do? Sirius smiled. You made me feel better. It wasn't so scary anymore. Oh, he paused. See, can I ask you a question? Sirius smiled and nodded. What's your name? Sirius. My name is Sirius. My name is Harry. I know. He stood up, keeping the little boy in his arms. Let's get back under the blanket. It's rather cold in here. Yeah, Harry let out a yawn. He was tired still, even though he had only woken a little over an hour ago. Sirius brought them back over to the bed and bundled the two of them into the blanket. Did you know, Harry, that you make everything better? There was no response. Harry was fast asleep, though it did not surprise Sirius. Harry had to have used a lot of magic to get here, and without a wand to channel it. He looked over to the far corner of his cell, where there was the usual plate of mush from the day before, when he was grieving Harry being key-ed. It would be replaced soon enough, and then he and Harry would eat. Mildy the house elf snapped himself into Sirius Black's cell to drop off the man's supper. The house elf's eyes widened when he noticed that there was a little boy with the prisoner in this cell. He realized that this must have been the lump that was here earlier, but had remained uninvestigated. This was not right. This was not supposed to happen. Mildy must investigate this. Yes, he must. He put the new plate of food alongside the old one before making his way over to the bed. The closer Mildy got, the more he could feel the energy radiating from the boy, a mix of a wizard's and a Dementor's. Who would have ever thought that combination would ever occur? Dementors must have done a shield. Oh yes, this must be the reason. With a snap of his fingers, he was gone. Moments later, he returned with another house elf. What do you think, Topsy? Is something we tell the Aurors? Topsy, who was thankful that Sirius Black, the wretched man, did not wake as he usually did upon any of their arrival, reached over to brush the fringe away from the boy's eyes. Her eyes widened as her large green eyes fell upon the lightning bolt scar on the boy's forehead. How could the savior of the wizarding world be here, and in the arms of the man responsible for his mother and father's deaths? Topsy is not knowing, Mildy. This is Harry Potter. He was to be hidden away. What if this is where wizards decided to hide him now? She paused for a moment. Harry Potter is shielded from Dementors. He is safe that way. Topsy began biting her finger. Harry Potter is being safe with Sirius Black. Sirius Black is only wizard to ever stay sane, Mildy. Topsy is knowing this. We is not knowing what wizards do. They are a strange sort. Mildy knows so. Harry Potter could not be here if Aurors did not know. They is the ones to bring other wizards here. There is no other way. So we do not tell Aurors then. Because Aurors is already knowing. But, Mildy, we must also bring another plate for now on, and some milk. Little ones are always needing milk. Another washcloth and toothbrush must be brought as well, along with a big, warm, blanket. There are 2 people here now, but Harry Potter is not a criminal, and we must make certain he is cared for. If Sirius Black does things to hurt Harry Potter, we will tell the Aurors then. It would not be right to keep him here if he is being hurt. Yes, let us gather another meal. Get Sirius Black's old plate of food, Mildy. It has gone bad now. Topsy is hoping that Harry Potter is liking oatmeal, for Topsy is going to be making the best oatmeal she can for Harry Potter for breakfast tomorrow. Mildy, we must let others know this knowledge cannot go past House Elves' ears, and it must stay in Azkaban. Harry Potter must stay safe. Other wizards must not learn of his being here, and we as not knowing which Aurors know Harry Potter is here. Of course, Topsy, let us go before they is waking. Mildy is already surprised by today. Sirius Black has not even woken at us being here. Topsy gave a sharp nod as Mildy gathered the old plate of breakfast. Mildy noted that there should now be a 3rd meal for the day in this cell, besides breakfast and supper. Children needed their nourishment, and what would wizards say if they thought the House Elves of Azkaban were doing a poor job of taking care of Harry Potter? Why, they might even be given clothes. Mildy shivered at the thought. As quickly as they came, the 2 left with a snap. Topsy returned quickly with a second dinner plate, and brought a cup full of milk for Harry, setting it beside the empty cup that was used for Sirius Black to get water from the sink. Then, she was gone once again. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Sirius woke to find small fingers tracing the outlines of his face, and right now, they were gently skimming his closed eyes. Harry, Sirius smiled. It was such a simple joy to have the boy here. It was also upsetting to know that Harry was in Azkaban. No matter how much protection he had from Dementors, it was a horrible place for Harry to be. Sirius began to hatch a breakout, though he honestly did not know how to manage it. There was no way out of the cell except to go through the cell door. The last time that had happened, he thought that Harry had been key-ed, but before that, never. Well, it was not never, but rather, since he was first thrown into this cell. The only magic that Sirius had access to was his wandless summoning charm and Harry's accidental magic that had brought Harry here. Unfortunately, it was called accidental for a reason. There was no way he could depend on Harry to get one or both of them out of here. It was nothing if not unpractical. What had Harry done anyway? If he apparated, he could teach Harry to harness that, but that was impossible. There were barriers working against apparition, so Harry had to have done something else. That meant that Sirius had no clue as to how he could teach Harry to do something like that again, or even ask Harry to replicate something that was probably done out of instinct and fear. Perhaps they could slide through the bars, if they were mice. Sirius. He opened his eyes to stare into his godson's own. Yes, Harry. He watched as Harry bit his lip, which was most likely a habit as this was the third time that he had done so in Sirius's presence. I'm hungry. Humorous. I can already see the pattern. They would sleep, they would wake up, and Harry would tell him what he needs. Ah, the simple life of Azkaban. He sat up to see where the last meal of the day was, and saw that there were 2 plates and 2 unbreakable glasses. Apparently the house elves had already prepared for there being 2 in this cell. Why they did not tell anyone was the question. He reluctantly got up to bring over the food to the bed. Oh, fun. Casserole à la mush. He grimaced at the daily meal. For house elves who are supposed to pride themselves on their work, the food was abysmal. He took it over to the bed, including the glasses, which he placed on the floor. Here we are. It's best if you try not to actually taste it. It's not very good. He handed over the meal, along with the spoon that was already on the plate. How come it's not a fork? Forks are sharp and they don't like to give us criminals anything that we could hurt anyone with. Including ourselves, but he didn't say so out loud. Sirius watched as Harry piled the food into his mouth, barely even tasting it. It made sense that the boy was hungry. Sirius also began to dig into his own meager portions. He passed the glass of milk onto Harry and went to fill his own glass with water. He brought the washcloth back with him, after wetting it with the lukewarm water that passed as hot in this place. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. When Harry had woken up, finding himself still beside Sirius, he was overjoyed. It gave him hope that this wasn't a dream and that he might be able to stay with Sirius. Sirius was nicer to him than anyone he could ever remember and he did not want to lose him. He traced the lines on Sirius's face, simply wanting to memorize the man's face. Idly, he wondered why the man did not cut or wash or brush his hair. Sirius's hair was a third of the way down his back, and his beard reached to about the same place. Even Harry, whose hair looked messy, was not half as bad as Sirius's. Harry's stomach growled. He was hungry and had not eaten for 2 whole days. It was nothing new to him, but it was irritating and his stomach tended to get angry if it did not have anything after a day and a half. Sirius. He was barely whispering, as he was still afraid of Sirius's reactions. He did not want Sirius to be angry with him. Yes, Harry, I'm hungry. Harry felt the loss immediately when Sirius got out of the bed. He was happy, though, to see that the loss was only because Sirius was bringing them plates of food. He had been afraid for a moment that Sirius really was angry with him. Here we are. It's best if you try not to actually taste it. It's not very good. He looked at the utensil given to him and was slightly puzzled. How come it's not a fork? Forks are sharp and they don't like to give us criminals anything that we could hurt anyone with. Harry nodded his head as though he understood, but didn't really see how a fork could hurt anyone, and then dug into his meal. He did not want to give anyone the chance to take away the food before he could satisfy his hunger. When he was finished with the food, Sirius gave him a glass of milk, which he gulped down. He rarely ever got milk, so it was a rare treat. The food might not have been good, but the milk certainly was. Shyly, he handed the glass back to Sirius, who immediately took all the dishes and put them back where they originally were, except for Sirius's water glass, which he put at the sink. Sirius immediately returned and began to wipe up Harry's face, taking away the milk mustache. Harry blushed. No one ever helped Harry clean up. Harry had to do it himself. What's a criminal? A criminal. Harry nodded. He wanted to know what Sirius meant when he said as criminals. A criminal is someone who does something wrong and it is against the law. He felt a bit braver, at least brave enough to ask questions. Those weren't allowed at the Dursleys. Rules laws. Harry was trying to think of what he might have done that made him a criminal. Sort of. Rules are not written down, and usually those are only made by teachers or parents. Laws are written down and they are the rules for adults, and the government punishes them. Oh, he still did not understand, but he guessed that laws were adult rules. Does that mean that you broke laws? 'Cause you're a criminal. Sirius squirmed slightly. Damn, the kid was smart. Sirius always prided himself on his brains, something that got him top marks at Hogwarts without even trying, but Harry was obviously only 3, possibly, but not likely, 4, if his size had anything to say about his age, and he was already putting together stuff like this. What was he supposed to say anyway? He closed his eyes. He knew he was guilty of something, of betraying James and Lily, of trusting Peter, of thinking Remus was the traitor. At the same time, he had committed no crime. Peter had framed him. His mood darkened at these thoughts. Apparently, he did not need a Dementor around to make him depressed. He could do it all on his own. I'm sorry. His eyes shot open and looked at Harry, who had begun to hug his knees to his chest. What are you sorry for? For asking questions. He gave a small smile, even though it was forced. Don't worry about it, Harry. It's just a hard question to answer. A lot of people think I broke some laws, but I did not. People think I'm a criminal, but I'm not. He watched as Harry nodded his head. Apparently, his dark mood had cowed Harry into silence. The boy seemed so shy and so quiet. Harry's voice was barely above a whisper. He wondered what happened to the 15-month-old baby that was fearless and unafraid. What had his aunt and uncle done that had cowed the boy into silence? He would have to find out. I'm your godfather, did you know? Harry shook his head. Yeah, your mum and dad picked me to take care of you if anything ever happened to them, but people brought me here because they think I'm a criminal, and so I couldn't take care of you. But I will now, Harry. I will take care of you and I will love you for as long as I can. Okay. Harry looked to Sirius. Sirius would take care of him and love him. He was reminded of that feeling of a hug that he figured the red-haired lady had given him after the black ghosts had left him alone. It was a warm, fuzzy feeling. Someone wanted to love him. His aunt and uncle were wrong. He smiled up at Sirius. Okay. Albus Dumbledore paced in his office. It had been 2 days, 48 hours, 2,080 minutes, 172,800 seconds, since Harry Potter had gone missing, and there was nothing to explain his disappearance. No one had broken into the home. Harry did not walk past the wards. All of a sudden, Harry Potter was there 1 second and gone the next. None of the anti-apparition, disapparition wards were triggered. None of the alerts for an unknown witch or wizard were triggered. None of the wards working against Muggle criminals, specifically working against thoughts of theft or kidnapping, had been triggered. None of the alerts telling when and where Harry walked past the wards were triggered. The alert for portkeys didn't even go off. The only alert that had been triggered was the one signaling that the blood protection had fallen, because Harry Potter willingly abandoned the protection the Dursleys afforded him. It was highly disturbing. Albus had immediately set old members of the Order into motion for finding Harry. Everything was tried to locate him: point me spells, underage magic alerts, and Hogwarts letters. Unfortunately, the Hogwarts quill, left behind by Helga Hufflepuff, would only address letters out to those who would be 11 by the upcoming September date, and no one knew how she had created the quill, so they could not adapt another to suit their purpose. They had even tried putting tracking charms on owls and telling them to find Harry Potter, but all they would do was fly around in circles as though Harry were right beside him. He didn't know whether he should tell the Ministry or not. On the one hand, it would be an invaluable source to finding Harry, as long as Fudge did not mess anything up. On the other hand, the Ministry would not be able to keep this disappearance a secret, and so it would be all over the papers, and then the wizarding world would be split into 2 factions. The worried faction who would not know what to do without the Hope the Boy Who Lived created, and the Death Eaters and supporters of Voldemort faction, who would be looking for the chance to seek revenge on the child. He felt as though he were back in time when Grindelwald was still in power and he had to choose between saving the life of his wife and saving the life of the young girl who would one day be Harry's deceased grandmother. Granted, this situation was not so immediately life-threatening for two parties, but the decision was still as difficult and still had the same pros and cons for either side. Then again, he also had the option of waiting for a couple days, weeks, or months and seeing what he could find. Unfortunately, that had its own problem of backfiring on him. People would question why he didn't do more by contacting the Ministry if Harry didn't turn up. No, he would have to convince Fudge that Harry Potter's disappearance would cause pandemonium among the wizarding world, but still recruit Ours and Unspeakables who could keep a secret to help. He walked over to the fireplace and threw in some flow powder. Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. His face greeted that of a young woman's, Fudge's secretary to be precise. "Hello Irma, is the minister free?" "Yes, of course. I'll open the minister's grate for you. You'll be transferred in just a moment." "Thank you, Irma." He smiled congenially. Irma returned the smile. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. A week had passed since Harry had come to Azkaban, and Sirius could not be any happier. The Dementors, of course, made their rounds, but Harry had taken to holding on to Sirius as tightly as he could during those times. Harry's presence always blocked 90% of anything that the Dementors would have normally affected. They didn't spend much time hanging around his cell, specifically, but they still craved the man across from him and Harry. The man was practically destroyed now. He would mumble incoherently, more often than not. The only thing upsetting about him was that he seemed to hold a deep fascination for Harry. Sirius did his best to discourage it. There were always the other prisoners to consider as well. They were like wolves howling at the moon, for, when one started beeping and making noise, the rest would follow. This seemed to happen 2 to 3 times a day. Harry clung to him whenever the prisoners would start up. Harry. The boy had warmed up to him immensely. Sure, he still spoke in that voice no louder than a whisper, and he was still exceedingly shy in talking to him and asking questions, but Harry didn't hesitate to fall into Sirius's arms anymore. Sirius, out of sheer boredom and need to entertain the boy, started to tell Harry stories to occupy their time. He had already told Harry the story of Merlin and King Arthur. He had already begun telling the separate stories that belonged to the Greek gods. He still planned on telling Harry of the Egyptian gods, of the Hogwarts founders, of the stories and fairy tales that parents would tell their children. Sirius was afraid, at first, that Harry would get bored and want to run around, but there really was not much room in the cell to do so. Still, Harry never voiced a complaint, and he didn't even seem to fidget like children do when they got bored. Sirius wanted to question Harry about all of it, but he knew that Harry's young mind would not comprehend all the questions he wanted to ask. Still, he did ask some questions. Harry was 4, not 3 like he thought he was. Harry squinted because when things were further away from him, they started to get blurry. His aunt and uncle didn't like him because he was a freak. Sirius argued that Harry wasn't. His cousin Dudley was fat and got everything he wanted, but Harry wasn't even allowed to ask for anything. Sirius also asked if his uncle or aunt ever hit him, thus being abused. He found Harry was never properly, not that he thought that should be the word used, but lacked another beaten, but his relatives had no qualms if they ended up hurting him because they were too rough with him. That was one of the few reasons that Sirius was glad Harry was here with him rather than still with his relatives. Sirius was afraid that if Harry was still at the Dursleys, that in a couple of years, the rough manner would turn to outright physical abuse with beatings, bruises, cuts, and broken bones. Sirius brought himself out of his musings and simply looked around the cell. Harry was sitting on the floor with a glass of water and his old toothbrush. He was using the brush to make pictures on the floor with water. It was one of the few other ways for Harry to be entertained. He didn't mind Harry using the old toothbrush as the house elves had finally replaced his after the 3 years he had been here. They had also gotten Harry one as well, only they had asked Harry what his favorite color was, and had changed the handle to that color. Harry was now the proud owner of a self-pasting, bright red, toothbrush. The water from the sink had the charms updated and the water was able to get to a fairly warm temperature. There was a second washcloth on the sink as well. On the bed rested a second blanket to accompany the first. It was larger and equipped with a comfortable warming charm. The sheets were clean as well. Looking at Harry, again, was slightly humorous, despite everything. Harry was wearing an open robe that was a prisoner's uniform, thus black and white striped, but it hardly fit Harry. The sleeves were rolled up to Harry's wrists, and there was enough cloth at the hem that Sirius could fit easily into the robe and not have it be short at the hem. It made sense, though, as the house elves had simply brought them a prisoner's packaged robe, toothbrush, and washcloth, and had them open it because if they had taken the clothes themselves, they would have been freed, or at least highly frightened of what would happen if they dare touched clothes. It was highly taboo in the house elf culture. Because of this, there was hardly any way that the house elves could be given the robe to hem. House elves, there was yet another topic that had Sirius frustrated to no end. He had tried to convince the house elves that Harry did not belong in Azkaban, but in a place where he could grow up in the sunlight and make friends and all that other stuff that was not offered in Azkaban. They absolutely refused, arguing that Harry would not have been here if the Aurors did not want Harry here. When he argued about the Dementors, the house elves stated right back that Harry had nothing to be afraid of as the Dementors had created a shield around Harry's mind that would protect them from the Dementors' mechanisms. Apparently, the house elves here also had this shield around their minds. How else would they be able to cook and feed prisoners if they were all insane? At least their cooking had improved. It was still the same dishes of oatmeal at breakfast and casserole at supper, but they actually tasted good now. Sirius supposed they wanted to please Harry. Harry, of course, also got a little bit of lunch that Sirius was not privileged to. Usually the house elves would give Harry half a sandwich and an apple. Harry seemed to always be full after that little bit, but probably only because he had such little activity here. Harry was frightened of the house elves, and when they had first shown up, he was petrified. Afterwards, that was when Sirius discovered that Harry was told there was no such thing as magic. Sirius wanted to kill the Dursleys. Looking again at Harry, he wondered when Harry would get over his fear of the house elves. The two that always came, Mildy and Topsy, seemed upset and always tried to get Harry to like them, but to no avail. Sirius could see that they were frustrated that Harry liked him, the supposed mass murderer, versus the naturally kind nature of house elves. Sirius, look, he immediately walked over to where Harry was happily painting the floor with water. He keyed the top of Harry's head and Harry beamed up at him. Such a small amount of affection was all it took to please Harry. Looking at the picture, Sirius saw that Harry had drawn the two of them. Sure, it was no masterpiece, but it still looked wonderful to Sirius. There was him with his wild hair and long beard and robes, while a small figure, half the size of the first, was obviously supposed to be Harry. Harry had drawn himself with wild hair and no hands. Where are your hands in the picture? They're hiding in my robe. Harry held up his arms to remind Sirius of the large robes that he had. Ah, I think it's a wonderful picture. I wish it wouldn't go away. I don't want the picture to go away. I wish I could hang it. Sirius gave a melancholy smile. I wish that too. He really did. He wanted to be able to give Harry everything that he wanted, but it wasn't possible as they were both trapped in the cell, and Sirius could not, for the life of him, figure out a way to get them out of here. Perhaps he could convince the house elves to get them some parchment and drawing pencils for Harry. It would be difficult as the house elves would actually have to purchase the items, but perhaps they could access the black vaults that were protected from the ministry ever confiscating their wealth. There would be no way they could get a lot for Harry, but at least there would be something for Harry to draw with besides water. That way, also, he could start teaching Harry to read and write. He might only be 4, but it was something more to do than drawing and listening to stories. Albus Dumbledore wanted to throw something, anything, but he dared not lose his control in front of the small group of people gathered in his office. It simply would not do to have them see him beyond frustrated. For 3 months now, Harry Potter has been missing and there was not anything to even hint at a direction that could be taken for the search for Harry Potter. Nothing. What do you propose we do now, Albus? It was Alistair Moody who voiced the question. All of us have explored every possibility we could think of as a possible lead. There is plenty more, I assure you, but none we can pursue without alerting the public, which could end up destroying the leads. I am well aware, Alistair. I am just as much at a loss as you are. Unfortunately, it has come to the point where we must alert the public. I have been able to hold off Fudge from doing so for the past 3 months, but we have reached the point where we have nowhere to go with our search. The public can be our eyes. They must be now. While we must continue our search, we can recruit others to help, freeing some of us up for our other duties. What I don't get is how Potter could have simply disappeared and become untraceable. The only solution that I can theorize is that the boy is dead. Kingsley, I am well aware that that could be a possibility, but I have my own reasons for believing him to be alive. For one, he is on the roster to attend Hogwarts still. He would not be if he were dead. Kingsley silently conceded to the response. The public will know by tomorrow. The Daily Prophet will be sure to make the news well known. In the meantime, Arabella, I would like you to question the Dursleys again. There is no doubt that they are unaware of what happened to young Harry, but we must not forget that Harry may have left upon his own free will. Try to find out what could provoke Harry to do such a thing. We have waited too long to find these answers already. Of course, Albus, but do you really think a 4-year-old could have successfully run away and not leave a trace? We must explore every possibility that we can think of. It would not do to think something impossible only to find that that was the correct answer. I'll get on it, then. Severus, could I possibly have a bit of Veritaserum? I found that a few drops in Petunia Dursley's tea does wonders. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Harry watched as his godfather conversed with the house elves once again. They tended to do that, and all of them tended to get mad at one another almost every time. They never raised their voices, either, but their faces twisted in anger and frustration a lot. Harry learned to ignore them and would paint the floor with water. He figured he was getting pretty good. Right now, he was drawing a dog. He never drew a dog before, but he didn't want to forget what they looked like. How he wished he could go outside, but he never dared to ask. Only the house elves ever left this room, and they did not want him and Sirius to leave like they could. Harry hated how scary this place was, but he knew that Sirius would protect him. He already did. Sirius always held him when he got scared of all the other prisoners' wailings. Sirius held him, also, when the storms shook in the sky and when he dreamed of the green light. Sirius always held him tightest when it was his dreams of the green light. Harry often wondered why that was. Maybe Sirius had scary dreams of green light, too. Harry shrugged. He looked back to the house elves and Sirius. Sirius was now waving around the papers that the house elves had brought, in their faces. Sirius looked angry, more than ever before. Harry turned back to his picture of the dog. It was already beginning to fade, just as every picture before it had done. He hated how his pictures always went away, but Sirius said that it was better that they go away because then Harry could paint another picture. If the pictures didn't go away, then he wouldn't be able to paint anymore because the floor and walls would be covered in pictures and there would be no more room. Harry agreed, but he didn't like it. He wanted to be able to keep his pictures. Sirius threw the Daily Prophet back in the faces of Mildy and Topsy, and they disappeared. He couldn't believe it. He always knew the Aurors never knew Harry was here, but the two house elves insisted that Harry would not be here if no one else knew. They did not even bother to listen to his reasoning. Now, they brought the Daily Prophet to show him, stating that Harry Potter had missing from his relative's home for the past 3 months, obviously letting them onto the fact that no one knew where Harry was. Now, they were asking him what they should do. He insisted they should allow Harry, and perhaps him, out of Azkaban as it was obvious that there were no designs for Harry to be here. They, of course, argued that it was safest here for Harry. They knew, as they had overheard, that Harry's relatives were horrible people. They did not want Harry to go back to those people. Still, they would not change their minds about how things were going. Yet, they still came to him, asking what they should do. He swore they were doing it to get him angry. He walked over to Harry and wrapped his arms around the boy. As he sat down, he pulled Harry into his lap. Harry immediately made himself comfortable. They made you mad again? Sirius nodded. Yes. Was it about me again? Yes. Oh. Sirius felt, rather than saw, Harry bury himself into Sirius's, arms. There was a newspaper article that said you were missing from your relative's house. The house elves finally found out that the Aurors did not place you here. I don't want to leave. Sirius petted down the wild hair that was impossible to tame. I know you don't, Harry, but don't you also want to be able to go outside, make friends, and have the freedom to go anywhere besides this small room? I want to go outside. Harry paused, but I don't want to go back. I know you don't. He couldn't argue with Harry simply because Harry really could not understand. He was 4, even if he would be turning 5 soon enough. The future was uncertain and full of what-ifs. Sirius knew there would be no way that the house elves would allow him, Sirius, to escape, and thus they could not let Harry go either, because then Harry would have to go back to his relatives. Merlin, how Sirius wanted to hate the house elves for using logic this time around. They knew that Sirius would never allow Harry to leave only to go back to those people. You don't have to go back. You won't. He said this much with certainty. He would do everything in his power to keep him from having to go back to the incapable hands of the Dursleys. So, what were you drawing earlier? A dog, really? Sirius smiled. He loved dogs, particularly because that was his animagus form. Harry, of course, did not know that, as Sirius had been slowly introducing magic to the boy. Whatever the Dursleys had done, they had struck fear into the boy if he ever even thought of magic. Telling Harry stories was his way of introducing magic to the boy. Harry's fear was almost completely diminished, but Sirius still wondered what Harry's reaction would be to the two of them being wizards. It probably wouldn't be too bad, not like it might have been. He could only imagine how much that may have frightened Harry, especially as to how intertwined the words magic and freak were. It was rare, but on small occasions, Harry would still refer to himself as a freak. All Sirius could do was take in a deep breath whenever that happened and try to disabuse Harry of the thoughts. Yeah, not bulldogs, though, I'll agree with you. I like dogs too, you know. Harry shook his head. Yeah, especially large, black ones. I can turn into one as well. No, you can't. Sirius made himself look properly insulted. Why, of course I can. I can prove it, too. Harry folded his arms across his chest, highly skeptical. Fine, prove it. It involves magic, Harry. He wanted to warn the boy. Oh, okay. Harry was less certain, now, but determined to stay brave. All right, then, you need to get out of my lap. And Harry, I turn into a big dog, but I won't hurt you any. If you get scared, just tell me to turn back and I will. All right. Harry hesitantly nodded and then climbed out of Sirius's lap, making certain to back up a bit. Sirius watched as Harry began to bite his lip. Sirius stood up to begin his transformation, keeping his eyes always on Harry. He allowed himself to slip into his animagus form with ease, despite it being several months. Being Padfoot was something natural to Sirius. It was something he would never forget how to do, even if years had passed. He watched as Harry backed up further. Perhaps this was a bad idea. Slowly, he lowered himself onto his belly, allowing the most pathetic whimpering noises to sound from his throat, as an attempt to show Harry that he really was harmless. Harry could not help but back up from the dog that was bigger than he was. He also could not believe that the dog was really serious, either. It scared him, but he was determined to be brave. As he watched the dog that used to be serious get onto his belly and whimper, he saw that the dog didn't look so scary anymore. Slowly, he took a few steps forward towards the dog. He crouched down. Sirius. The dog's tongue immediately hung out of its mouth and began to pant happily while wagging its tail. Harry reached out and tentatively began to pet Sirius's head. Harry giggled as Sirius managed to lick his hand. You're dirty, Sirius. He immediately pulled away his hand and put it in his lap, looking worriedly toward Sirius. Sirius immediately transformed himself back into his human self. Harry, what's wrong? You're not mad. Why would I be mad? Harry plopped himself from his crouching position right onto his bottom. I said to you that you were dirty. His voice was quiet again, much as it had been when he first arrived. It had gotten louder, even if not by much, over the past weeks. Sirius looked to his godson. When Harry said that he was dirty, Sirius gave it no thought as he knew it to be the truth. His hair was still as filthy and matted as it had been when Harry arrived. The house elves always brought a comb in the morning for Harry, so his was hardly anywhere near Sirius's. Now, the impact was astounding. Harry had spoken his mind without worrying what his words could mean. He hadn't thought it over. He hadn't monitored his words so carefully that Sirius constantly wondered what was going on in Harry's head. I'm not mad at you, Harry. It's true. Have you looked at my hair recently? It's horrible. He gave Harry a big grin. Harry blushed and returned the grin. Oh yes, the damage was repaired, and all could hail Sirius Black as Godfather of the Year. All hail. Sirius sat calmly on the floor as Harry gently combed his hair from the bottom to the top. Harry was sitting on the bed, above Sirius. He was happy with Harry, as Harry had finally gotten the courage to ask the house elves for something, specifically the comb so Harry could comb Sirius's hair. Sirius allowed Harry to do so as it gave Harry something to do, once again. Harry was going excruciatingly slow so as to not hurt Sirius any, but Sirius was getting bored. Still, Harry was more than halfway done and Sirius would put up with anything for Harry, even the monotonous boredom. Having Harry brush out the knots simply reminded him of how wonderful it would be to soak in a long, hot bath. Neither he, nor Harry, had that luxury. They simply made do with the washcloth that was there at their disposal. Like their toothbrushes, which were self-pasting, the washcloths were self-soaping. The charms always needed updating after several months, and that was why his old toothbrush didn't have such charms on it anymore, nor had his old washcloth. He was simply lucky that his items had gotten replaced when Harry had gotten his items. He supposed it was the logic that the house elves didn't want to risk Sirius using Harry's items because his weren't the best anymore. He also understood why the items were never replaced for prisoners. What sort of prisoner in Azkaban would care about brushing their teeth or combing their hair? They were mad. They were crazy. They were insane. They simply didn't have the sanity or intelligence enough to care anymore. Sirius, himself, had even given up until Harry showed up. Now, he did it to set an example for Harry. It wouldn't be right for him to allow Harry's teeth to rot out of his head. He let his thoughts drift on for a little while longer. I'm done. Sirius turned around so he could face Harry, who had a proud grin on his face. Sirius felt his hair. It still felt exceedingly grimy, but for the first time in over 3 years, his hair didn't feel matted or full of tangles. Of course, his beard still did, the bloody, annoying thing it was. How he wanted to cut off the hairs above his upper lip. Thank you, Harry. I think you have done a wonderful job. Now all I have to do is wash it. Harry smiled. Harry didn't have the problem Sirius did, as Sirius would typically use the washcloth on Harry's hair on occasion, and not just the boy's body. Sirius simply couldn't be bothered with his hair as it was already too much of a mess. Perhaps now would be a good time to care for it. Now, he just had to worry about his bloody beard. He turned to face where 2 house elves had just popped in, the same 2 that he had to deal with on a daily basis, and the same 2 he typically wished to strangle. Both of them were motioning for him to go over to the corner they were in, furthest from Harry. He complied. We got it. Topsy gave a little happy jump. Got what? Sirius watched as Mildy turned so he was at Sirius's side, apparently making it so Topsy was not visible to Harry. It was then that Topsy pulled out a small package from behind her back. We has taken your advice, Sirius Black, and got permission from the goblins to use your vault as they knew we was being honest with them and they is not caring of the business of ministry wizards. We's have drawn 100 galleons from you's vault to use on occasions. We's got these as you have been wanting for Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Sirius sat on the stone floor, making certain Harry could not see what he had in his hands, and unwrapped the brown package. Inside, there were 2 black books. As he opened them, he saw that they were both blank and, while thin, held 10 times the amount than each book's size suggested. There was also a long, black, case. Within the case were 10 drawing pencils of different sizes and 2 quills. There was also a pencil sharpener. The quills, Sirius Black, are self-inking and is guaranteed to last 10 years for a writing scholar. They is so you can teach Mr. Harry Potter Sir to write proper. The pencils are for Mr. Harry Potter Sir's drawing. These are wonderful. Thank you. Sirius truly was amazed. He didn't actually think that the house elves would do this, even if it was for Harry. We has also gotten something else for Harry Potter Sir, though you did not say anything of these items. It was Mildy who whispered this. What? A bag, for any of Harry Potter Sir's items, and playing cards that make no noise or explosions. The bag is made of wizard space so it holds more than it looks to hold. It is so Harry Potter Sir's items cannot be spotted so easily. Ah, Sirius supposed this made sense. The house elves did not want anyone to find out that Harry was here. To be frank, Sirius did not want anyone to find out Harry was here. If they did, Harry would surely be sent back to the Dursleys. At the same time, Sirius did not want Harry raised in Azkaban, even if he did want to keep the boy to himself. But we is not letting Harry Potter Sir have these items until it is his 5th birthday, Sirius Black. They is to be his birthday presents. Sirius smiled. I like that idea. How much further until July 31st, anyhow? It is in 3 days, Sirius Black. Perhaps he could have cake as well. Topsy and Mildy both nodded vigorously. We is wanting to make him chocolate cake, but we is going to be needing to purchase the ingredients with the galleons from the Black Vault. It should not be more than 1 galleon for all ingredients. All right, then. He carefully wrapped up Harry's gifts back in the brown paper and handed them back to Topsy. As fast as they had come, they had left again. Sirius thought back to what they said. In 3 days, Harry would be 5. Sirius still thought Harry looked 3. He walked back to Harry, who he could tell was actually spying at his actions. Though there was no way Harry could hear his and the house elves' hushed voices over the beeps and groans of other prisoners, there was no doubt Harry was curious. You weren't fighting. Nope. He smiled. But you always fight with them. Not this time. He took a grab at Harry and started tickling him. Harry was bursting with laughter. Stop. Sirius. His meager complaints were cut off by Sirius doubling his efforts. Sirius only stopped when he saw that Harry was struggling to breathe through all the laughter. Harry took in a deep breath once Sirius stopped tickling him. He loved and hated it when Sirius tickled him. On the one hand, it was one way that he knew Sirius liked him, but on the other hand, he hated being so ticklish. He looked up to where Sirius was sitting beside him while he laid on the bed. Why did the house elves come? He was still trying to catch his breath. Oh, they just needed to show me something. What? Nothing. He sighed in exasperation. Can't be nothing. Sirius smiled down at him. Why can't it be nothing? Because something is not nothing. A slight whine could be heard at the end of the sentence. Sirius just let out a deep chuckle that was becoming more and more common with every week that passed, especially as the Dementors could barely affect him with Harry holding him anymore. Why, my wise little godson is correct. Something cannot be nothing. Harry let out a little growl before sitting up and staring right into Sirius's eyes. A fierce scowl was placed on the 4-year-old's face, or at least as much as one could exist on a child. Harry watched as the gray eyes belonging to the man sparkled in glee. Harry was beginning to get bold, but he knew he would back down if Sirius showed anything but happiness in those eyes. As long as Sirius didn't care that he was glaring, then Harry wouldn't mind showing a little bravery. Changing actions, he crossed his arms and pouted. You'll find out in a few days. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair. Harry upped the ante and began to mimic the puppy dog eyes that Sirius had given him only 2 weeks prior. No, not the eyes. Not the puppy dog eyes. Sirius covered his eyes with his hands and fell back on the bed. Harry jumped back in surprise, as Sirius's body made the bed jump, at Sirius's obviously fake reaction. Sirius. Harry crawled over to where Sirius's head landed. Harry squeaked as Sirius grabbed Harry and stood up. Harry wrapped his arms around his godfather's neck. 3 days and you'll find out, Harry. Think you can wait that long? Harry nodded. 3 days was easy to wait. He'd done it before when waiting for food from his aunt and uncle. Still, Sirius never made him wait if he could help it. He put his head against his godfather's shoulder. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Birthday to Harry. Happy birthday to you. Sirius sung the song quietly into Harry's ear as the boy sat on his lap. The two house elves were sitting across from them, and a small, but very chocolatey, cake was between them. Upon the chocolate cake with chocolate frosting and shaved white chocolate curls were 5 tall, but thin, candles. Each one of them had a different colored flame to match the candle's color. One was blue, one was green, another was yellow, one was red, and one was purple. The flames weren't even on a wick, but rather floating a mere centimeter above the candle. He watched as Harry immediately blew out the candles, then grinned up at him. The house elves immediately extracted the multicolored candles from the cake and went about cutting 2 pieces and putting them on plates. After pulling Harry out of his lap, he accepted one plate for himself and Harry claimed the other. Both of them dug in. You aren't having any. Sirius looked to the house elves that Harry had just spoken to. Harry had gotten better about speaking to the two of them, if only because he was so used to their presence now. When speaking to them, though, he used the quietest voice he could without whispering. Mildy looked startled and wide-eyed at the question. Oh, no, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. It would not be proper for us. We is already being improper by sitting with you. No, sir, we's cannot possibly eat with you. Sirius looked down at Harry who was looking up at him questioningly. Sirius knew Harry dared not ask any more questions of the house elves. House elves typically serve wizards, Harry. They are servants. While they are not my servants, they feel that they are yours. Because they are servants, there are rules they follow. One rule is that they don't eat with wizards. The house elves nodded in agreement with him. What's a servant? It's someone who does work for others, such as household chores and cooking. Like I did at my aunt and uncle's. Sirius swallowed hard as he recalled exactly how much work the two muggles had made a 4-year-old do. Kind of. Only they do everything. Oh, Finish your cake, Harry. I'm sure Mildy and Topsy here will be eating the leftover cake once we are all finished with how much we have. Right. He turned specifically to the house elves at his single-worded question. Oh, yes, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. We is most looking forward to enjoying the cake in the kitchen. Topsy nodded her head emphatically. Sirius could not tell whether or not she was actually being honest. He never did know what house elves did with extra food. At the same time, he mentally shook his head at Harry's long title, very different from how they addressed him. They were much more respectful and awed by the now 5-year-old than they were of the Azkaban prisoner that he, Sirius, was surprised. Late, Newell visit, still. Mildy and Topsy's eyes got wide and Mildy grabbed Harry's 2 wrapped gifts and the cake and cleared plates before disappearing. Yes, well, the whole, THR has. Topsy made a reach and pulled Harry to her and then disappeared with him, leaving Sirius sitting alone in the cell. He realized why the house elves had taken everything away, including Harry. He stood and walked over to the bars. Stretching his vision as far as it could go, he could see the minister beginning to walk down his corridor with 2 oars. Sirius took a quick look around the cell, making certain that it looked as though there was only 1 blanket and 1 washcloth and 1 toothbrush. He quickly hid Harry's and his toothbrush under the washcloths, leaving only the toothbrush Harry used to paint the floor with in the glass that sat on the sink's shelf. The 2 blankets already looked to be 1. Silently, he amazed himself at how unwilling he was for Harry to leave Azkaban. But he could not allow him to go back to the Dursleys. He could not risk himself being keyed by the Dementors. No, the only way Harry would leave would be if he, Sirius, knew that Harry would not be heading to the Dursleys. He gripped the sink's sides as he allowed the thoughts to run through his head. He was being selfish in keeping Harry here, but it was also to keep Harry safe. The minister was right near him now, just on the other side of the bars. He could hear the minister and Aurors conversing about the prisoner across from him. Sirius's head shot to look to his right to look at the man. He gave the man a sneering grin. Minister, what a pleasant surprise. Let me go. Let me Go. Harry kicked and screamed against Topsy's hold. Let me go. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, we must wait. If you is wanting to stay, we must hide. Let me go. Sirius. Sirius. Harry let out a loud wail, screaming as loud as he could. All the house elves around him watched, as they were now in the kitchens. There were 8 in all. Hush, hush. Topsy petted Harry's head and willed Harry's screams into gut-wrenching tears and his body to go lax. I want Sirius. The words could barely be heard through all the sobs. You must wait, sir. There is men visiting that if they is seeing you, they wills be sending yous back to where you was before. Harry simply shook his head back and forth as the tears continued to come. He wanted Sirius. He wanted the only man he could ever remember feeling safe with. He did not want to be with the house elves. I is going to check to see when Minister will be gone. It was one of the house elves that Harry didn't know that voiced this. Still, Harry took no notice of this and continued to cry. The longer he cried, the harder time he had to breathe. Faru, get some calming tea for young sir. He is needing it. A stout elf complied and went about making some tea for Harry while Topsy futilely tried to comfort Harry. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Sirius Black, how lovely to see you again. I'm sure. He let go of the sink and propped his forearms up against the bars so he could get closer and intimidate the man. So, how goes the world? Any noteworthy events in the past few years? I'd love to hear them. After all, it gets quite dull around here. What, with all the screaming and beeping, I can't even give myself a chance to think properly, either. Yes, well, Azkaban is not sup. When am I going to be getting my trial? Trial, yes, you know, the gathering that is sometimes taken in front of the whole Wizengamot to determine whether or not they are actually guilty of the crimes they have committed. I know what a trial is. The minister snapped his words out at Sirius. What I don't understand is why we need to give you, a known Death Eater and you know who's second in command, a trial for such crimes. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps it's because I have yet to be given one. Perhaps it's because I'm innocent and want the world to know it. Perhaps it's simply because every damn wizard on this planet has the right to a trial, and I simply want that upheld. You, innocent. The whole world knows your crimes, Black. There are witnesses to a knowledge of every one of those crimes. What's the point of wasting time and energy to prove what we knew almost 4 years ago? Cornelius Fudge turned to his 2 companions. Let's go. There is no need to remain here, anymore. How the hell is he still sane? Sirius could hear the mumbled question posed by one of the Aurors as the 3 men left the corridor. He let out a frustrated scream before kicking one of the stone walls, then started jumping on one foot to ease the pain. Oh, how he hated Cornelius Fudge. He limped slightly over to the bed and sat down before burying his face in his hands. About 20 minutes passed before 2 Dementors began to make their rounds. This time, there was no Harry to protect him with the protection given by the Dementors themselves. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The minister and Aurors are gone, Topsy. Topsy is glad, hub. She looked back to the boy whose tears were now silent after the 40 minutes that had passed. Still, they had only subsided because of his exhaustion. She still had her arms wrapped around the boy. Did you hear, Mr. Harry Potter, sir? The men have left now. We can take you back to Sirius Black. Yes. Harry nodded his head. He would like very much to return to his godfather. After all, he hadn't been away from the man in months. He was so used to Sirius's presence being there that it was unbearable that he wasn't here now. Topsy nodded her head and then popped herself and Harry out of the kitchen and into Sirius Black's cell. Harry immediately left her arms and headed over to Sirius. He started to shake Sirius's arm seeing as how the man looked to be asleep. Topsy knew otherwise. The man had been heavily affected by Dementors for the first time in months, what with Harry and Harry's shield not being around. Not only that, but in the past months, the man had plenty of new happy memories involving Harry, creating a nice treat for the Dementors. Sirius, wake up. The man's eyes opened for him, albeit lazily and glassy. Harry. Harry immediately climbed into bed with Sirius, and Sirius pulled the boy closer to him. "Oh, Harry, hope you don't mind if I take a short nap. Want to take one with me?" Harry only nodded against the man's chest, already worn out from his cry. Sirius hadn't even waited until Harry answered before he had closed his eyes again. Topsy, watching all this, popped out of the room and back in again within seconds. With her, she had the 2/3 of chocolate cake left. "Do not sleep yet, Sirius Black." She immediately began cutting bite-sized portions of the cake and shoved them piece by piece into the man's mouth, allowing only a second between Sirius swallowing and her putting another piece in his mouth. It simply would not do for the man to end up so depressed on Mr. Harry Potter Sir's birthday and for the young sir to be affected by it. It was difficult enough that the boy was so attached to the mass murderer. It simply would not do to have the rest of his birthday ruined because the man was so despondent from a visit by the Dementors. When she was satisfied that she got enough chocolate into the man, she left, and Sirius Black fell asleep within moments. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Harry refused to leave the arms of Sirius once the two of them woke up. Sirius, still feeling the depression that came with Dementors, was not inclined to let go of Harry either. It was obvious that the two of them were dependent upon one another for each other's mental well-being. The two wrapped gifts that had been whisked away by Mildy were now sitting beside the two, on the floor, simply waiting for Harry to open them. Slowly, Sirius sat up. Harry reached his arms out to Sirius. "No." His voice was more of a quiet and pitiful plea, rather than any real vocal objection. To Sirius, it made Harry sound the age he looked instead of the solid 5 years he actually was. Still, Sirius simply pulled Harry into his lap. "Comfy." Harry simply nodded once he had made himself comfortable in his godfather's arms. "I have a couple of presents for you. Would you like to open them?" "Okay." He smiled. As Harry wasn't really paying any attention, Sirius simply used his piece of wandless magic to summon them from under the bed. Once they were on the bed, slightly out of reach, he simply picked them up from there and handed the first one to Harry. "This one, I believe, is from Mildy and Topsy." Using only one hand, as the other was holding onto Sirius's robes, he opened up the wrapping to find a velvet blue bag with silver pipe lining around the edges and some sort of magnetic fastening that was bound to be magic rather than magnets on the edges of the flap that covered the opening at the top of the bag. The bag itself was about the size of a large textbook. After examining it, he then opened the bag and pulled out its only item. "It's cards." "Yes. It's so we can play some games, I believe. I can teach you all the card games I know." He reached over for the other gift. "Here, I had the house elves purchase this. This one is from me." Harry took this gift more eagerly and used both hands this time. He gave a big smile when he realized what the black books were along with what was in the black case, although he did look at the quills rather funnily. "Feathers." "Oh, no, they're quills. You use them like the drawing pencils, only they are for writing and not drawing." "Can I?" "Go right ahead." Sirius smiled down at him. He could feel the remnants of the Dementor's effects leaving him, as Harry's own mood was lifting. Harry took out a drawing pencil and immediately began to draw in one of the empty books. Sirius had to admit that Harry was getting good. It was far from the scribbles that one would expect from a small child, and more like the drawings that would come from an 8 or 9-year-old. Briefly, Sirius wondered how much better Harry would be in a year or two. "Look." Sirius looked down at the drawing that Harry had made of him. He grinned. There, staring right back at him was a drawing of himself. "It's wonderful, Harry." He meant it. There was now a picture of him, forever immortalized for the boy still sitting in his lap. He couldn't help but feel a little full of himself as he realized that he was the subject drawn for Harry's first picture in the book. He was also glad that the house elves had conceded to this. Perhaps it was because they realized that Harry was not supposed to be there that swayed them into getting Harry a few personal items. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Remus threw the wine glass against the wall of his small cottage before slumping into the couch. It was every single day now. Every day that he picked up the Daily Prophet, he would see a front-page article on how Harry Potter was missing, and then have 3 to 5 correlating articles within the paper. He hated to see that the boy he had tried so hard to get guardianship of, and failed, was now missing. 2 weeks. For 2 weeks he had been living in misery with the knowledge that the little boy was not protected. He lived with the knowledge that Harry's chances of being alive narrowed with each passing day. He lived with the knowledge that Albus Dumbledore had been working for the past 3.5 months, along with some people in the ministry, in finding the little boy without success. Every day, the Daily Prophet told something new. Today, the knowledge of how the Dursleys had treated the little boy was released. The boy had been neglected and starved and grew up in a cupboard. This also made Remus furious to know because Albus had assured him that Harry was protected and safe. Harry was obviously not protected and safe in that house. His disappearance was even further evidence that he was not protected and safe. Harry was 5 now. Briefly, Remus wondered what the boy had done for his birthday. He wondered if he had even eaten. He wondered if he had gotten a gift. It was highly unlikely, especially as the only possibilities that could have occurred were that Harry left of his own free will, or he was taken against his will. If he had left, the boy would not be able to survive without someone stumbling upon him, thus giving them Harry's location. If he was taken, he was being held prisoner somewhere under unknown conditions. The wizarding paper had constructed the story around what officials had been saying and reported that Harry was most likely lured away as the wards would have said something otherwise and then taken prisoner. He was possibly even killed and the body was hidden somewhere. It was only the word of the headmaster of Hogwarts that had people's hopes up that the boy was still alive. Deep down, Remus wished he had fought harder to have Harry and had gotten the boy into his custody, no matter how unlikely. Perhaps then, Harry would still be safe. After all, werewolves were very protective of their cubs. He would have never allowed Harry to be harmed or taken. Albus should have realized that. Mildy could not help but watch as the 8-year-old Harry Potter and 29-year-old Sirius Black interacted. Harry had been here for 4 years now and it never ceased to amaze the house elf how much the two enjoyed one another's company. Right now, Harry was going over his times tables for the mathematics that the older man was teaching him. The boy was very smart and it was shown in how easily he read the books that held epic tales and the ancient history from the times of Merlin. Sirius Black, who Mildy knew could be exceedingly brash and hot-headed, because the house elves often saw this when speaking with him, was always calm and understanding with his godson. Mildy was not able to understand how such a caring man could have ever been a murderer, let alone lead his godson's parents to their deaths. Then again, he and Topsy both agreed that humans were very odd creatures. They lacked logic and an obvious path. Still, they were like pets. You really couldn't help but see their faults as cute, even if sometimes annoying. Mildy turned his attention back to Harry and Sirius. It turned out Harry was quite the scholar, even if only in subjects that interested him. Sirius Black told the boy so many tales that came from mythology, history, and the like that Harry's interest stemmed from the enthusiasm that Sirius Black told the stories with. He always asked for books that would tell these stories. Harry didn't like the mathematics, but he did well with it, if only to please his godfather. Harry especially loved drawing. He was quite good now, knowing how to shade properly and such. It was a pity that there wasn't all too much to draw off of when in this cell. Mildy's personal favorite drawing of the boys was the one of his parents. The house elves had managed to procure a book that told of how you-know-who had been destroyed. It was really a child's book, and thus lacked the details, such as ones about Sirius Black's involvement, but it did have one actual photograph of James and Lily Potter. From that moving photo, Harry had drawn several pictures of them, but Mildy's favorite was the one of James's arms around the waist of Lily. Sure, the picture wasn't perfect, and it didn't hold the proportions quite right, but it was one of the best that Harry had ever drawn. Mildy knew that Harry had spent many days drawing that one single picture, not wanting to mess up even the slightest. As Mildy only took in the physical sight of the two, Mildy knew that Sirius Black had never looked better than he did now if you only looked at the time he spent in Azkaban. Sure, he was only a little less thin, now that he ate every meal given to him, and his hair and beard were both quite a bit longer, but he was quite groomed and washed, at least as far as one could go in Azkaban. He was also very happy. One would never guess that he had spent the last 7 years in prison by his attitude. He did look older than his 29 years, though, perhaps as though he should be in his mid-30s. Harry, on the other hand, looked to fare about the same as Sirius Black, except that the boy's hair never seemed to grow. The house elves hadn't even attempted to cut the boy's hair at any point in time, so it was a mystery as to how it never got any longer, well, if you discounted magic that is. Harry had filled out more, especially from his thin frame that he had come with. He was still skinny, but he still looked to have some meat on his bones. He was pale, like all prisoners of Azkaban were. The boy was also short for other boys his age. He could easily pass for a 6 or 7-year-old, just as he could have passed for a 3-year-old when he was 4, but now he was 8. Mildy knew this was because Harry had not been outside in a very many years. Mildy often wondered if the boy even remembered what the outside looked like. The boy's memories of his aunt and uncle had certainly faded a lot. Harry could barely even recall them anymore. He just knew that he didn't like them. The boy also sported a smart pair of glasses. The frames were oval and black, fitting him quite nicely. It took a bit of work, and a lot of money and magic to get them without Harry needing to actually go see the man who made the glasses, but now they worked excellently, and would even keep up with any changes Harry's eyes would make for the next 15 years or so, as long as the changes weren't very drastic and in a short period of time. Mildy nodded to himself, as though to say that, yes, indeed, he and the other house elves had done right by Harry Potter, before he popped out of Sirius Black's cell. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Sirius. Yeah, pup. Harry looked up from his mathematical problems. Never mind. Tell me. Harry never avoided asking him anything anymore. It had taken a year or two, but Harry did not lack the courage to ask him simple questions anymore, or even difficult questions. Thus, not wanting to say or ask whatever was on his mind was upsetting. It really couldn't be that bad. The only other time that Harry had hesitated to ask him something was when he asked why the child's book had said that his parents were murdered instead of the car crash that his aunt had told him about. When that had happened, Sirius felt about 2 inches tall, 5 centimeters. He had allowed Harry to read about what happened to his parents in a book. He would have thought that Petunia would have told Harry what had happened, but hindsight being 20/20, he should have realized she would have lied about something like that just as she had lied about magic. Even still, when Harry asked the question, Sirius told him what happened, using the child's book version. There were no secret keepers involved. There was no Peter Pettigrew. There was no Sirius giving in to Hagrid's words of Harry needing to go to his aunt and uncle's. It was a very clean and glossed over version. What else was he supposed to say anyway? Harry was nearly 6 at the time, but surely that was not the appropriate age to learn of all the treachery and betrayal. Such facts would have boggled the mind. Besides that, thinking about that Halloween night was still too painful for Sirius, and whenever he thought about what Peter had done, he ended up in a funk. Once, one of his funks had lasted for 2 whole days, and it took him witnessing the house elves comforting a hysterical Harry to bring him back to reality. Since then, he avoided ever thinking about Peter Pettigrew. It was the safest thing for both his and Harry's sanity. Never mind. Harry didn't really think that he should ask the question he wanted to ask. It had been bugging him for the past week or so, but he didn't know how Sirius would react. It was a very obvious question that one would figure he would know the answer to, but he didn't. Tell me. He took in a deep breath. Do you remember how you told me you were in prison because people thought you did crimes that you didn't really do? It really was something from a long time ago. 4 years. Harry watched warily as Sirius beeped in a deep breath before letting out a rushed and whispered, "Yes." Go on, Harry. Obviously, he had been silent for a bit too long. Well, I was just wondering what happened. He began biting his lip. Oh, that's, well, I trusted the wrong man. I had, your parents, trust the wrong man. It was sudden, as a pit seemed to settle in his stomach. He didn't know what it was exactly, but he knew that he would not like what he was about to learn. Still, he had to know. My mum and dad, what happened? Sirius took in a deep breath. It's complicated. Well, you know how Voldemort had gone after your parents. Harry gave a slight nod. See, he didn't just randomly attack your parents. He went after them on purpose. Why? That's not really important. Well, it is, but not to your question. Harry could tell that Sirius was avoiding that question. It was obvious that it would be a long while, possibly years, before he would ever get the whole version of what happened. Anyway, your parents knew that Voldemort was after them, so Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, wanted your mum and dad to go under the Fidelius charm. That's a charm that hides where a person is, and only one person, the secret keeper, knows where that person is. Only the secret keeper is able to tell someone where the person hiding is. Do you understand so far? Harry nodded, and he did understand what the charm was. Sirius took in a deep breath. Well, your parents wanted me to be their secret keeper, only I thought I was too obvious. I thought it would be too easy to guess that it was me, and I was too afraid that I would be forced to tell somehow and then you and your parents would be in danger. So I told them to use Peter Pettigrew. I thought there was no way that he could ever be the traitor that we knew was hiding within our circle of friends, but he was. After he became the secret keeper, he told Voldemort where the three of you were hiding, and you know what happened then. Yeah, Sirius gave a weak smile. I realized a little too late that Peter had betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort and rushed off to where you were hiding, as Peter had told me, and your house was destroyed. Hagrid, you remember me telling you about him? Well, he was already there under Dumbledore's orders and had you in his arms. I wanted him to give you to me. I asked him to. He told me that Dumbledore had given him orders to take you to your aunt's house. Hagrid is nothing if not loyal to Dumbledore. I knew I had lost you, and I knew I lost James and Lily. I figured Remus would hate me for thinking that he was the traitor. I went after Pettigrew, and when I found him, he shouted out, "How could you, Sirius? How could you betray James and Lily?" And there was a whole crowd of muggles there to hear what he said. He then fired a massive curse that blew up the whole area around him, killing a dozen or so muggles. He then cut off his finger and turned into a rat, just like I can turn into a dog. Then, I laughed, and the Aurors came and took me here. And that's it. Harry watched as Sirius tried to control his emotions and fail. The older man burst out crying at the recollection of that night. Immediately, Harry wrapped his arms around the man to comfort him. Harry, himself, couldn't find anything to say as he was lost in his own thoughts. Somewhere inside him hurt at knowing some of how and why his parents had died, and even thinking of how he would never know them, but a much greater part of him hurt at knowing that Sirius was hurt right now. He wondered if that was wrong, to hurt more for Sirius than for his own parents. Immediately he pushed those thoughts out of his head and began to think about Peter Pettigrew. Someday, he would hurt the man for what he did to Sirius. Someday, the man would even feel the mental torture that Harry's godfather felt with the Dementors. Harry knew this much. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his desk chair and nursed a cup of tea. You should not worry, Remus. I have instructed Minerva to place a tracking charm on Harry's Hogwarts letter. And if it doesn't get through Albus... Remus took a sip of his tea. It will. Helga Hufflepuff's charms work for the Hogwarts letters is still just as active today as it was 1,000 years ago. Your Hogwarts letter is one letter that would find you, even if you were surrounded by the most powerful wards. No one has figured out how to block her magic yet, as no one knows what she did. The magic itself is tied into the castle. You need not worry. Harry will get a letter. It will find him. And if he doesn't respond, then we'll send 2 letters, then 4 and 8 and 12. We'll send however many it takes until we get a response. And if we do, what then? What happens to Harry? I'm hoping that you would care for him. I've made all the arrangements. The one thing needed would be Harry's full consent to be placed into your care, especially because you are a werewolf. He would need to know that. Arrangements can be made for him when the full moon comes around. I'd be more than willing. You know that. Yes, I do know. This is now your chance. I would not worry about everything just yet. Leave that for another day. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Now, I is needing you to sit right here, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Furu, one of the house elves, led Harry to sit on a flat rock that was outside the prison Azkaban. Wow, it is a most grand sight, isn't it? Yes. Indeed it was. Though the sky and water was gray, and the castle that served as a prison was also a dull gray, when the waves crashed on the lower rocks, the water's spray went high and white, creating something that Harry had never seen before. This was also the first time that Harry had been outside in a little over 6 years. For any such person, the bleakness would be a very grand sight, even just to see it. The open space was even a little more intimidating than he would have thought, but he didn't say anything. Even through his small bit of fright, it was exhilarating. Perhaps the fright even helped a little with that. Harry had 2 more weeks before he turned 11, and the house elves knew that Harry's Hogwarts letter was already in the air. The house elves had found out from one of the house elves that worked at the school. Harry was untraceable when inside the prison, but not when he was outside. As such, this was the reason that he was now sitting outside with Furu. Still, a big part of Harry dearly wished that he could go back inside the prison so that the letter would never find him. He didn't want to have to leave Sirius. He knew that once he left Azkaban, he would never see his godfather again as anything but a man he visited on the visiting days, as he would not be returning to live there. Even then, it could be years before that would happen. Sirius had said this was for the best, as it would be very bad for both of them if it was discovered where Harry had been all this time. At the same time, though, Sirius had begun telling him many stories of the Marauders and their adventures at Hogwarts. He had begun to do so after he had finally told Harry of Pettigrew's betrayal. This fueled Harry's desire to go see the castle, to live there and to learn there. He wanted to live where so much of his parents' and godfather's happy history resided. The one thing that still frightened him most of going there was the knowledge that people would ask a load of questions of where he had been and such. Not only that there would be people that would ask questions, but that there would be people. Ever since he was 4, the only person he had actually been around was Sirius. Sure, there were other prisoners all around them, but they had gone insane and Harry had separated himself from actually thinking them as a person long ago. Now, they were simply part of the everyday background that he lived with. Harry dug out his sketchbook from the velvet blue bag that he had gotten so long ago, and began to draw what was in front of him. This, of course, was one of his favorite things to do, mainly, though, because it was one of the only things he could do in Azkaban. Sirius had suggested that he draw while outside because it would be a good long wait for the letter. It would take a while for the owl to find him. They were just fortunate that Azkaban was located off Scotland's coast, thus being closer to Hogwarts. Several hours later, Harry was surprised by Furu's giddiness. Look, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Is being an owl. Furu was jumping from one foot to another, pointing to where a barn owl was about a minute's flight away from them. It had gotten close without them seeing it. Quickly, Harry packed away his belongings in his bag except for a piece of parchment that had his written acceptance on it. Sirius had wanted him prepared as he knew that Harry would be accepted. He had said that there was no way that Harry would not be accepted as Harry had been the one who had defeated Voldemort. It could not have been done without magic. As soon as the owl landed right beside him on the rock, Harry took the letter from the owl, after examining the creature with curiosity, quickly opened the letter, and smiled at the first words. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to announce you are accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Quickly, before the owl could leave, he held out his response letter for the waiting owl and the owl took the roll of parchment, flying off in the direction it came. Harry gave Furu a quick smile before the house elf grabbed hold of him and popped them right into the cell block Harry called home. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Sirius stood up immediately upon Harry and Furu's arrival. Well, I got accepted. Of course you got accepted. There was no doubt. Sirius immediately pulled the nearly 11-year-old into his arms. Soon after Harry was steady on his feet after Sirius's excitement, his grin melted into concern. The Dementors weren't bad to you, were they? Of course not. Leaning in close to Harry's ear, he whispered, I turned into Padfoot. He gave Harry a healthy grin and backed away slightly. Besides, you shouldn't worry about me. Won't do you any good. I was fine before you ever came to me, and I'll be fine while you're off at Hogwarts. That wasn't exactly true, but it would not do to have Harry worry about that. Maybe I should stay. No. Faru, tell Harry that he should go to Hogwarts. He said the words in a matter-of-fact way. Oh, Mr. Harry Potter, sir, you must go to Hogwarts. You is needing to learn your magic with proper lessons. Have you found a house elf that will be able to help Harry in Diagon Alley and the house? The house being a place that the house elves purchased for Harry to live once he was no longer in Azkaban. It was, like anything else, purchased with the Black Fortune. Oh yes, Sirius Black, she is a free house elf, but she is a proper elf. She is a younger sibling of Hub and was only freed because her former masters caught her tending to the younger master's wounds when she was supposed to be making the evening meal. The younger master was being beaten. House elves are not very tolerant of such things, Sirius Black. We's would rather postpone a meal and punish ourselves later for it than see such a thing happen. Sirius could almost see some of the logic behind the house elves hurting themselves rather than have their masters do so. The house elves would never beat another or be tolerant of another being beaten, but such an issue could be evaded if a house elf issued its own punishment. Sirius briefly wondered if this was why house elves punished themselves, so that they would not have to tolerate or deal with the issues that emerged with seeing another house elf beaten. It probably then became such a part of their culture that its origins were not questioned. What is her name? Oh, it is Peachy, Sirius Black. That is her name. Thank you. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Albus. Albus. Minerva McGonagall ran as quickly as she could to the Great Hall, where the headmaster was about to hold a staff meeting over lunch. In her hand was a clutched piece of parchment. Upon her entering the Great Hall, she found that the man was alone, simply waiting for the other teachers to arrive. Minerva, what has got you so excited? The first response for this year's first-year students has come. It's Harry Potter's. He's coming to Hogwarts. The owl managed to find him. Yes, that is good news indeed. Albus Dumbledore was truly happy at this turn of events. While he knew the boy was alive, he had little hope that the boy would actually receive his letter, or respond if he did get the letter. Never had it been so difficult for one to be found, at least for him. Is there any clue as to where the letter came from? Did the tracking charms work? No, they failed while over Scotland's coast, near the area of Azkaban. You know the prison's wards affect such tracking charms at times, even when the tracking charm is at a bit of a distance. The best we can do is assume he's in that area, but we do not need to put forth the effort in finding him if he is coming to Hogwarts, do we? It would be for the best if we spoke to him beforehand, especially as we don't know how he was raised, but we can station someone at Diagon Alley, as he will need to go there for supplies. Tracking charms should work easily there. Or perhaps Tom would be willing to cast the charm every day. It would not hurt to ask. He is always willing to keep an eye out. Until then, perhaps it would be best to keep this knowledge to ourselves, with the exception of Remus, of course. It would not do for the boy to be swamped by people positioning themselves in the alley. With him having been missing for so long, people will be overly excited about his return to the wizarding world. Of course, turning to look to see who just entered the Great Hall, she found Severus Snape walking over to where she and the headmaster were. Ah, Severus, how are you? The darkly clothed man just scowled. Sirius looked to where Topsy was standing. Right beside her was Peachy. He was pleased with the house elves finding Peachy. Sirius met the female elf and found her quite pleasing and willing to remain alone for the majority of the year that would not be with Harry, as he would be at Hogwarts. Her only duties would be to act as a liaison between him and Harry and to look after the house and great amount of land that the house elves had vouched for. She was also very willing to look after Harry and make certain that he slept enough, ate enough, did his summer homework, and make certain he had fun. Sirius felt the last bit was most important. Harry. Sirius brushed Harry's hair out of his face and smiled. You'll be good, right? You'll do everything you're supposed to do and you'll allow Peachy to guide you, yes? Harry wiped the tears away from his eyes and nodded. It was his birthday today, and he had a small party, just as he always did, but today he was also leaving for Diagon Alley. Today was the last time he would see Sirius in a very long time. The only reason that he was leaving today was because Sirius thought it best. While it would make it a sad birthday, he had also wanted the day to be a day with happy memories so it wasn't all horrible. He also wanted Harry's first adventure into Diagon Alley and getting his wand to be something viewed as a gift, something that would be nice and happy. Now, I want you to get a pet. Not a toad, those are out of fashion and too much trouble. Cats, well, Padfoot would rather chase them than be friendly with them. He gave Harry a smile that was returned. You get an owl. That way, you can send letters to Peachy, and she can get them to me. We can write back and forth. And when you get an owl, don't get a barn owl. Those are too plain and Hogwarts has loads of them. Get one that stands out. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna miss you. Harry threw his arms around Sirius's torso and held on tightly. I don't want to leave you. I'll miss you too. I'll miss you loads. I'm also certain that we'll see one another plenty in the future. He held on to Harry with the same ferocity and then tilted the boy's face up. You have everything together. Everything is in your bag. Harry nodded. Good. Now, Peachy is going to take you to the house first. There, she has purchased some clothing that was delivered by Owl and should still be wrapped in its package. You put those on before you go to Diagon Alley. From there, Peachy has instructions and you follow them. Remember to purchase extra parchment and plenty of sweets. Harry gave Sirius a small grin. You want me to buy you a quill and parchment, so you can write back. You do that. Peachy was going to, but you do that for me. Sirius pulled him in for one last hug. Be good and follow your instincts and heart. If you follow those, you'll be set. Okay. Harry still held on fiercely to his godfather. I love you, Harry. I want you to remember that always. Love you, too. It's time for you to go. Gently, Sirius pried the 11-year-old's arms away and Peachy and Topsy both came forward. Peachy was holding Harry's bag and Topsy reached out for him, gently taking hold of the boy that the house elves had striven to care for. Be brave. Within seconds, the two house elves and Harry popped out of the cell, leaving Sirius alone, just as he had been before Harry had ever come. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Glumly, Harry stared at the house that was in front of him. To be honest, it was bigger than what the house elves had described, as it was an impressive height with only 2 floors, but otherwise it was the ideal setting. The house was built of wood painted a dusty sky blue, and the roof was a solid black that had a shallow peak. There was a wide and tall bay window on the left side of the front door and on the right side as well. Both currently had their curtains pulled closed. All around the house were gardens of flowers, herbs, and vegetables. In the distance, one could see an orchard of several different types of fruit trees. There was also plenty of land surrounding the gardens and orchard, leaving wide open land. Underlying everything was the general feel of magic all over the place. Peachy gently took her young master's hand and pulled him indoors after taking Harry's belongings from Topsy, who popped away just after. Walking in, Harry found the inside to be completely open and free of any actual rooms. Still, in the back right corner was the kitchen, with only an island acting as a separator, while in the front right was an elegant dining room table, enough to seat 10 comfortably. The whole left side was designed for leisure, the front being more of a sitting room while the back had 4 floor-to-ceiling shelves for books. With all the books scattered on all of them, it would only be enough for one shelf to fill about 3/4 of the way, but there were enough knickknacks and objects on the shelves, placed by the house elves, for it to not look empty, but rather open and clean. The chairs and couches themselves were the kind Harry knew he could sink himself into. The staircase to the upstairs was in the center of the whole room, following up the side that faced the back of the house, the steps starting near the kitchen and ending where the small library was. There was even a cupboard under the stairs. The remaining 3 sides of the whole center support was actually one 6.5-foot tall fireplace, the ceiling being 9 feet in the very front, and the other 2 sides held fireplaces that nearly reached 4 feet. The front fireplace was obviously the one designed for the flow network. Harry was awed by it all. He had only vague recollections of number 4 Privet Drive, but he knew it was nothing like this, and definitely not so open. He allowed himself to be led upstairs, where he was shown 6 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, none were lacking for any space. Peachy specifically pulled him into a back corner room, where he found the walls were a primary blue, with the carpet being a dark blue. The furniture was painted with white and burgundy red and the bedspread was an eggshell color. The pillows matched the furniture. On one wall, opposite side of the door and on the right side of the bed, was a nice-sized window with a seat. He probably would not have decorated in such a manner, but he was thrilled that there was color. "This is your room, Mr. Harry Potter, sir." Peachy walked over to where there was a brown paper package on the bed. "This, sir, is used clothes for today. We's be getting you more later today, but you cannot be wearing Azkaban clothes to the alley, sir. It would not be a good thing." Harry just nodded and walked over to the package. "Thank you. I will leave you to change, Mr. Harry Potter, sir." Peachy left to allow Harry to change in privacy, though the boy had never really had privacy before. Carefully, Harry opened the package. Inside, he found gray slacks that were very basic, soft and comfortable, along with a white pullover shirt. There was also a green open robe and black ankle boots, along with the appropriate undergarments. Slowly, Harry put them all on, feeling the new fabric. He had been wearing the same clothing for over 6 years. The house elves usually just zapped them clean while he was wearing them, and they were still too large for him, and the new clothes felt a little odd, but very comfortable. It just made him miss Sirius even more, even he didn't know why. "Be brave." Harry wiped away his tears. He had to follow his godfather's words. They were the only things of his godfather's he had. He left his new bedroom and went back downstairs. Peachy was waiting on a stool that was next to the kitchen's island. "You is being ready now." Harry nodded. Peachy once again took hold of her new charge, and popped him away from the house, thankful for the fact that he was still small enough for a house elf's magic to handle taking him. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The first thing that Harry did upon their arrival at Diagon Alley was to pull himself close to the shorter house elf. There were so many people and Diagon Alley was so big. His eyes darted all around him, catching every little detail, and to make certain that no one was approaching him for any reason. "Come, sir, we will be going to Aelop's Owl Emporium first. We will find an owl first. That will make you happy, yes. You can communicate with your godfather then." Harry bit his lip and nodded. Peachy took hold of his hand so she would not lose him. Gently, but firmly, she led him to the Emporium so they could find an owl. Harry, himself, made certain that he was close to Peachy. The people all around him made him feel slightly claustrophobic in a way an Azkaban cell or Dursley cupboard would never be able to achieve. Even through his fear, Harry was amazed by the sights and sounds all around him. It was nothing like Azkaban. There were so many colors, space and diversity all around him. Finally, when he and Peachy reached the Emporium, he found that there were dozens of owls waiting to be looked at. Many were in cages, especially those displayed outside. Still, they continued on inside where there were many more choices besides the barn owl. "As you seeing any one that you like?" Harry was still looking around when he caught sight of bright white in the otherwise dull shop. There in front of him were 2 white owls, with only a hint of black on the tips of their wing feathers. He pointed to them. "Those." He let go of Peachy's hand and walked over to them. The one on the right was preening its feathers. "A good choice, lad." Harry quickly spun around to face the man who spoke, finding that it was the shopkeeper. Peachy hurried over to where Harry was, sensing that it would be for the best. Harry, himself, took a step back from the stranger, not wanting to get close to the man. "I had not meant to scare you. I just noticed that you took a liking to these snowy white owls here. They're brother and sister, did you know?" Harry shook his head and bit his lip. He took Peachy's hand once again. Shy, are we? No matter. Are you looking to buy? Because these two owls are at the top of the list if you're looking to get a letter somewhere. Yes. Harry supposed it was the answer for both his questions, even if one was rhetorical. Your mum and dad give you a spending limit. Harry looked to Peachy. A limit? His mum and dad. He honestly didn't know what to say, especially because he knew he couldn't say anything about Sirius. His godfather said it would be a very bad idea to do so. What was he supposed to do? Oh, the master is not minding, sir. Young master is to get whatever he has a liking to. As you liking the white owls, young master? Peachy knew to be very careful about names as well, especially Harry's. She was also keeping a good lookout to make certain his scar stayed covered. It would not do for the shy and slightly fearful boy to be swarmed by people. It was almost a certain way for him to forget about Hogwarts and his bravery and beg to be taken back to Sirius Black. Besides all of that, she had to follow the instructions of Sirius Black. She would not be an improper house elf. Harry nodded his head. Which one are you liking best, lad? Harry looked between the two owls, finding that the one on the right was holding itself upright and looking at him, while the one on the left seemed to have no other worries except to preen itself. The right one. She is a beauty, isn't she? Now, you'll be needing a few treats, along with a cage and a perch, if you don't already have one. Sir, you is needing to temporarily shrink a perch. I is to be paying for young master. The shopkeeper nodded his head. Right this way. The man immediately set forth on getting a sturdy perch and owl treats, and shrinking the necessary item before handing the bag over to Peachy. The female snowy owl was put into a cage so she would not fly off before she got to know who her new master was. He then accepted the appropriate amount of coins from Peachy. A pleasure doing business with you. Harry took his new owl from the man, wanting to carry his very own pet, or was it a familiar? He wasn't quite certain of the difference, even though he knew there was one. Have you a name for her yet, young master? Harry shook his head. I will later, though. We is going to get your wand next. Let us go now. Remus was contemplating the last 2 weeks and how he was staying at one of the Leaky Cauldron's rooms, just waiting to find out when Harry would show up, when heard a knock at his door. Wearily, he made his way over and opened the door to reveal Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. Just thought I'd let you know, he's here in the alley, just reached the Owl Emporium. I'd get to him now, if I were you, before the whole wizarding world realizes he's here. I need to let the headmaster know. I'll do that bit. You go, now. Thank you, Tom. The man gave a curt nod and left Remus to his own business. Quickly, Remus grabbed his money bag and key to the room before running out of the Leaky Cauldron to Aelop's Owl Emporium. He reached there just as a black-haired boy with glasses and a green robe on walked out of the shop with a snowy white owl in hand and a house elf by his side. Remus took note that while a house elf was uncommon to be seen shopping with a wizard, it was not unusual to see them in the alley. Even while he took note of this, he knew that the boy was Harry Potter. Slowly, he began to follow them, hoping to confront the boy in a less public place, though he knew that it would still be public. He followed Harry and the house elf to Ollivander's, where he watched as the two of them went in. Despite everything, he could not help but go into the shop after Harry. Ah, Remus Lupin, Willow with a dragon heartstring, wasn't it? Yes. Harry looked startled when he heard Remus's name, as Sirius had told him all about the man, and looked straight at him. He even looked slightly fearful, not that he hadn't before. It was just that Remus hadn't imagined that Harry would have any fear at all. It was slightly upsetting. Just beginning to get this lad fitted here. Took all his measurements already. I assume you're the one watching him. Remus just stayed silent, not quite knowing what to say, and not wanting to frighten Harry any by saying that he was being watched by a stranger. Ollivander simply nodded with a proper hem. Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave. Page 84 in AM. Paper version. Just as soon as he had given Harry the wand, he snatched it away. Try this one. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Despite Harry's lack of interaction with the human race, Harry was certain that Ollivander was one of the strangest that he would ever meet. He would be one of the scariest as well. The reason being nothing to do with good or evil, but rather how he put himself out to the world and how he seemed to remember so much. How could the man remember exactly what sort of wands his parents had been sold anyhow, or even Remus Lupin? How much did he actually know? Remus. How much of a coincidence was it really that the man was here with him now, not even needing anything from Ollivander? It terrified him slightly. Obviously, someone was purposely looking for him, just as Sirius had said, and Remus was coming for him. What if he was forced to go with Remus? He didn't know the man. He barely even knew Peachy. All he knew was that besides Sirius, he would rather trust a house elf any day of the week. He might have been fearful of them when he was younger, but that was really only because he had never seen such a creature before, and they did look rather scary for a small child. He shook his head as though to physically remove those thoughts. Maybe he was overreacting. Maybe Remus Lupin was simply waiting for Ollivander. Did people do that normally? All of the sudden, Harry felt very removed from the world. He had nothing to go on for how people normally went about their business. Sure, Sirius had told him stuff about the day-to-day, and how to go about business properly, but he also knew that Sirius easily went against what was proper, especially when he spoke about pranks and rule-breaking at Hogwarts. How many other people did the same? Or in a completely different way Sirius would go? Quickly, he was jolted out of his thoughts as yet another wand was handed to him, even though he had tried many in the while that he had been here. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. p. 84. A warmth filled him as red and gold sparks shot out of the wand. It really was beautiful. He knew immediately that this was the feeling Sirius told him about for when a wand bonded with his magic. There was something about this wand that had a personal connection to him. Curious. Curious. What's curious, sir? Even as Harry quietly asked the question, he knew that he would not like the answer. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. p. 85. Harry shivered at those words and blocked out the man's following words. All he registered was how you know who had done great, but terrible, things. Peachy, sensing that it was time for Harry to leave the shop, immediately paid Ollivander and pulled Harry out of the shop, wand still clutched in his hand. It was she, also, who registered that Remus Lupin followed them out. How is you wanting to have some ice cream, young master? It is good sounding, yes. She then proceeded to pull Harry to the ice cream shop, holding Harry with one hand, and the snowy white owl in the other. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. How is he doing, Remus? Remus looked to where Albus Dumbledore just took a seat next to him, on a stool, at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. In looking to Albus, he took his eyes off of Harry and a house elf sitting at a booth while Harry enjoyed a chocolate sundae. He found it a bit odd that the house elf was actually sitting with a wizard, but it was also odd that a house elf was taking the job of a parent escorting their child to Diagon Alley, let alone that it was the house elf that seemed in charge rather than the wizard. Perhaps the elf was simply odd altogether. He gave Albus a small smile. He's scared. As far as I can tell, he's barely spoken. He shies away from people in favor of the house elf that is with him. The house elf, she's doing a pretty good job of keeping Harry's head down and scar covered. No one has noticed who he is yet. Albus nodded his head. Yet, yes. Have you approached him? Are you kidding? I went into Ollivander's moments after he had gone in, and he seemed to realize that I was there for him. Ollivander even made a comment on it. Even now, he glances over here before he turns away again. I don't know what to do. Sometimes the most difficult of circumstances has a very simple answer. He raised an eyebrow. Simple answer. Yes, simple task, perhaps not so much. You want me to walk over there and say, "Hi Harry. I'm Remus Lupin. You're going to live with me now." Remus turned around as he heard a sharp intake of breath. Standing right there was Harry Potter, with his house elf right beside him. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Me now. Harry took in a sharp breath at those words. It had taken all of his courage to come over here and actually meet Remus Lupin, especially as the man was following him and not hiding the fact. He knew that he would have to speak to the man sooner or later, so he figured to take some former advice from his godfather and initiate the conversation, allowing him to have some control over what would happen. Unfortunately, with hearing those words, his plan had fallen apart. "Ah, hello Harry. My name is Albus Dumbledore. How are you doing today?" Harry just looked at the elderly man who just introduced himself before looking to Remus Lupin, who had just stated that he was going to have Harry live with him. Even though he was just asked a question, he could not help but remain silent. He started to shake slightly. While he had spoken, albeit only a few words, to Ollivander and the man who sold him his owl, this was much different. He could tell that these were men that he would have to deal with more than just these moments in the ice cream parlor. There was also the fact that Peachy had done most of the talking for him. He knew he would not be able to get away with that now. "It is all right, my boy. Calm down. Here, have a drop." Shakily, he took one of the candies that Sirius swore, on his pride as a marauder, was laced with a calming draft. As he popped it into his mouth, he could see why Sirius thought that. He felt a bit calmer, though only a little. The rest was rectified as the old headmaster insisted on Harry having another. As he regained his senses, and felt a calm that had been missing for most of today, he looked into the worried eyes of Albus Dumbledore. He immediately looked away as he felt the blue eyes search as the Dementor's minds searched, even though he knew that neither would ever be able to get into his head. It had to do with what the Dementors had done to him when he was little. The house elves had explained it to him only 2 years prior. "Perhaps you would like to have a preview of Hogwarts this afternoon, Harry." Harry looked to Peachy, hoping that she would have the answer. He certainly wanted to leave the wizarding marketplace. He could care less about the rest of his school supplies. He just wasn't up for any more. They could make a trip back on another day. On the other hand, while he knew that Sirius trusted the two men, he also knew that they had taken part in a deep betrayal involving his godfather. Because of that, he didn't know if he wanted to place his own trust in them. "Oh, yes sirs, it would be most wonderful. Peachy is believing young master is wanting to leave here. It would be most wonderful if Peachy could also speak with Hogwarts elves about certain matters, sir. It would also be nice for young master to knows where he can find them if it is being all right. Of course, all we need to do is find a fireplace. Young master can travel with me, sir. Young master is still small enough for my magic to be carrying him. Peachy is feeling much more comfortable with this idea, sir. Of course, we shall meet in the Great Hall, then, as it will take Mr. Lupin and I a short while to get there, as the anti-apparition wards are in place." Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. As Albus and Remus walked together towards the castle, Albus could not help but think of how he was not able to get even the slightest glimmer of what was going on in Harry's mind. To be certain, the boy had the most impressive mental shield that he had ever come across. The most mind-boggling thing was that it seemed to be naturally there, something that was completely unheard of for any human being, excepting those with blood or curses from other species, i.e., part Veela or werewolves. There was something else worrisome about Harry Potter, and that was his extreme shyness. While there was something certainly brave about Harry approaching him and Remus, it seemed he had lost that courage when he heard Remus's sarcastic comment. He knew almost certainly that that would fade away after he got to know a few of the students. It was simply obvious that the boy was overwhelmed with everything and everyone around him. Once that faded away, there was no doubt in his mind that everyone would find a delightful and energetic 11-year-old boy. "Peachy, I don't want to be here." Harry broke the silence and his voice echoed through the Great Hall, even being as quiet as he was. "Oh, but Mr. Harry Potter sir, this is being the best way. You is going to be friendly with other human peoples. This way, you wills be knowing some wizards in the castle when you come for classes. Also, we is having an opportunity to meet other house elves that live and work here. Peachy is being most certain that they are friendly and would help you out, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. As you not wanting that? Harry bit his lip. I want Sirius. You cannot be having Sirius Black right now. You will write to him when we be getting back to your new house. Then, Sirius Black can write back. Yes. Harry nodded his head mutely. He just felt this day becoming even more terrible with every moment that passed. This morning was wonderful, but sad, with Sirius. Then, he and Peachy went to the new house, where Harry was certain the grand size of it was bound to make him want his godfather anymore. His spirits were slightly lifted when they had purchased his new owl, that he had yet to name, but were shot right back down when he learned of his new wand being a brother to his parents' killer. Now, he was here at Hogwarts, to speak with the headmaster and the man who apparently had plans for Harry to live with him. All he wanted to do was live with Sirius. Still, he took a deep breath and reminded himself to be brave. He wanted to come here, even though he knew that it would be at the sacrifice of Sirius being there for him. He wanted to see where his father and mother and godfather went to school and had adventures and played pranks. It was these thoughts that kept him from begging Peachy to take him right back to Azkaban. There was also the fact that Sirius had done his best to prepare him for his coming here. He had no intentions of his godfather being disappointed in him. Be brave. He had to be. I am glad to see that the two of you made it all right. Harry turned to face the headmaster. The man's blue eyes were twinkling, just as they had in the ice cream parlor. What do you think of Hogwarts so far, Harry? As he said this, he nodded up to the enchanted ceiling. The man was obviously trying to get a response from Harry after not succeeding when they were in Diagon Alley. Harry looked up, noticing for the first time the view of the sky indoors. Briefly, he wondered how he could have missed such a thing until now. It really was grand. A small smile graced his lips. Almost immediately after, though, he looked back at the two men and his smile disappeared and a sad expression replaced it. Both men noticed the changed expression, but neither knew what to do as neither of them knew the boy. The two of them could only wonder about the life that Harry had lived for almost 7 full years now. He was a bit on the small side, at least 4 inches 10 centimeters shorter than the average 11-year-old, and his skin was pale, as though he had spent little to no time outdoors. They also didn't know what to make of the boy's silence. Albus gave a sharp nod. Perhaps we should begin a small tour then. This, of course, is the Great Hall. It is where everyone dines, and in the beginning of the year, are sorted. Do you know about the 4 houses, Harry? Yes. Albus's eyes began to twinkle. He had finally heard the voice, albeit soft, of the young boy. And to which do you suppose you shall belong? Harry looked at the older man. Would Sirius be disappointed if he just shut up completely right now? Yes, he supposed, Sirius would. Sirius valued Gryffindor bravery above so many other traits. It was bravery that had gotten Sirius away from his horrible family and allowed him to become best friends with his, Harry's, dad. How come it was so easy to think and act and pretend to be and be brave with Sirius, and not actually be brave here? No matter. Sirius always did say that bravery was sometimes to do something you were scared of. It was also only bravery if the choice was done wisely instead of for stupid reasons. Sirius also said he was often stupid when he was younger. Speaking up now, he supposed, would be a wise choice. Maybe. Gryffindor. He got 3 smiles in return, even if he wasn't really certain that that was where he would end up. There was nothing horrible about the smiles either. Perhaps the people outside of Azkaban wouldn't do any wrong by him after all. At least, not for saying anything. That did not mean that he trusted either of the 2 men, though. Ah, a good house. Of course, all of them are good, but I find myself partial. I, myself, was a Gryffindor. Remus was as well. Come, we should start our tour of the castle. Harry, Remus, and Peachy all began to follow Albus Dumbledore out of the Great Hall. Despite the feeling of safety that the castle seemed to pour out, Harry still reached out and held onto Peachy's hand. Peachy continued to hold onto the Snowy Owl's cage with her other hand. He didn't dare let go of the only thing familiar to him. Even the air was different, not so oppressive and sorrowful, but still different. Ooh. By the end of the abridged tour of Hogwarts, they had visited where all the first-year classes were taught, the Quidditch pitch, the greenhouses, the headmaster's office location, but didn't actually go inside, and a bit of the dungeons and towers, those that were not house towers. By far, they had avoided at least half of the inside of Hogwarts, but it was a large castle and they were not bound to show the young boy any of the secrets. He would have to discover them on his own, just as many other students had done before them. Now, they were heading to the kitchens. While most students were not privy to their whereabouts, Peachy had made it clear, in a roundabout way, that Harry needed to know where to seek help, and that the young boy would much prefer to seek the help from the house elves. Besides that, Harry was getting very tired of walking all around. He never was able to run or walk around any in Azkaban. Now, he would have to navigate a huge castle almost every day for the next 7 years. For Harry's legs, the whole matter seemed very daunting. During the whole tour, Remus, along with Albus, could not help but notice how Harry opened up to them. He was obviously hesitant and shy, but was pushing past that. The two men tried to get Harry to speak about the past 7 years, asking who he was with, where he was, how he was treated, and anything else that they could think of that was relevant to finding out the mystery revolving around the young boy. Nothing. Harry was nothing if not Slytherin about the whole deal. He effectively bypassed those questions by telling them about how he was taught his maths and how he hated it, or about the many myths and legends of different cultures and their stories that he had fallen in love with. By the time they realized he had evaded their question, they were already seconds too late. They found that Harry would just keep talking about whatever subject came up. Albus and Remus couldn't get in a word edgewise without sounding rude. They simply could not do it and risk Harry not trusting them by doing something that would make him clam up and not speak another word. It was very different from the boy who practically refused to speak at all only an hour ago. Still, whoever had given him his education had been thorough. Harry already knew the basics of arithmancy only the first couple months of lessons, even though he wasn't fond of the subject, and his history lessons far exceeded those taught by Professor Binns, but purely because his teacher had obviously been a wonderful storyteller. Harry also seemed to know a bit of basic magical theory and Latin, though it didn't extend past what a second or third year would learn with their different lessons. He obviously had the education that a high society pure-blooded child would receive, though it highly lacked in the beginnings of potions making and exceeded itself in history and astronomy only the legends that went with the latter subject. It just made the two men wonder further where Harry had been. He was obviously part of the magical world for the past 7 years, but nothing Harry said gave away anything of where he could have possibly been, or who he had been with. When they reached the kitchens, the Hogwarts house elves readily welcomed the headmaster and his friends to sit at the kitchen table and enjoy a bit of food and drink. Peachy immediately requested to speak with the head house elf and went off to the other side of the kitchen to speak with him. This was not before she gave Harry's hand a reassuring squeeze. She was not worried about not being there for him, as the two of them would still be in the same room. Albus Dumbledore cleared his throat lightly to get Harry's full attention back. "Harry, there are certain topics that we must discuss, I'm afraid, that we have been avoiding. You have been missing for close to 7 years now. Obviously, wherever you have been, you have not been harmed, or I doubt that you would be so well educated, or even sitting here in front of me. Am I right? Only the Dursleys ever hurt me. No one else." Harry looked toward Peachy, simply to reassure himself that she was there. He had to remember not to say anything about Sirius, though, because he knew of Sirius's fears of people discovering where Harry had been and giving Sirius the Dementor's key. He did not want to lose Sirius any more than he already had. "Yes, after you disappeared, much was discovered about how you were treated at your relative's house. Suffice to say, you will not be going back there. Nonetheless, I have to ask, Harry, how did you come to leave the Dursleys? Did someone take you away? Did you leave by yourself? I need to know. I left on my own." "How?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. He didn't really know all that much about it. Accidental magic. Albus nodded his head. It was a logical explanation, one that had been overlooked. "Where are you staying now?" Harry bit his lip. He really wished Sirius were right next to him. At my house. Remus was puzzled. Your house. Harry gave a quick nod. Who else lives there? Peachy. And, Harry shook his head and squeezed his eyes shut. He didn't want to cry in front of strangers, even if they had spent some of the day together. No one else. Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Peachy put a hand on her young master's back. Is you being okay? Harry shook his head. I wanna go back. She looked to him worriedly. She knew he was speaking of Azkaban, but she could not allow the two men to find that out. She would have to return with the boy to the house. Harry had obviously put up with far more than he could handle today. Actually, he had far exceeded both hers and Sirius's expectations when he had conversed well with the headmaster and the werewolf, though much of it had been nervous babble. She nodded her head as she realized she had made up her mind. I is going to have to be taking young master back to the house now, sirs. Young master is very much homesick. Wait, Remus stood up as Peachy was pulling Harry out of his seat. We really need to find out about his guardianship. I is already knowing of wizards expecting young master to live with you, sir. She paused, before making up her mind again. She took Remus's hand in her own and projected an image of the house into his mind. She wasn't certain it would work, but it was how house elves showed other house elves locations. Hopefully it would work with this man. She could tell he cared deeply for Harry. Is you getting the image? Remus nodded. You is able to go there. Only you. Peachy will explain more things there after young master is in bed. After her words, she promptly held Harry close and popped away to the house. The small boy burst into tears as soon as Peachy popped right into the boy's room. Today had been the most time he had ever spent away from his godfather in 7 years. It wasn't like the times where the house elves took him into the Azkaban kitchens to hide him from the human guards that made their rounds once every 2 months ever since they discovered Sirius still sane. Harry had gotten used to that. Today was a whole different league. Knowing she had at least 10 minutes before Remus Lupin got past Hogwarts wards and apparated here, she gently made Harry sit on the bed as she methodically began stripping the boy of his shoes and outer robes. She had made an oath to Sirius Black, despite her proper upbringing, that she would treat the child as a child, and that she would not take it wrongly should she come into possession of clothing while caring for Harry. After all, it couldn't be expected for the boy to clean the clothes when he had no access to magic. Unless she was formally presented with clothing, she would do her best not to be offended, just as she had done when she sat with the boy in the ice cream parlor. She allowed the shirt and trousers to stay on so they could function as pajamas, especially as their shopping trip had been cut short and they had not gotten him any more clothing. She pulled back the thick duvet and motioned for Harry to get under. It would do well for him to have a nap before the evening meal. Promptly, she tucked him right in. She took his glasses off for him and placed them on the nightstand. Young master does not need to worry. Tomorrow, we is being writing a letter to Sirius Black, yes. I is going to be getting the letter to Hub and he is getting it to Sirius Black. Sleep now. I is going to be speaking with Remus Lupin very soon. She stayed for a few minutes, simply sitting on the edge of the bed, as Harry moved to lay on his side, eyes closed but still leaking tears. She left as soon as she felt the telltale signs of the wards allowing the older wizard in. Harry remained laying in bed, right between the stiff sheets and duvet. It was yet one more thing to remind him that he was nowhere near his godfather. He longed for the worn blankets and sheets and the lumpy cot where he could lay in Sirius's arms while they slept. He couldn't feel those arms around him, as they had been for 7 years. It made him very restless, but he still felt very tired after walking for most of the day. It made it very difficult to sleep. Why did he ever want to even go to Hogwarts? Sometimes, he figured, dreams should just stay dreams. Especially the ones about Hogwarts. Remus knocked on the door. Moments later, the house elf he knew as Peachy let him in. He could not help but marvel, slightly, at the open space of the house, or its meticulous neatness. Where's Harry? In bed, sir. Remus gave a small nod and followed the house elf to a couch, where he sat down. She brought over a small wooden chair, at the same height of the couch, over and sat on it. Remus marveled, yet again, and the very unconventional elf. He wondered if he would ever again meet another like her. He didn't know of how she was instructed to act as Harry's guardian, thus making her need to be more assertive than the normal elf. You is wanting answers to your questions, sir. Remus shifted in his seat. Yes. Peachy looked him in the eye. Some answers I is not telling. I is not betraying a trust. Young master is not betraying, either. You is not to search for answers from him. Doing so would make the young master very upset. You is having seen that in the kitchens. Do you have another master? Mr. Harry Potter, sir, is my master. I is appointed to care for him. Young master is a child still. He is needing more care than a normal house elf gives. That really didn't answer his question, but he supposed that if the house elf was evading it on purpose, then he would not be gaining the answer anyway. House elves never gave away what they were not allowed. Does anyone but you care for Harry? In past, yes. I is now the only one. Wizards are wanting you to be one too. Yes. Wherever he was, he wasn't supposed to be. I was a friend of his parents. The headmaster thought it would be best if Harry stayed with someone that had that connection rather than a complete stranger. Are you going to allow this? Peachy shook her head. Sometimes humans really did not think. Peachy is not able to prevent this. No house elf is able to prevent this. Wizards make it impossible to do so. She stood up from her chair and made her way into the kitchen, where she could possibly be more comfortable, as almost all house elves felt comfortable in such a place. It was improper to do so, but she was asked to do many improper things in order to care for her young master. Remus followed her without a word. Peachy is bound to Mr. Harry Potter, sir. I is not leaving young master. I is also caring for this house. She began to get out supplies to make the evening meal. Is you wanting to eat supper here, sir? That would be lovely. I wouldn't ask you to abandon Harry, or your duties that you were appointed to. His words weren't quite true. He didn't know Peachy, and if he found her harming Harry in any way, or encouraging him to do things that were not suitable for any decent wizard, then he would get rid of her to protect his cub. From what he had seen, though, he had no problem. He just feared that Harry had been with dark wizards and raised in their ways for so long. He didn't quite think that anymore, after spending part of the day with them, but he wouldn't rule it out quite yet. Still, Harry does need a guardian. I have desired to be that for him since his parents passed on. I do, though, require Harry to want me to be his guardian, because of a condition. If he refuses, though, the ministry is bound to appoint one, and without anyone's consent but the ministry. Harry won't have any say in the matter if that happens. Peachy was worried at these words. As servants, house elves were often overlooked. That meant they were privy to many conversations and business deals without wizards worrying if they overheard something. Peachy knew that many people would want to be the guardian of the boy who lived, and all it would take would be some well-placed bribes in order to sway the guardianship into a less than desirable person's favor. She shuddered at the thought. I is going to make certain that Harry wishes for you if he is not certain. I is not wanting him in wrong hands. A silence reigned between the two as Peachy continued to make supper. Inwardly, Remus smiled. Perhaps his fears were unfounded. Was Harry happy where he was? He sounded it when talking about his schooling, but he allowed himself to trail off, not really knowing what to say. Yes, sir. Young master was very happy, even where he was. Remus startled. Where was he? Peachy's eyes widened at her small slip and purposely placed her hand on the burner, wincing. She lifted it before the heat could cook her flesh. Why you didn't have to do that? Can't you tell me, though? She shook her head negatively and emphatically. Please. It was just a sad place is all, not bad, just sad. Please, sir. Peachy is not saying no more. Remus nodded in acquiescence. Might I go see Harry? Young master is sleeping, sir. I won't wake him. Peachy made certain that the food would not burn before she motioned for Remus to follow her up the stairs. She quietly opened Harry's bedroom door. Peachy is letting you know when the meal is ready. She then left the two wizards to their privacy. As she left, she looked to her hand to see how much damage had been done. It was nothing salve couldn't cure, if the burn got to be too much trouble. Remus made his way over to Harry's bed and knelt down beside it. He could not help but want to take in the sight of the boy that had been missing from his life for nearly 10 years. He desperately wanted to care for the boy. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes, finding Remus right beside him. Hi. Remus grabbed Harry's glasses and made to put them on Harry. Thank you. He sat up. How are you feeling? Harry frowned. My legs hurt. I walked too much. He poked at his knees at the curiosity of never having them feel as they did now. Remus nodded. The Hogwarts tour was a bit long, but he didn't think the boy's legs would hurt. Your house elf's making supper. She's been at it for the past hour or so. Strange really. It doesn't usually take a house elf that long. Harry slowly nodded. She wanted to give him a chance to sleep. House elves often did what was best for their masters if they did not have specific instruction to do otherwise. There was a soft knock on the door and Peachy's head popped from behind the door. Is you ready to eat now, Mr. Harry Potter, sir? Harry nodded again. He moved to get out of bed and Remus got out of the way. As one of his knees gave out from under his weight, Remus caught him and wrapped an arm around his shoulders, supporting him. Harry gave the man a tentative smile, relying on the information from Sirius about Remus being a good person. Remus smiled back. Need me to carry you? Harry shook his head. He had to do his best to not be weak. He did allow Remus to support him, though, as they made their way down the stairs and to the dining room table that really was too big for just two people. The two began eating in silence as they sat across from one another at the end of the table closest to the kitchen. Peachy allowed herself to take the seat at the right side of Harry, but refused to eat until after the two wizards were done and did not require her services. Harry felt it strange to be handling a fork and knife again after only relying on a spoon in Azkaban, but the steak Peachy had cooked was tender and was not difficult to cut through, though his handling of the knife was shaky at best. He looked to Remus's own place setting and noticed that his silverware looked a bit different and off-color from his own. It made him think it was not silver at all, but rather some different metal, perhaps steel. It made him also think that Sirius had the house elves prepare for the eventuality of a werewolf being welcomed into the house, and thus having prepared for such a thing. Maybe Sirius wanted him to know Remus. He felt saddened once again at his thoughts and thinking of how far away Sirius was. Harry, there's something that we must talk about and it may not be pleasant for you. Peachy gave Remus a sharp look, letting him know that he should tread carefully. She really was an odd elf, though he finally realized that she obviously took on the role as protector and guardian, and that probably accounted for a lot. Harry looked to Remus, not certain of anything. I've been asked to be your guardian, Harry, and take care of you. I need your permission, though. He stopped to try and judge how Harry was taking it, but all he could see was a nervous face and Harry biting his lip, and that didn't really tell him much. You see, I'm a werewolf. The reaction he had been expecting never came. He knew Harry had been in the wizarding world, based on what he knew, but surely Harry knew something about werewolves, or perhaps he did know and simply didn't have a problem with it. Do you know about werewolves? Harry nodded his head sharply and shoveled in a few bites of food so he didn't have to talk. Remus gave a shaky smile. How much do you know? Why, you're allergic to silver. Remus nodded his head, motioning for him to go on. You turn into a wolf on the full moon. The wolf is violent and you don't remember who you are. He finished the last bit in a whisper. Yes, I suppose that's the most important bit. Harry, the thing is, if I don't get custody of you, then someone else will. Do you understand? Who? Remus looked intently at Harry. That's what we don't know. It could be anyone, though it is likely going to be a complete stranger. Harry, I was asked first because I knew your parents. I knew you when you were very young. I had tried very hard to get you to live with me when you were still at the Dursleys, but then you disappeared. For the moment, Harry pushed out the last half of what Remus said. He really didn't want to think about the Dursleys, even if he couldn't remember them very well. I don't want to go with a stranger, but you're a stranger too. There was a wry smile on Remus's face. Not as much as another would be, I should hope. No. Would you allow me then, to become your guardian? Hesitantly, Harry nodded. Would I still live here? Remus sat back in his seat. His house was much more equipped to put up with a werewolf, especially the cellar, but it could possibly be best to live here and only venture to his own home to deal with transformations. Which would you prefer, Harry? Or would you like to see my house first? I is thinking Mr. Harry Potter sir and Remus Lupin should be living here, where there are many protections. Peachy looked between Harry and Remus as she spoke. It was true. There were many protections. Much of them were based off of house elf and goblin magic. It had taken a lot of convincing to gain a goblin's help, but it was nothing a little gold wasn't able to cure, and the Black Fortune had a lot of it. Remus had only gained access because he had been invited by Peachy. Remus was startled at Peachy's sudden statement and immediately wondered what protections were on the house. That'll be fine. Is that all right with you, Harry? Harry nodded. He looked relieved. By the way, Harry looked back to Remus, happy birthday. Sirius looked up from where he laid on his cot to see Topsy pop into his cell. It was only slightly odd because it wasn't meal time and she hadn't randomly come to the cell as she had when Harry was here. Harry had left 5 days ago and so he was completely miserable. That didn't even include how the Dementors made him feel about everything. Topsy seemed happy, though, as she was grinning. Mr. Harry Potter sir has written, Sirius Black. Sirius immediately sat up and held out his hand for the small bundle that he just noticed the elf holding. Topsy immediately handed it over as she, too, was interested in it, even if she would never insult Harry Potter by opening something that he gave to another. What Sirius noticed first was the black bag. It was just like Harry's blue one that Topsy and Mildy had given the boy on his 5th birthday. Attached to the bag was a letter. He immediately tore open the envelope and opened the letter. Dear Sirius, I miss you so much. I'm sorry I didn't write sooner, but I forgot to get parchment on my birthday. Too much happened. I really want to see you again, but Peachy says I can't right now. She is helping me write this letter. I never had to write a letter before. You know that, so I suppose it was stupid to say. Peachy says it's not. I got my wand, but Ollivander said it was the brother wand to Voldemort's. Can you tell me what that means? It's kinda scary to think about. I met Remus and Professor Dumbledore after I got my wand. They're nice and all, but they talk to me like they keep thinking I should tell them I've been with you, but they don't know about you. Remus is moving in with me in a couple of days. He and Peachy told me I'm not allowed to have a house elf for a guardian, so now Remus is. I wish it was you. The house makes me miss you so much. It's so big and my bed has sheets that are stiff and my room is almost 3 times bigger than our cell. It's so hard to sleep in there because of it. I got an owl, just like you told me to. I named her Hedwig. I found the name in my new history book. The book is very boring, though. It's not like my others, or like your stories. She's a snowy owl. She had a brother, but he only liked to preen himself. Remus and Professor Dumbledore took me to see the castle after I got ice cream. I almost didn't want to go with them, but I really wanted to leave the alley. The castle's huge. I keep thinking that I don't want to go there anymore, now. There are so many people and you're not here. I already told you that Remus and Professor Dumbledore want answers, but they don't ask the questions anymore. When I go, I bet I'm gonna be asked by everybody. Half the time I was in Diagon Alley, I didn't know what I was supposed to do. What if I mess up at Hogwarts? Peachy had to go back to Diagon Alley to buy the rest of my supplies. I didn't want to go back with her. I didn't like how all the people were crowded together and all around me. She was the one who got you the parchment and quills. She also got a bag like mine for you so that you can put all my letters in it. Well, I suppose you already saw the bag. I put some drawings in there. One is of Hedwig, so you can see what she looks like, and another is of the house. I figure you might want to know what they look like. Peachy has been making me walk around the orchard twice a day, because my legs hurt after my tour of Hogwarts. She says it's because I'm not used to the exercise. I like to go outside, and I'm probably gonna draw a lot out there. There isn't a lot to do. That means I'll send you more pictures. If I could, I'd become a bird animagus and fly. The sky is just begging me. Do you think that someday, you can maybe teach me to be one? You said you would when I was older. Sorry, I know I'm not allowed to be with you anymore, but you did promise. I'm sorry I didn't write to you sooner, but I was too upset. I love you a lot and I miss you a lot. Love, Harry. Sirius smiled at what he read, simply because he heard from Harry. He noticed that Topsy was practically dancing in her spot with curiosity. Despite his wanting to keep the letter to himself, he handed it over to her to read, knowing that if it weren't for the house elves, he wouldn't even be able to get letters. As he took the bag and opened it, he pondered over some of the more serious aspects of the letter. Harry had met Remus. He had wondered if Harry would. He was glad that his old friend would be the one to take care of Harry, especially as he knew Remus would do right by his godson. The one thing he did worry about was that Remus was always curious. He could also be sneaky and subtle when searching for answers. He had learned the trait during their time as marauders. Sirius hoped that Harry wouldn't get hurt in Remus's search for answers. Another thing he was happy about was that Harry's letter said nothing about the wizards in Diagon Alley finding out who he was. That meant that Peachy had done just what he had asked and helped to keep Harry's head down and scar-covered. He did feel bad about Harry's legs hurting, but it was something that couldn't really be helped, and he hadn't thought about there being a need for any exercise while Harry was here. There was no space, really. It sounded as though Harry was just as miserable as he was, though Harry did have Peachy to cheer him up, and he didn't have the Dementors, either. Searching through the black bag Harry sent him, he found parchment and quills that Harry sent, but not before he found Harry's pictures and stared at them wistfully. He immediately got started on a letter to his godson, purposely avoiding writing anything about his misery. It would only upset Harry. Oh. Harry was nervous. Today was the day that Remus Lupin was moving in with him. Despite the man having visited every day for the past week, except the day after the full moon, he really did not feel all that much closer to Remus. It did not help that Harry had never been able to try and make friends, or get to know others, since he had gotten to know Sirius when he was 4. But he had help then. He had felt a piece of his mother inside him during those first few days in Azkaban. That piece of her had helped him to know that he could trust Sirius, that Sirius was a good person. Now, do you trust Sirius or not? Harry took in a deep breath. He had told himself before, and he resolved to do so now, that Sirius's words of advice were the best to follow. Remus Lupin was one of the best people anyone could ask for as their friend. Harry jumped in his seat when the flow, which was only keyed into Remus, flamed up in green. He could do this, right? Oh. Remus had watched Harry being skittish all day. He supposed that the change from his just visiting to finally moving in was the reason for such a change. For the whole past week, Harry had been quiet, but he had not been afraid or skittish. He could only assume that Harry did not respond to change very well. Or perhaps, Harry only did well with it when he was the one controlling the change. He walked to the bathroom where Harry was getting ready for bed. Harry had been in there for nearly 20 minutes. Was he bathing? Harry hadn't said that he would be. He tapped lightly on the door. Harry. The door swung open to reveal Harry still in his clothes, but foamy shampoo covering his head. Harry looked to him questioningly. Remus peered into the moderately sized bathroom and saw no signs of a bath having been drawn, and he would have heard a shower. He tweaked at a strand of Harry's soapy hair for a moment and gave the boy a curious smile. Where are you getting this washed? The sink. The sink. Why not the tub or the shower? Harry shrugged. Remus nodded absently. He knew that Harry had small quirks that he just could not explain without knowing where Harry had been. He looked to the sink that Harry had to be using and noticed that it was a little too high and the water spout was not conducive to getting the job Harry wanted done efficiently. Still, he felt it best to leave Harry to it. Well, call for me if you have problems. Peachy can help me if I need it. I suppose she could. Still, I am here. He turned out of the doorway and closed the door behind him. He took in a deep breath. Why had he thought this was going to be easy? Oh. 5 days into Remus's stay in his new home found him deciding that he needed to set up some rules for Harry, though hardly many. Peachy was very good about making sure that both he and Harry ate well and that Harry got outside for exercise. Harry was a good kid all around. He didn't throw tantrums, he brushed his teeth and got himself cleaned up, and he needed no prompting to pick up a book. What he did have a problem with was going to bed. He never went to bed at any certain hour, or even went to bed. Remus always had to carry him up to his room after he fell asleep elsewhere from nothing but exhaustion. Remus simply had not said anything before now because he wanted Harry to get used to his presence. It was time to play the role he was given now, as Harry's new guardian. Harry looked up from where he was curled up in a comfy chair near all the books. He was reading a worn story book. Remus hastily took a seat in a chair similar to the one Harry was in right now. He leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and his hands clutched together. He gave a shaky smile, as he was so prone to doing recently. He could do this. He took in another deep breath. We need to talk about a bedtime. Remus supposed it was good that Harry did not look ready to throw a tantrum or get angry. He was looking wary, though, if not a little confused. He nodded his head absently. Right, you do know what a bedtime is. It's when you go to bed, Harry said slowly. He was not stupid like Remus's question could imply. When is your usual bedtime, Harry? What time? Harry looked at him funnily. Whenever I'm tired. See, I'm put to bed. Remus held himself back to prevent himself from jumping to a new topic. Harry was about to give him a name. He could not think of that now, though. He could pursue that later, when he came up with a game plan. What time is that? Harry shrugged. It's whenever I'm tired. Remus was beginning to not like circles. Soon it would progress to hate if he did nothing. Why I'm asking, Harry, is because, well, you never go to bed. I always take you up after you've fallen asleep. How come you don't go when you are tired? Remus watched as Harry's eyes seemed to glaze over. His charge was even biting his lower lip, something Remus knew happened when Harry was either sad or worried. Harry was likely sad right now. Whenever I'm tired. See, I'm put to bed. Things became a little clearer for Remus suddenly and found a wave of guilt wash over him for never realizing that Harry was affected in other ways, besides being sad, by having left wherever he had been before. What would help, Harry? Harry shrugged. What do you want me to do? Harry looked away. 5 hours later, at 10 in the evening, Remus carried a tired Harry up the stairs. His charge was not yet asleep, but he was close. Remus determined that he would have to get Harry into bed earlier tomorrow night. He set Harry on the bed and pulled out some pajamas, allowing Harry to put them on himself. He watched as Harry hesitated before crawling under the crisp covers. Harry was still sitting up, despite how tired he was. Can you have your magic make them softer, Moony? I don't like them, Harry whispered with half-closed eyelids. Realizing what Harry wanted, Remus muttered a charm in between the sheets and did it again at the bedspread and pillows. He was rewarded with a sleepy smile and Harry leaned back and sank into the bed, closing his eyes all the way. Lovingly, he brushed Harry's hair once with his fingers before leaning over and keying Harry's forehead briefly when he remembered that this was James and Lily's infant son, who wasn't quite an infant anymore. He watched as Harry whimpered after he drew away and the physical contact ceased. It was only when he was out the door and getting ready for bed, himself, that he recalled what Harry had called him. Moony. Where on earth had Harry heard that name from? Harry had fallen asleep outside again, right in the orchard as he sat under an apple tree. Remus had been here for 3 weeks with the boy, and he was already finding this an everyday occurrence. He noticed Harry's drawing book had slipped from his hands and he started to leaf through it backwards. There were a great many pictures of the house and grounds. Before he realized it, though, the book was snatched from his hands and he was met with a fierce glare from Harry. Apparently he hadn't been as asleep as Remus had thought. Through his surprise, he vaguely realized this was the first time Harry wasn't acting shy around him. Those are beautiful pictures, Harry. Do you draw all the time? It was a stupid question. Remus saw Harry drawing all the time. Harry clutched the book closer to his chest. These are. Harry tried to search for the right word, private. I didn't know. I'm sorry. They are still beautiful, though. You should hang some around the house. Harry thought about the pictures he had in his book. Ones of Sirius, Topsy, and Mildy were in the book. There were ones of the screaming prisoners and the cracked chamber pot and sink. There were ones of the outside of Azkaban, when he had ventured out there to wait for his letter, and ones of the kitchens in the prison. There were also the ones that he had drawn of Dementors and ones of his parents. The ones of his parents were most special to him. There was no way that he could allow his pictures to hang in the house. What if they got destroyed? As for his newest ones, why would they want the pictures of the house and gardens when they had the real thing right around them? Harry didn't think it made much sense. He shook his head, letting Remus know that would not be happening. Remus nodded while he looked away. It was awkward for him whenever he spoke to Harry. The boy simply didn't seem too interested in conversation. On occasion, he would see Harry pour his attention over what looked to be letters, though he could not even gain a glimmer of who they came from. Oh, he knew they had to be from whoever had been taking care of Harry for the past 7 years, but that didn't answer any of his questions. He had even tried to discreetly look for the letters to find out more, but he found nothing. It was especially difficult after Peachy had caught him in the act and had glared at him so fiercely that he found himself almost afraid of the house elf's wrath. What seemed to frustrate him most was that he got no more clues from Harry about who his former guardian was. All he knew was that it began with C, but even that did not help. Was it a man? Was it a woman? Was the person who put him to bed even human? It may have been a house elf for all he knew. He also came no closer to figuring out how Harry knew his nickname from over a decade ago. Remus had gotten the impression that Harry knew more about him, Remus, than he should have had Remus simply been a stranger. Who could have told him? There were 3 people that Remus knew that had their name begin with an S, and knew his nickname was Moony. The first was Samantha Ackerley, a Gryffindor from his year, Sidney Hughes, his second cousin with whom he had been temporarily close to when he was younger, and Sirius Black, whose name told everything about him. He discounted Samantha immediately. Her name did not match the syllable following the first letter. He also discounted Sirius Black. The man was locked away in Azkaban and there was no possible way for him to have raised Harry without Harry having been in the prison with him. An impossibility, considering that house elves and Aurors alike would have immediately taken Harry out of that dangerous situation. He determined that he would have to speak with Sidney once Harry was attending Hogwarts, perhaps tomorrow. Speaking of Hogwarts, why don't we get you back inside? Tomorrow, you make your trip to Hogwarts. Won't that be fun? Inwardly, he grimaced at the words. He could tell that Harry was not looking forward to it. The whole time he had been here, he could tell that Harry dreaded being around many people. He was also quite homesick. Harry warily looked up to Remus when the older man mentioned Hogwarts. This was the reason why he had left Azkaban, wasn't it? Only a few short months ago, he had dreamed of this, hadn't he? When did he determine that dreams of Hogwarts should stay dreams, again? That was much more recent, right? He gave the man a wary smile. Yeah, fun. /////. Remus stayed close to Harry as they made their way through King's Cross Station. They had to push their way through, and it did not help that Harry felt claustrophobic around so many people. At least they did not have to worry about his trunk, especially as Peachy had purchased one that shrunk at a password. Hedwig had flown ahead, saving them the trouble of carrying anything. Nonetheless, there had been far less people crowding in at Diagon Alley. Finally, they got to the barrier between the Muggle world and platform 9 3/4. All right, Harry, I find it easiest to take it at a run. Why don't you go first? Harry shook his head in a vigorous negative. Who in their right minds thought that people could walk straight through walls? It was absurd. Sirius said it was possible to do so here, but why couldn't someone go before him, to prove it? Actually seeing magic work was still a little new to him. He knew the house elves' magic and he saw Sirius's wandless summoning and animagus forms, but that was all. Even Remus did not perform a lot, and when he did, it certainly did not make people able to do miraculous feats. Maybe taking a run is a bad idea. Come on. Remus pushed Harry toward the barrier until they were in reaching distance. Go on and touch it, Harry. Okay. This was easy. There was no hesitancy for Harry to do this, and he found his hand sliding through the barrier as though it were made of water. Without even glancing at Remus, he took a step forward and slid through the barrier. See, he wasn't afraid of a little magic. He just needed proof that walking through walls was not some old marauder's joke. Moments later, Remus came through as well. The werewolf gave him a smile. Let's go find you a compartment. They found this relatively easy, especially as they had come half an hour early. They found one near the back, especially as there were better chances that Harry would not be so flooded with people while everyone searched the front for seats first. Remus knelt before the seated Harry and brushed some of the boy's fringe out of his eyes. "Harry, I know that the past month hasn't found us getting close all that much, but I have truly enjoyed having your company, even if awkward." "Me too." Harry gave Remus a small smile. Despite how Harry slightly resented that the man was not serious only a small amount, Remus did have a calming presence. When he was not subtly searching for answers. He had even learned a bit more about his parents from the man, things that Sirius had not told him. Even when Remus suffered under the nearness to the full moon, before he retreated to his own home for his transformation, he was still pleasant. Impulsively, Harry threw himself into the man's arms to hug him. He relished in the touch, not having hugged someone like this for a whole month. He had missed the sensation. Remus responded wholeheartedly. "My cub," he whispered, and hugged Harry all the more. After a short while, he pulled back a little, but still didn't let go. "I'll miss you. You must write me." Harry nodded vigorously. Now that he was leaving the man, he found himself wishing he was not going to leave him. It might have only been a month, one where they had not often talked, but he found himself attached to the reserved werewolf. He didn't really know why. Remus finally let go of his charge and sat back on his haunches. "You can also come home for Christmas break, yes?" "Yes." Harry paused for a moment and looked hesitantly to his guardian. He found himself not wanting to spend a long while between seeing the man. It was already so hard to do it with Sirius. "What is it, Harry? Will you visit sooner than that?" He was at a loss as to how to express his desires. Remus cupped Harry's cheek with his hand. "I'll speak with the headmaster about visiting on the weekends. How does that sound?" Harry grinned. Outside the compartment, the two of them were able to hear the commotion of others making their way to the back compartments. Remus sighed heavily. "I suppose that's my cue to leave. Have a good semester, Harry. I'll talk with the headmaster soon." He gave Harry another hug, not being able to resist now that Harry had initiated the first one only a short while ago. "I'll miss you." "I'll miss you, too." Reluctantly, Remus stood up. He slid the door open and stood in the doorway. "I'll see you soon, Harry." With that, the door slid shut again and Harry found himself alone. Harry brought his knees up to his chest at the daunting thought. He was alone, for the first time in years. Even at the house he had never been alone. Peachy had always been a short distance away. Now, the door of the compartment slid open and a red-headed boy of 11 came in. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing to the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." Harry shook his head and the boy sat down. The boy looked at Harry's huddled form and stared for a moment before grinning sheepishly at having done so. "My name's Ron. You, Harry." At that, he gave the boy a hesitant smile. He had never known anyone his own age, except for the cousin that he had lived with when he was little. "Why, you aren't Harry Potter, are you?" Ron blurted out. "Do you have the scar?" he asked prematurely. Harry nodded. Ron stared a bit more before remembering his manners and looked away. Silence followed for a short while. "Do you know of Quidditch?" Harry asked once he found himself a little more comfortable in Ron's presence and wanting to break the awkward silence. He found that he didn't really like the silence between the two of them. "Do I? Why, it's the best sport in the world." For the next couple hours, the two of them spoke of the sport. Harry confided in Ron that he had never seen anyone play, nor had he been on a broom, but he wanted to learn all about it. That had led to questions about where he had been for so many years, but Harry told Ron that he would rather not talk about it. Their conversation had been interrupted only when the trolley came along. Harry purchased a few chocolate frogs with the few sickles that Remus had provided, but enlarged his trunk to pull out the basket of food that Peachy had insisted on packing for Harry. Harry gladly shared with Ron, especially as Peachy had packed far too much food. In opening his first chocolate frog, he found Albus Dumbledore staring back at him. He read the small paragraph that gave a miniature biography and then put the card away. He wondered what tenpin bowling was. Sirius had never mentioned it. As the time progressed, A boy named Neville came searching for his toad and a girl named Hermione followed suit for the same reasons. The next time the compartment door slid open, Harry was expecting Neville or Hermione to be inquiring about Trevor the toad again. Instead, he found a pale boy in the entrance, with two burly boys behind him. "Is it true?" he said. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." He looked to Harry. Yes, he was still looking to the other two boys. They reminded him of Dudley, which wasn't at all good. "Oh, this is Crabbe and this is Goyle. And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron hid a snigger by giving a slight cough. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." He turned back to Harry. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He held out his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry didn't take it. Page 108 am. Paperback. Instead, Harry only stared at the offered hand. He knew from his godfather that Malfoys were not a sort to mess with, to use the boy's own words. Sometimes, they were more trouble than they were worth, and that was a whole lot. "I'm the wrong sort, Malfoy," he said quietly, knowing it was true. He knew that Draco Malfoy would not want the trouble of consorting with the godson of Sirius Black. The house elves that resided within Azkaban agreed on one thing with the man, and that was that Harry's safety and well-being was more important than anything. With the trouble that Malfoy could cause, he would not want the revenge of an Azkaban prisoner and house elves to be in the way. Harry saw that his hand was still out, though he did not know why. He found his eyes narrowing. Did the boy not understand that he was being refused? His insides went cold at the thought of the blonde continuing to pursue this. He really did not want trouble. Draco Malfoy did not comprehend Harry Potter's words, but he found himself shivering in an unknown breeze as Harry stared at his proffered hand. His insides went cold with it and his stomach clenched. He immediately withdrew. "Come on, Crabbe, Goyle. He's not worth our friendship." He gave the Weasley and Potter one last glare before shutting the compartment door. Harry and Ron found the rest of the train ride to be relatively peaceful and Harry inquired about Ron's family. Ron, who was immensely happy that he had gained a friend that would refuse a Malfoy, launched wholeheartedly in the conversation. Later, the two of them and the rest of the first years stood staring at the doors of the Great Hall. They were all waiting for the doors to open so they could go and be sorted. They were all worried about how the sorting was to go about. Was it true, what Fred and George Weasley had said, about them having to fight off a troll? Harry's stomach clenched as the doors opened and they all walked in. He started to get that claustrophobic feeling again. What if they found him not good enough to be in any of the houses? What would happen then? He looked to the front of the room, where all the professors were seated. In front of them was an old and worn wizard's hat, seated on a stool. Professor McGonagall, the woman who had been the one in charge of giving the first speech to the first years about the houses they were about to be sorted into, had them all form a line to enter the Great Hall. It was just as Harry remembered it being only a few weeks ago, only the enchanted ceiling was now showing the night sky, rather than the one of a day sky. The 4 house tables were filled with older students and the table at the very front of the hall was lined with a dozen or more professors. Headmaster Dumbledore was seated in the center of them all. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." It was Hermione who whispered this. Harry had heard about the book. He had even asked Sirius if he could have a copy when his godfather had first mentioned it, 2 years ago. Sirius said that he had read the book and, while it contained useful information, it was actually quite dull. Instead, Sirius promised him that on his first Christmas after entering Hogwarts, Harry could have Hogwarts, a history, everything that they tried to write out of history, and then some, by Sirius Black. Sirius said he would get one of the house elves to retrieve it somehow. It wasn't actually a published book, but it had been something that Sirius had started on his first Christmas halls at Hogwarts when there had been no one else around, not even his friends. Sirius had talked to the ghosts and portraits, learning all the grisly details and gossip that an uptight historian would never write into a book. Sirius would then write them down and insert the pages he wrote into the appropriate place in the stuffy original version. According to Sirius, it was almost finished, too. It had taken him 7 years to reach the point that he had gotten to, but then he had been forced to stop when he graduated. No one else even knew about Sirius's project. Not even Harry's dad had known. In safe hands though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. The hall burst into applause, and Harry realized he had missed the majority of what this hat had said. Harry had not paid attention. He had been too busy reminiscing on Sirius and his book. So we've just got to try on the hat. Ron whispered. Can you believe how Fred had gone on about a troll? Harry shook his head, but then he got worried. What exactly did the hat do? Was it supposed to read his memories? His thoughts? Would this hat find out about Azkaban? What would happen then? Abbott, Hannah, Hufflepuff, shouted the hat. The sorting hat continued to sort the students as Professor McGonagall called them off. Granger, Hermione. The girl ran to the stool and immediately jammed the hat onto her head in eager excitement. Gryffindor. Ron groaned. Harry began to get a little more nervous, and a million thoughts ran through his head. What if something went wrong? Could something go wrong? What if he got into Hufflepuff or Slytherin? Would Sirius be disappointed? He really wanted to make his godfather proud. Poddle, Padma. Harry could feel the knots forming, and then he realized that his name would be called and then everyone would be staring at him. It would be so much worse for him, too. No one else was famous. Sirius warned him that people could be like that, maybe. Harry hadn't experienced it yet, but if Draco Malfoy wanted to be friends with him, even when Potters and Malfoys never got along, then what would the other students be like? Potter, Harry. He stepped forward, and then heard all the whispers break out. The walls suddenly felt as though they were closing in, again. Everyone seemed to be whispering nothing but his name. He felt a hand on his back, giving him a little push. He turned around and saw that it was Ron. His new friend motioned for him to keep going. He closed his eyes for a brief second and pictured all the whispers as the insane prisoners back in Azkaban. He took in a deep breath and walked forward. This was easy. It was just a few more steps. The hat dropped over his eyes and he felt grateful for being encompassed in the black inside the hat. He waited. And waited. Then, there was a whisper in his ear. Are you able to hear me now? It sounded like a small voice whispering into his ear, but he knew better. It was a voice whispering into his mind. Out loud, Harry whispered, yes. I cannot see your mind, child. I cannot place you without knowing what is best. You must lower your shields. Harry bit his lip. I don't know how. Will it? It is a matter of you wanting me to see. Just will it? I don't want anyone to know. Mr. Potter, I do not reveal secrets of students to any others. Should you not lower your shields, I will not be able to place you properly. Never have I not done my duty that I was assigned by the founders. Harry found himself trying hard to lower his shields. He trusted the hat at its word, yet he could not explain why, had anyone asked. He tried willing the hat to see what was in his mind. A tear leaked through his lashes when he could hear the hat continuing to ask him to try. Did the hat not realize that he was trying his very hardest? It's not my shield, Harry screamed. He was unaware at the shock that consumed everyone in the Great Hall at his outburst. The onlookers had never seen or heard anyone burst out in anger at the hat, let alone about shields. While it was not the students that were either wondering or concerned about the latter matter, the teachers were. Why would Harry Potter have shields other than his own? For surely, the hat would only speak about shields around the mind. Hush, child, hush. I do not mean to push. That is never my intent. Perhaps we could have a nice talk instead. It would take a while, though, and others are waiting. We could speak after everyone else is sorted. No, please, no, just sort me now, please, anywhere. He was back to mumbling and whispering answers, so quietly that not even Professor McGonagall could hear, and she was standing right near him. Are you smart? Harry startled. Of course he was. Sirius always told him so. But what if he really wasn't? What if everyone else was smarter? Could Sirius be wrong? He didn't want to give the wrong reply. Hesitantly, he answered. My godfather thinks I am. I suppose the boy's partial too. Are you loyal? To friends? To family? To your beliefs? Are you hardworking? Was he? To friends and family? To Sirius? He would always protect and stay loyal to his godfather, and even the elves. And yes, he supposed he was hardworking as well, when given the chance. Harry nodded, but remained modest. Some. And what about bravery and courage? Do they belong in your heart? I came here, didn't I? You did not wish to. I want Sirius to be proud of me. Bravery. He said bravery saved his life. I wanted to come to Hogwarts, but I don't so much anymore. I don't know anything. It's scary. I just wanted to turn around and go back. You still haven't. And you don't think you're brave. Sometimes bravery comes in doing something that is difficult to do. Bravery is not always in noble deeds. It can sometimes be in taking the more difficult path. Harry slumped in his seat and didn't answer. Harry didn't know what to say to that. Sirius had once said something similar, but in more grandiose words. He supposed that he wouldn't get into Gryffindor if he could not say yes to being brave. But wasn't he? If the Sorting Hat was right, wasn't he at least a little brave? This Sirius, have I sorted him before? Harry nodded. The Hat continued. What is his surname? B. Black. What of cunning? Do you find yourself cunning at all? Are you sly? Do you always strive for what you want? Do you desire greatness? Harry gulped. He thought the Hat would ask more about Sirius, but it didn't. Harry thought it over. Was he any of those? Sure, he managed for no one to find out about Azkaban so far, but did that make him any of those things? Did wanting to make Sirius proud mean that he wished to strive for greatness? Yes. No. Perhaps I will regret this, and perhaps not. I do hope this is the place for you. I know it is what you think you desire, though. I wish I could say for certain, but Gryffindor. Harry slid off the stool and walked to his new house with a little grin. Nonetheless, he could not help but wonder why the Hat thought him brave. He really wasn't, except in coming here. He wondered if the Hat just knew that he wanted Gryffindor. He slid into his seat. It didn't matter to him, really. He managed to get sorted, and into his dad's and godfather's house to boot. Through all of his relief, he barely paid attention to the hollers of his new house and their cheering, nor did he take much notice of those who shook his hand. When he was settled into his seat, he started to watch those remaining in the wait to be sorted. He crossed his fingers when Ron got up to the stool. One thing that could make this even better would be to have his new friend join his house. Gryffindor. Watching others clap around him, he followed suit and smiled widely. Ron collapsed into the chair beside him. Harry found himself the happiest he had been in over a month, something he had not thought possible. The feast began with a nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, from the headmaster, and Harry could not remember ever seeing so much food. After listening to Ron speak to a ghost called Nearly Headless Nick, and hear everyone speak of their ancestry and blood, he found himself getting tired and looking to the high table for any hint of the feast ending. It happened very suddenly, when Harry was watching a professor with a purple turban speak with a professor with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. The hooked-nosed teacher looked past Quirrell's turban straight into Harry's eyes. Harry gave a shiver. Not only that, but he could feel a presence press onto his shields, and his head began to feel a little warm and it seemed to want to prickle. Nothing had ever done that before. Harry looked away, uncomfortable, and then he felt nothing. The presence had gone as quickly as it had come. Harry wondered what it could all mean. Even the Dementors, who gave him the shield, never did that. Later that night, when all of them had been led up to the dormitories and got ready for bed, Harry settled down into his blankets and propped up with his pillows. He began to word a letter to Sirius. September 1st, 1991. Dear Sirius, guess what? I got into Gryffindor. The Hat couldn't sort me proper, because of the Dementor's shield, but it asked me some questions instead. I accidentally told it about you, but it said that everything would stay a secret, and no one heard me, either. It wasn't sure this was the right house for me, but I couldn't do anything with the shields. Know what else? I made a friend. His name's Ron Weasley. He introduced me to his pet rat, Scabbers, when we got to the dorms. We talked about Quidditch and his family. Draco Malfoy decided he wanted to be my friend, but I remember what you said about the family. He didn't seem too nice anyway. He insulted Ron and his family. At the feast, something weird happened. There was something pushing on my shields. It was happening when I was looking at one of the professors. I don't know his name. Do you? Could Peachy take me to visit you in Azkaban, maybe? I really want to see you. I miss you too much. Love, Harry. Sirs, is something wrong? Peachy examined the lichen in front of her, now slumped into the couch. She knew he had gone to see a friend of his, or cousin, she couldn't remember which, named Sydney Hughes. Remus looked to the house elf, a sort of worn look etched into his face. He had learned nothing from his cousin. He should have known better than to get his hopes up like he had. Can you not tell me anything? Peachy knew exactly what he was asking for, and her expression formed a firmness that said she was very serious and that her words were not going to change any time in the future. Remus Lupin, sir, is asking for things that will not be answered. He should be knowing better. I is having given word to my's master. House elf's word is bond. Take advise of house elves. Secrets are secret, and is nothing less. I is not making my word less. I is not making secrets into less. Remus nodded resignedly. He would not search for any more answers from this house elf, but that did not mean he would stop searching. He would take all the clues he got and pursue whatever answers they provided. But then again, he looked around the house, remembering all the protections that were around the house. Not even Albus Dumbledore was able to get past them, and he was one of the greatest wizards living. He never questioned it before, but perhaps there were answers laid all around him. What sort of protections are around this house? What prevents others from coming here? Peachy looked to him warily. Why is Remus Lupin, sir, asking? Curiosity is all. It is not wizard magic that protects us. House elf magic helps some. But not all of it is house elf magic, not if only some of it is that. No. Peachy paused. She didn't see what it would hurt to tell him. Goblins never shared their knowledge with wizards. It was only the amount of wealth they were offered that encouraged the bankers to have some of their kind put up some protections. It is goblin magic. The strongest kind. It is being weaved with house elf magic. Remus nodded. He never would have thought goblins could have been part of the equation. How much money would it take for a wizard to hire a goblin to do such a task? A lot. Remus was certain that Harry had been raised by humans, even if the C character was potentially a house elf. The amount of wealth it would take for one to bribe a goblin, and then have enough to spare, meant that whoever had taken care of Harry had to have been quite wealthy. And despite the appearance of old ancestral wealth for many families, for most squandered it until they were left with only the manors and artifacts they inherited. There were only 30 or so that he knew would have that sort of wealth in all of Britain. Harry was most definitely raised by an Englishman as well. Harry's accent told him so. Now all he had to do was narrow down the potential families from that list. September 7, 1991. My most wonderful godson. What do you mean that your potions professor is Severus Snape? He faulted you for not knowing things that he is supposed to be teaching you. Don't trust him, Harry. He's a Death Eater, and Dumbledore must trust him if Snape is there teaching you, but I don't care. You be careful around him. I already told you about all the other professors a while back, except for this Quirrell. I don't know anything about him, Harry. As such, please be careful around him also. I don't think a person so afraid of the things he teaches would even be teaching. Just be careful. On a lighter note, have you discovered any new passages? What about new friends? I already know about Ron. What about anyone else? How are your visits with Remus going? I'm glad that he can be there for you when I am not. You asked me what you should talk about with him in your last letter. Talk about school and your subjects. You could probably play a few games as well, if you find yourself in silence. Just don't push him away. I have a feeling that Remus has been alone for a long while. Always. Sirius. P.S. I'm sorry that I cannot allow you to visit. Not yet at least. We'll see how it looks around the Christmas halls, but don't get your hopes up. P.P.S. I'm sorry that I got on your case about rats and Pettigrew in my last letter. It would be unlikely that a pet would be an animagus in disguise. Just be careful, please. If the rat's missing a toe, Then I'm certain it's him. If it is, then let me know. Harry read over the PPS. Scabbers was, indeed, missing a toe, but he was not going to tell Sirius. Of that he was certain. What good would it do? It would only cause Sirius to worry more, and maybe the Dementors would affect him more, somehow. No, it would simply be best to watch over the rat to make sure nothing bad happened. After all, it had been living as a rat for 10 years now, if what Ron said was true. Watching over it for a few more would not be a bad idea. Harry knew it would possibly help Sirius be freed if he handed over the rat, but there were so many complications with that. What if Pettigrew spun a tale of how He was the victim? Sirius would still be locked away. People would ask questions as to how Harry knew everything, and then they would find out how he had been living with Sirius for 7 years. Then, he would never be able to see Sirius again because Sirius would be given the Dementor's key. He was not going to allow that to happen. No, he would keep this a secret until he knew for certain of a good plan that would work. Sirius will hate him. Harry was not going to risk his father's, Sirius's, life. He was worth that. 3 letters later, September 13, 1991. Dear Sirius. Guess what? I'm on the Quidditch team. Yeah, Malfoy took Neville's, he's a boy in my dorm, remember Al into the air with him, after Madame Hooch took Neville to the hospital wing. I didn't like that too much. I don't know why, but I couldn't just stand there. I went onto my own broom, and I went up to Malfoy to get it. It sort of reminded me of how you had me tell the man across from our cell everything that I thought of him, even though he couldn't understand it. Malfoy was almost like that, only I didn't like how he had taken what didn't belong to him. He is always picking on Neville because Neville's a bit clumsy. It wasn't right, and I didn't want to see Neville's remembrall getting broken. I wouldn't want anything of mine from you to get broken, either. Anyway, I had to make the broom dive to catch it after Malfoy threw it. Professor McGonagall saw me and decided that I should be on the team. Isn't that neat? Honest though, I think I like the flying part more than the idea of playing Quidditch. Oh yeah, I'm going to be a seeker. It felt strange, though. All eyes were on me, again. I don't like the attention. I don't even know why I went up into the air. I'd rather not be on the team, I think, but Professor McGonagall seemed determined. Everyone has stopped staring and pointing now, except when I flew. I am glad about that. I didn't tell you before, but on the second day of school, it was too much. It was like the crowds were pressing in on me and I couldn't do anything about it. Ron thought I was a touch mad, or feeling homesick, but he pulled me away from the crowds and into an empty hallway. After that was rather awkward. I felt like I couldn't breathe and Ron just sat by me, not knowing what to do. It took a while, but it went away after I felt like I could breathe again. We ended up really late for Transfiguration, but we didn't lose points. Ron just said that we got lost. Professor McGonagall just said to get a map. Ron now sticks like glue to my side. I think he worries that it'll happen again, but don't worry, it hasn't. Oh, Malfoy challenged me to a duel at midnight, but he never showed up. I hadn't wanted to accept, but Ron did it for me. Later, he said that it wasn't right for Malfoy to be insulting me, and old families had a responsibility to uphold family honor. Malfoy had been insulting Mom, so was Ron right. Hermione came along with us, trying to stop us, but you always told me to keep my word. Anyway, we almost got caught by Filch, but instead hid with this huge dog with 3 heads. It was in the forbidden corridor that I told you about before. We didn't mean to end up there. Why would the headmaster have it there? It doesn't make sense. I thought Hogwarts was supposed to be safe. Remus finally visited this last weekend. It was awkward, but I'm glad he came. I'm starting to like him more. Love, Harry. Dear Harry, I suppose I should admonish you for flying as you did, but then I'd be a hypocrite. I think it's wonderful and amazing that you get to be Seeker on the Quidditch team. It's hard to imagine that you went and challenged Malfoy to give back Neville's toy, but please remember the dangers of that family. I don't want you to end up hurt. Ron is right in that you cannot allow a slant against family to continue, but an 11-year-old's words cannot harm a family's honor, Harry. If I'm right, and you know I am, Malfoy was going on about how your mother was a Muggleborn and was not worthy or some nonsense like that. That was no attack on family honor. I suppose for an 11-year-old like yourself and Ron, it is. No, usually actions rather than words attack one's family's honor. Remember that. I'm glad Ron was also there for your panic attack, that's probably what it was, and after. I just want to advise you to not worry about anyone else. They don't matter. Their pointing and staring does not matter. They just obviously don't have lives if they need to get involved in yours. Let me know these things sooner, please. I want to be there to help you, even if I'm stuck here. That is what a parent is supposed to do. We're not the enemy, you know. Now, about this three-headed dog. Please be careful, Harry. Dumbledore never would allow something like that in the castle without a reason. He always has a reason. Danger may lurk there. Remember that there are house elves there that are willing to help you. Peachy has reassured me of this. Love, Sirius. 5 letters later, November 1st, 1991. Dear Sirius, the Halloween feast was wonderful. Everything was so good and delicious. I made a new friend. Her name's Hermione. I told you about her. Even Ron is friends with her now. You know what she did. She actually lied to Professor McGonagall for us. Hermione sticks to the rules all the time, and she lied for us. You see, a troll had come along and she was caught in the bathroom with it. She was in there because she was crying about an insult that Ron had said. We couldn't just leave her there. We got there and Ron levitated the club and bashed the troll's head. Then Hermione said that she had gone looking for the troll and we were trying to stop her. Anyway, she's Ron's and my new friend. How are Topsy, Mildy, Hub, and the other house elves doing? Did you like the chocolate that I asked Peachy to get for you? The Dementors aren't too bad, are they? Anyway, I have to go now. I love you. Love, Harry. November 3rd, 1991. Harry, what do you mean you chased after a troll? You're a first year. You're 11 years old. You do not do the job the professors are supposed to do. They protect the students, not you. That is not your job. I did not allow you to go to Hogwarts just so you could chase after trolls and get killed. It was bad enough when Ron fell into the bait and convinced you that you had to accept the duel from Malfoy, come to find out it was a trick. On another note, the house elves are as pleasant as ever. The chocolate was wonderful, and Padfoot is doing the most wonderful job of guarding my mind. Thank you for inquiring. Sincerely, Sirius. The next lines were in a neater script, obviously added a little later. P.S. I'm not mad. I just want you to remember, brave does not mean reckless, Harry. Don't go looking for trouble. I'm proud of you for wanting to save Hermione from the troll. Your father would have done the same. He did do the same, and it had been my fault. Just remember to keep yourself safe as well. I love you. Remus walked down the lengths of one of the many hallways in Azkaban. Over the past few months, it was now November, the mystery as to who could have been Harry's guardian had led him to narrow his possibilities to 15 separate families and a million different scenarios. One of the most difficult things to get past was the fact that the Black family name was on that list. Sirius Black was one of the few remaining members of that family as well. Only a few distant relatives to Remus, former friend, lived. Any number of them could wish to seek revenge for what happened to Sirius or the former Dark Lord. While all of that was fine and dandy, it did not help Remus to remember his former friend, one who could have very well have taken Harry, if his current residence was not the most feared prison on Earth. What Remus hated most about all of this was that he could no longer avoid his problems. A few of these problems included ignoring memories of his old friends, trying to run away from it all, pretending he never had a friend named Sirius Black, or a great plethora more that could be associated to all of these. The reason he could no longer avoid them was all because of Harry. The boy looked so much like James, and he had Lily's eyes. But, for some strange reason, Harry reminded him of Sirius. It wasn't in Harry's nature to play pranks or to seem to forego common sense or rules set into place, like Sirius, but it was something else completely. It was in Harry's mannerisms mostly. The way Harry seemed to brood at times was just one example. The way Harry was able to cover up any darker thoughts with ease was another. The method and the manner were the same. Sirius and Harry would both babble on if they were nervous or covering something up, and you wouldn't catch on until halfway through the conversation. Both scratched their eyebrows when thinking something over. The largest difference was simply that Harry was more conservative while Sirius was outgoing. All of the similarities, though, only encouraged Remus to remember his friend. That was why Remus found himself now standing in front of Sirius Black's cell. His thought processes in thinking about all of this made him blank out most of the trip up to this point. Sirius could hear footsteps walking towards his cell. He did not think much of it, assuming they would simply pass by. What he did do, though, was transform back into his human self, as it would not do for this stranger to catch him in his animagus form. He simply closed his eyes and laid his head back on the mattress. The only way he would have bothered with the person who owned the footsteps would be if it were Fudge, and he knew it was not. The minister was never that silent, nor was he ever alone as this one apparently was. Remus finally reached the cell that held his former friend. He felt as though long minutes passed as he stood there, simply staring at the tattered man in front of him, when in reality it was only a long string of seconds. Remus, said tattered man, stumbled over the name as he sat up and took in the figure standing outside his cell. He had only bothered to look at the person who had entered this hallway of Azkaban after he realized the person had stopped in front of his home of 10 years. Mooney. A growl was emitted from Remus Lupin's throat. Don't you call me that, traitor. Mooney, what are you doing here? Are you mad? You're a werewolf. The Dementors, he finally registered and took in Remus's words. I'm not a TRA. The Dementors are nothing compared to what I'll do to you if you call me, Mooney, again. Only friends. Only friends. His words drifted off. He had no more friends. What was he doing here? Why was he revisiting old ghosts that he had long ago buried? A silence reigned over the two for a time before Sirius laid back on his cot once again, caught in thought over Remus's words that he was not a friend. That he needed to rebuke the fact that he was not a traitor had completely left his mind, for the moment. Why are you here? Remus glared. For whatever reason, he felt that he should be the one asking the questions. Why are you in here? Very similar answers, I would think. What? That I never got a trial. I doubt that is why you're here. Care to try again? Remus was then startled by a scream before he could give a retort to Sirius. Werewolf. Half-blood. Crimes against society. Come to join us now, have you? Remus turned to the insulting voice. Bellatrix Lestrange's head was trying to poke out the bars which imprisoned her. A throated laugh came out of her. What I should love to do, singing now. Love to do, love to do. Silver blood and werewolf knife. What I would, love to do. HM. And back to her insane yells. Howl for me, wolf. Howl. Rather see you howl, woman. Not even human or person, are you? No. One only has to look at the brand found on your arm to see what species you are of. Live with the snakes, you do. This outburst, made by Sirius, had startled Remus just the same as Bellatrix had. The long-haired man had pressed himself against the bars to shout at his female cousin. Bellatrix laughed again. That you, cousin? How is Pettigrew? How is Harry? Her voice lilted at Harry's name. Sirius let out an angry yell and hit the bars with the palms of his hands. With Harry no longer with him, the madness of Azkaban was affecting him as it had so many years ago. He was angry at the mention of a traitor and of his precious godson no longer with him. You know nothing, cousin. Nothing. Where is your mind thanks to your snakes? And then calmer, and where is mine? How often you think your master is right there in front of you? My master is here. He is. How dare you, blood traitor? How dare? It was Sirius's turn to laugh. This always happened. He always won these verbal battles, but only because his cousin's insanity managed to distort her mind enough. He walked backward, satisfied, and sat back on his cot, Bellatrix still going on and on. Remus was temporarily forgotten and Harry was remembered. It sobered the euphoric feeling of winning a verbal spar that had even provoked him to anger. Harry had witnessed several confrontations in the past, 10 or so of them, and even had one of his own. They had begun when Harry was 7 and Lestrange was moved to this corridor, away from her husband. He heard a throat clear and remembered Remus. His old friend had a stern, hardened stare. Bellatrix was still screaming, but was largely ignored. "Tell me what you want, Remus, then leave me be." "Leave you be," Remus choked. He wanted the opposite of that. He didn't know what exactly was shared between the two cousins, but it certainly couldn't be good. It was always said that Sirius Black was to be Voldemort's second. Those words hinted that Lestrange refused to follow anyone but her original master. That couldn't be it, could it? Surely he was jumping to huge miscalculations. But he was obviously missing something, and, in his mind, the conversation sounded far from innocent. It did not surprise Remus, though, that the two cousins still hated one another with a passion. Their hatred for one another went far beyond them being on opposite sides of the war, or even the same side as Sirius in Azkaban proved it to be. "You want me to leave you be. Your presence in my memory won't leave me be. What I want you to stop haunting me. How is Harry, Remus? How is he? How is my godson?" Sirius's voice sounded wilted and worried. He completely ignored Remus's words. Remus couldn't help but just stare at his former friend. He certainly didn't seem to be of a sound mind, though far from insane as others in his position, and yet he knew there was no answer, or anything to say really, to his impossible demands, his vague and multifaceted questions. He felt like sinking to the ground. He didn't know why. Was he just that weary? Did he wish to regain some semblance of friendship with Sirius Black? No. How is Harry? The question vibrated within his mind. He continued to stare. "Harry is none of your concern, Black. My charge is none of your concern." At those words, Sirius's eyes narrowed at his best friend, and then slowly shook his head with a type of authority. That worried Remus. "Harry will always be my concern. Was, is, always will be. You can never change that." He paused. "Tell me again why you are here, and make sense of it this time. And then tell me how Harry is. And maybe, I will be able to give you whatever it is that you came here for." It dawned on Remus just then that perhaps Sirius Black was not as insane as he originally thought, which had been little. He chuckled with a sound of wry contempt, for apparently no reason whatsoever. "I don't know why I'm here. Harry. No, that's wrong. I'm here about Harry. What do you know about him?" Sirius snorted and folded his arms in front of him. He raised an eyebrow as well. Then, a devious look appeared in his eyes. "Harry James Potter is the son of James Arnold Potter and Lily Maina Evans Potter. He was born on July 31st. The year was 1980. He has untidy black hair, just like his father, and emerald green eyes, like his mother. His godfather is myself, of course. His legal guardian is myself, of course. He is your charge, illegally. He is 11 years old right now, and should be attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Is that all, or would you like me to give you a detailed analysis of his first year of life?" Remus acted like Sirius then, and banged his hands against the bars. This act brought Bellatrix into a larger fit, but it was just as largely ignored. "You know what I speak of. You know what I want to know." His voice was loud and reverberated down the long hall. Sirius jumped back in surprise at the uncharacteristic display of emotion from the normally controlled man. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "He knows. No, he couldn't possibly. And yet, what are you talking about?" he asked warily. "Do not play with me, Black. Who is doing your dirty work? Where has Harry been all this time? I know you know. It's written all over your face." He had a strange wide-eyed look of anger and exasperation. It finally dawned on Sirius that Remus truly didn't know what he was afraid Remus thought he knew. He held in the sigh of relief. It certainly would not help any. Instead, he walked back to where Remus was. "What is written, pray tell?" Never mind. Never mind." He started to slowly pace the length of his cell and making gestures with his hands as he spoke. He did this to help control himself just as much as he did it to hide any facial expression that could give him away. "You seem to be under the impression that I would have access to someone to do this work you say I commissioned." He shook his head. "You're smarter than this. Check the visitor's logs. Unless it's changed since I've been an Auror, Every single person had to write down their name and who they were visiting. So go ahead, Remus. Search the records for the past 10 years. You won't find a single person having visited me. You're more than welcome to. He was hoarse now. Now tell me about Harry. I told you what I know. It's your turn to tell me about my godson. What do you know about Harry? Remus thought for a moment and then turned away from Sirius Black and began to walk down the corridor back the way he had come. He refused to give any sort of information to the traitor. He held by the fact that Harry was none of the man's concern. Besides, he never said that he would grant this specific wish of Black's, especially when Black did not offer the same courtesy. Remus, get back here. Why do you forsake me so readily? Why do you choose to side with a Death Eater over me? I have always been loyal to my friendships. Always. Until he betrayed us, I was loyal to him as well. You're not the man you pretend to be, Remus Lupin. Not if you can walk away from me so easily, just as you had done 10 years ago. Remus kept walking away. How dare Black accuse James of having turned his back on his friendships? How dare he accuse Remus of consorting with Death Eaters? He refused to turn back to Black even as the man's shouts of, "Remus," turned to cries. Distantly he thought he heard Bellatrix shout out insults to Sirius Black's choice of friends. He ignored her as well. He had to talk to Albus Dumbledore. He knew the man was doing his own search for where Harry could have been all these years. It was time to compare notes. As he left, he realized he had gained nothing from the trip. Not even a sense of closure. No answers were gained, certainly, but he had been hoping for the visit to stop Sirius from haunting the back of his mind. He knew that that would not stop. He would always have Sirius haunting him. Oh. Hey, Potter. Malfoy approached with a conceited swagger. They were in Hogsmeade, waiting to board the train to go home for the Christmas holidays. Go away, Malfoy, Ron growled. Hermione frowned disapprovingly at Ron's tone. Ron. Her words were cut off. What are you, Weasel? His bodyguard. Is Potter afraid? Suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Lets you do all his fighting for him. He does not, Malfoy. You just irritate me more. Harry's not afraid of you. Harry looked at the blonde. He was often glad that Ron took over these confrontations, but sometimes it got too much. Right now, he just wanted Malfoy to go away. He unconsciously released the cold, just as he had done on the train, and watched as Malfoy got uncomfortable. It puzzled Harry when he got a reaction from just wanting certain people to leave him alone. He didn't know exactly how he did it, only that he had to will it to happen, but he had a feeling it was related to whatever the Dementors had done to him when he had first appeared in Azkaban. Malfoy shuddered, but didn't back down. Is he, then, Potter? How much do you pay him? Always having him protect you. Can't do it for yourself, can you? Well, there was a predatory gleam in the gray eyes as the young boy smirked. He took a step closer. The cold got stronger as he did so, and sound from all around him jumbled behind his mind, making it impossible to concentrate, and he faltered for a moment. I'll take that as a yes. He then swung himself around and walked away. Crabbe and Goyle followed him. I hate Malfoy, stated Ron. Replied Harry noncommittally. Sirius always told him to reserve his hate for someone who truly deserved it, and that he would likely never find such a person if things played in his favor. Draco Malfoy certainly did not deserve his hate. Even Voldemort and Pettigrew didn't have that, so how would Malfoy? Hermione just stomped her foot. Why do you insist on confronting Malfoy all the time, Ronald? It does you no good. I can't believe you keep doing it. It never does anything. Harry interrupted her before she could go on. He liked her, but sometimes she was much too scolding. Sirius was an adult and never scolded as much. Harry was glad that she did so, sometimes, because Ron could get too lazy or confrontational sometimes. She was the perfect kick in the butt, and could get anyone motivated, except for Ron. What are you doing this halls, anyway, Ron? I thought your parents were going off to Romania. Ron groaned. Aunt Gertrude decided she wanted me to visit with her. I wish I could have an excuse to get out of it. I don't even know why she likes me. And she didn't invite any of my other brothers, either. If you were staying at Hogwarts, I might have had an excuse, somehow, but I don't. I mean, the woman's completely vain. She's nice looking for how old she is, but has got the personality to match Snape. She's also filthy rich, but won't give a canute to help out family. Dad got injured once, and St. Mungo's wasn't able to heal him completely because of an anti-magic hex, or something rather, and so he couldn't work. Mum begged her to help out, even as a loan, and she wouldn't budge. Got it in her head, though, that she could use a human hand around her house, rather than a house elf's, and practically forced my mum to loan me out for work. She paid me for it, but not nearly what the work was worth. I gave all the money to Mum. Anyway, she apparently likes me now. Don't know why. She thought everything I did for her wasn't good enough. Why would I have made a good excuse? What? Oh, I dunno, but I bet I could have put some good spin on it, about how you would have been all alone in Gryffindor Tower with no protection from the twins or something. Sounds like she's rather alone, actually, Hermione commented, though still a little miffed about having been cut off earlier. Harry nodded. Ron's Aunt Gertrude didn't sound all that nice at all. Hermione, too, had a logical explanation. From what little he could remember, he thought that she and his Aunt Petunia would get along famously. He wondered if Malfoy would try and bother them on the train, but thought not. He then wondered if he should start to be the one to respond to the blonde boy's jabs rather than Ron, but thought better of it. He may have started to figure out how to deal with everyone around him, but that didn't mean that he wanted to get into fights. It would probably end up in a disaster and loads of secrets would get spilt. He pulled his cloak tighter and smiled at Hermione. The girl's hair and the wind were fighting against one another. He gave her a smile and she returned it. She grinned even larger when he pulled a string out of his pocket, that had been from transfiguration lessons a few days ago, and she used it to tie back her hair. Harry looked to Ron to see that he, too, got a kick out of Hermione's hair. Peachy. Harry ran over to the house elf. Only Hedwig in her cage was being cumbersome, as his trunk was in his pocket. He threw his arms around her. Both house elf and boy twirled around in circles as they embraced. Just as Remus had visited on the occasional weekend, so did Peachy make her way into the Gryffindor boys' dormitory on a rare evening. The Hogwarts house elves were more than willing to help the boy, though he had yet to visit the kitchen more than once. Remus was there with Peachy, and gave a bittersweet smile at the thought that Harry preferred to greet the house elf before greeting him, but figured it was because Harry had not seen the house elf in several months. He had no idea about the visits that Harry had gained from Peachy. He looked around the platform to ease his discomfort. He noticed that quite a few people were taking notice of the friendliness that the boy who lived shared with the lowly, in wizarding standards, house elf, yet none were daring to approach. He noticed Ron, who he had met once before on a weekend visit, with his family. Mrs. Weasley was treating the young redhead in the same manner as Peachy was Harry. Apparently the woman had yet to go off to Romania to be with one of her eldest boys. "And how is Mr. Harry Potter, sir?" Peachy detached herself from the boy and made to smooth out his hair. "As you having enjoyed school and friends?" Harry smiled and nodded vigorously before stopping and biting his lip, his mood slightly dampening. "And Mr. Harry Potter, sir, is missing home," she stated, referring to Azkaban rather than Harry's house. Harry nodded again, and a silence reigned between them for a short while. Remus made a small cough. "Hello, Harry." Remus. Harry gave him a big smile, though not quite as large as the one he had given Peachy. Harry gave him a hug. Ready to head back home. Harry knew that the man wasn't speaking of where Harry thought of home as, but nodded his head anyway. It would be nice to get away from the crowds of people that he had to deal with on a daily basis at school. Remus nodded his head unnecessarily. "Peachy is going to pop you over there, while I apparate. I'll see you in a few minutes, then. Do you want to say goodbye to your friends?" Harry shook his head negatively. "We already did when Hermione saw her parents and Ron saw his mum. I'm ready to go." "Right then, I'll see you there. Go ahead." Now, he didn't want to leave the platform without knowing that Harry had safely gone away. He watched as Peachy took hold of the boy and popped away, making a little more noise than a house elf usually did when doing such a task, but likely because she was taking Harry with her as well. It only took him a few moments for him to apparate himself back to the house, his own pop louder than it usually was, but unlike Peachy, it was because tomorrow was the full moon. Sirius fidgeted as he sat on his cot. His mind raced with thoughts and stood up and paced. He looked up to the high window for what had to be the 100th time within the past half hour, his main means of telling time. The sky was only beginning to twinge with darkness, but he was tired of waiting. He looked over to his cot where two neatly wrapped gifts sat. They were his Christmas gifts to Harry. He wanted to give Harry a lot more, but knew that too many new things would possibly raise suspicion as to where he got them. Where was Harry? He jumped and turned around when he heard a pop behind him. Harry. He grinned as he scooped the 11-year-old boy into his arms and refused to let go, wanting to still pretend that this was his little boy. Harry returned his hug with fervor and settled himself to remain in his godfather's arms without qualm. Sirius. Harry breathed in the scent of his godfather, a quiet smile played on his lips. This wasn't like when he greeted Peachy or Remus just yesterday on the platform. This was the man who comforted him when he had a nightmare when he was little, held him when the prisoner's yells used to get to be too much, and loved him unconditionally when he had come to Azkaban as he thought that no one could ever love him. For Harry, wide grins and exuberance were woefully inadequate here. He was at peace with Sirius and simply wanted to relish in the feeling of being in his pseudo-father's arms again. Excitement would simply put off the enjoyment he was feeling now. He held on tighter to Sirius and knew he would be content to simply stay right where he was for a good many hours. Sirius walked over to the cot and sat down, not even registering that Peachy had popped away, or even that she had been there to begin with. Both sat where they were, Harry in Sirius's lap, for a good 20 minutes without speaking or moving. Something within them rekindled, a bond that neither knew of nor would ever come to realize in the future. Then Sirius shifted once before shifting again. Harry watched as the man scratched at his eyebrow. The man's thoughts had been running quicker and quicker the more the silence went on. Harry was here. Harry had been away. Harry made new friends. Harry had been sorted into Gryffindor. Harry got onto the Quidditch team. Harry fought off a troll. Harry had been goaded into a duel that never occurred. Harry found out that something was hiding in a third-floor corridor. Harry went up against a troll. Harry had Snape for a professor. Harry had a young Malfoy for a childhood enemy. Harry saw Remus on many weekends. Harry put himself into danger by facing a troll. As Sirius fidgeted more, Harry got more uncomfortable, wondering what was going on. This was new. Sirius was never like this. Harry shifted himself, trying to get comfortable with the man's moving frame, and Sirius shifted more and Harry got more uncomfortable. Suddenly, Sirius swung Harry off his lap and onto the cot and he knelt in front of his godson. The smile on Sirius's face began to make Harry wary. It was odd. It was like Sirius was happy, but it was twisted. Something was behind that smile that Harry had never seen before. Harry started to open his mouth to say something, but didn't know what. It proved to not matter when Sirius stood up abruptly and started to pace the length of the cell. Harry's wariness turned into worry. Something was wrong with his godfather. Perhaps he should have never left Azkaban. Had the unwanted gift of madness from the Dementors started to affect his godfather? Had Padfoot not been enough to protect his mind? Sirius's pacing was erratic, quick and then slow. With every step he took, his face changed. He kept opening his mouth, but then closing it, obviously trying to figure out what he wanted to say. It was how he went from looking happy to angry to sad that made Harry worry. Then, letters. How could I? Sirius rested for half a second against the wall before starting up again. Do you think that I said everything? Did you say everything? So careless, in danger, stupid. How could you be so stupid? Harry backed up on the cot, wide-eyed and frightened. Do you realize how stupid you were, Harry? How could you go out and do something so reckless? How could you let yourself be talked into a duel? How could you risk going up onto a broom when you've never flown before? I can excuse those. I would have done the same. But a troll. Harry pushed himself up against the wall. Never before had his godfather yelled at him. He thought that everything was okay, but apparently it wasn't. Sirius never said anything in the letters about any of his anger except for the one about the troll, and Sirius had added a PS about that saying that it was okay, that he was proud of Harry. A tear leaked onto his cheek. Sirius came up to Harry and grabbed him by the shoulders and gave a shake. It only made Harry's tears come harder. What possessed you? Why you said why you were proud, Harry whispered. Proud? No. Proud would be you getting good grades, which you have been. Proud would be getting onto the Quidditch team, which you did. Proud is not getting yourself nearly killed. TTH. Harry let out a large sob. The letter. Why you sighed. In a letter. What else was I supposed to say, Harry? Sirius finally released Harry from his hard grip and backed away, leaning against the bars. What would have happened had you actually died? You could have, Harry. What happens when you decide that because you faced a troll at 11 that you can face something even more dangerous later on? What will happen then? Is that when you make such a large mistake that you lose your life then? Tell me. I don't know. Harry screamed out and then hugged himself in an attempt to comfort himself. You're the one who told me to be brave, he whispered. Yes, brave, not stupid. Now tell me, what happened? Hermione. She was crying in the bathroom because Ron said something mean. And then a troll came into the castle and Hermione was still in the toilet. So we had to find her because she didn't know about the troll. We didn't know Hermione was in the same bathroom when we saw the troll go into the toilet, but then we heard her scream, and we couldn't leave her there. Harry stopped there, remembering how truly frightening it was to face a troll, but how desperately he couldn't have Hermione die because he didn't do anything. We had to. She would have died. You could have died. You said you were proud. Sirius let out a mirthless chuckle, one that sounded to Harry that wasn't quite the truth. You lied, Harry whispered before he started screaming. You lied. Why would you tell me you were proud of me if you weren't? You lied. You never lie. Why? Sirius placed his hands on either side of Harry's body as the boy sat on the cot. His face got up close to Harry's. And what would you have done? You have no idea of what that letter did to me. What nightmares that gave me. And I was supposed to tell my godson this. In a letter. Night after night after night I saw you die at the hands of a fictitious troll. And all I got from you was, I went up against a troll, but that's okay. I made a new friend because of it. Yes, Harry, that's something every parent is proud of, to hear that their child has no idea what sort of danger they've placed themselves in. Tell me, what was I supposed to put into that letter? Tell me when you would have stopped writing to me because I wanted you to realize what danger you were in. You were the reason I live, Harry. Of course I'd lie, even if that is a lie and I really am proud of you, but he'd never tell Harry. Harry needed to stay safe. He needed to realize the dangers and consequences. Harry needed to stay his little boy. Sirius fell silent and removed himself from the physical nearness he shared with Harry. He retreated into the single corner of the cell without bars touching it or the cot. He sunk down and put his head into his hands. Neither of them said anything. Harry watched as his godfather retreated. What had happened to the man over a period of 5 months to make him this way? Harry could not remember Sirius being so intense when he had first come to Azkaban. He slowly slid off the cot and attempted to wipe away his tears as he walked over to Sirius. A loud scream from the man across from them made Harry jump. He had gotten used to the unnatural quiet that had prevailed during his and Sirius's screams and the quiet after. He kept moving. I'm sorry. Sirius looked up to his godson and finally took notice of how upset the boy really was, having not noticed earlier. He berated himself for it and held open his arms. Harry gladly jumped into them and felt relief as Sirius's arms closed around his small body and the man placed a chaste key atop of his mop of black hair. I'm sorry too, Harry. I just want you safe. Do you understand? Sirius rubbed Harry's back with one hand in a soothing gesture. Harry nodded, knowing too well. He, himself, was trying to protect Sirius from fate worse than death, the Dementor's key. If he ever spoke of Peter Pettigrew and how he was possibly Ron's pet Scabbers, Sirius would surely do something foolish and get the key because of it. But perhaps he was too hasty. He knew Remus better now. The man was so kind and gentle, surely he would be willing to help Sirius. Harry could tell the man about his suspicions of Scabbers. Better yet, he could bring Scabbers to Remus so Remus could see for himself, immediately, whether or not Scabbers really was Pettigrew. "So," chimed Sirius in a cheerfully fake voice. "So," mimed Harry. "Tell me about your first Quidditch game, and not the short version. Leave out no details." Harry grimaced. How was he supposed to tell Sirius of his broom being jinxed? And by Professor Snape, if Hermione was correct. Well, and so he launched into how his stomach had been full of butterflies and how Wood had told him to stay high above the others so he wouldn't get caught by a stray bludger, which he was immensely thankful for. Then he told of how his broom had jerked a bit, making him nervous, but it had stopped. Harry purposely left out that the broom was being jinxed. Sirius was still concerned about the broom jerking around, but figured it was bound to happen in some brooms. Harry breathed a sigh of relief in realizing that a Nimbus 2000 should not jerk in any way, shape, or form. Apparently the Moonlighter Eye from Sirius's school days had a tendency to do the same, even if it was a good broom otherwise. Obviously Sirius didn't realize that there had been a reason it was taken off the market in 1980, several years later, for that very same reason. Harry was just glad that Sirius didn't suspect something more foul. He kept going through a minute-by-minute account of the game, when he finally got to the point of telling Sirius that he had finally caught the snitch. Harry blushed madly as he told Sirius of his catching the snitch in his mouth. Sirius howled madly in laughter at that. Hours passed by and the hours got later into the night and the wee hours of the morning, but neither cared. More topics were delved into, such as Ron and Hermione, Harry's professors, old Quidditch tales from Sirius, and stories from when Harry was still a baby. For whatever reason, Sirius avoided any discussion of Harry's new guardian, Remus Lupin. Harry let him avoid it, though. It was bad enough that he and Sirius had a fight earlier, something that Harry could never remember having in all his time of living with Sirius in the prison. He didn't want another, nor did he want Sirius to clam up and stop talking, so the topic was well avoided. Closer to the morning hours, Sirius started singing a badly done rendition of the lullaby that James used to sing to Harry. As the loud notes got quieter, though, his singing got better and Harry drifted off to sleep. It was around 3 in the morning. Sirius drifted off soon after that, but not before he did a wandless Accio and the 2 blankets on the cot, one still with the warming charms, came over and Sirius made sure the 2 of them were bundled up in them. It was with a bit of trepidation that Peachy shook her masters awake. Sirius, being a light sleeper, woke first. Following that, Sirius helped to wake Harry. "What time is it?" Harry rubbed his eyes with his fists and promptly started feeling for where his glasses could possibly be. He was relieved when they were pushed into his hands by his godfather. Apparently, the man had removed them after Harry had fallen asleep. "Is being early, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Is 7 o'clock. Mr. Remus Lupin will be returning soon from his wolfy shelter." Sirius scowled at the mention of his former friend and Harry wondered what brought that on. Sirius always spoke fondly of the other man. "Can't I stay just a little longer, Peachy?" Peachy shook her head vigorously. Peachy is not knowing when Mr. Remus Lupin is returning. He is perhaps already returning. Harry bit his lip and looked to his godfather, hoping that whatever he had to say would resolve this matter between Peachy and Harry. The man remained strangely silent concerning his opinion on this matter, as though he were fighting an internal battle. It made Harry even more worried. One always had a hard time keeping his godfather quiet. The change was disconcerting. "I want to stay with Sirius. Something's wrong." Peachy saw the unspoken words of Harry reflected in his eyes and she really wanted to get back to the house so she could punish herself for the distress she was being forced to put her masters through. "I is sorry, Mr. Harry Potter, sir." "Harry," Sirius looked as though it took all his strength to speak these words. "You need to go back." Harry shook his head. "Yes, Harry, what about Hogwarts? You don't like me there." That's not true." Sirius looked down, away from his godson's hurt look. "I don't like the danger, is all. But you still must go back. You have friends now. Don't you want to see them again? Wouldn't you miss them?" "But, no buts, Harry, you must go, even if neither of us wants it. Understand?" Harry had the dreadful urge to throw himself into Sirius's arms and cry, yet he could not. He found himself rooted in his place, unable to move, except for the nod of his head. As Peachy looked on, she felt even worse. She should not have to do this, not when she still had more bad news. Especially the sort of bad news that she could not keep from them. Sirius reached over to where the 2 gifts he had for Harry were. Here, you can open them on Christmas Day. As for you visiting again, perhaps over the summer, yes. Peachy pulled at her ears in distress when she heard this, and interrupted before either could get their hopes up on the matter. House Elves is not able to be carrying Mr. Harry Potter, sir, for much longer. Is being very difficult for this trip. We is not able to makes another. Mr. Harry Potter, sir's magic is being too heavy for us now. Will already be difficult to get back today. Peachy is sorry. She shook her head back and forth vigorously, as if trying to deny what she was saying at the same time. Harry looked wide-eyed at the statement and finally grabbed onto his godfather, determined to not let him go now. Sirius, too, clutched onto his godson in a hug. A million thoughts ran through Sirius's mind. As each one passed through, they entertained the thought of Harry remaining and growing up in Azkaban. Each thought brought seeing an older and older Harry, coming to resent the decision to remain at Azkaban. Other thoughts brought on Auror's discovering Harry, especially as the House Elves would no longer be able to whisk Harry away to the kitchens. Harry would then be forced away, and who knew what would happen to Harry and Sirius then? Reluctantly, Sirius grabbed Harry's arms and started to pry them away. It's time for you to go, Harry. Harry clutched on harder and pushed himself closer to the man. Harry, please don't make this more difficult. You and I both know that it's time. In a couple years, when no one is suspicious, you can visit through other means. And then softer, I don't want you to go. But please, and you might be surprised. Perhaps there are other ways besides letters to stay in touch. As Peachy watched, she discreetly grabbed Harry's gifts that lay forgotten on the side. Easily, she popped them out of Azkaban and into Harry's house, which had yet to be named. Afterward, gently, she touched Harry's shoulder, sending just a touch of her magic into him to calm him. It was risky, as house elf magic didn't mingle well inside a human, but it had not harmed Remus Lupin when she had done so in giving him the house location back in the summer. Harry let go, pushing himself into Peachy's arms instead. He could no longer look at his godfather, as though it would hurt him more to do so. Softly and quietly, Peachy and Harry popped away from Sirius, for the last time. Sirius let out a mirthless chuckle and threw himself onto the cot. He stared up at the ceiling, trying to find answers in its cracked surface, but found none. As soon as Peachy popped herself and Harry into the kitchen, Harry let go of her and ran up the stairs to his room. He tore open the door to his room and threw himself onto the bed. He'd never get the chance to see Sirius ever again. If he did, it would only be after he turned 17, when he could do whatever he liked, as an adult, and not have to pass anything through another. No one would allow him to visit a supposed murderer. They certainly would not leave him alone with one. Another strangled sob escaped his lips and he pulled a large pillow close to his body, hugging it tightly. He would not be able to see Sirius for a long, long time. Not unless he was freed. Harry cried himself to sleep. It was late in the afternoon when Remus Lupin entered the home of Harry Potter. He was tired and he was sore and all he wanted to do was go to bed. Yet first he wanted to look in on Harry. It was not that he thought Peachy would have done a terrible job at it, but Harry was supposed to be his cub to look after. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, is sleeping. Remus Lupin, sir. Remus turned to the house elf in a bit of surprise. He hadn't even said a word. Once he was looking at the elf, he pondered the words. He's still napping during the day. I thought that ended after he got to Hogwarts. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, is not having to sleep until late this morning. Why, it is nothing of Remus Lupin, sir's concern. Remus stalked away from Peachy, as much as he could stalk away in his poor condition, and went up the stairs into Harry's room. The house elf really was disagreeable at times. He would, on occasion, wonder how she got to be so stubborn. It was worrying to wonder what sort of secrets were being kept away from him concerning Harry, aside from where he had been for 7 years. He quietly opened Harry's bedroom door and crept in. He was suddenly reminded of the first time he had come to this house and watching Harry sleep for an hour. He slid down to sit beside the bed and reached out a hand to remove Harry's glasses. It seemed to be a bit of a habit for Harry to forget to remove his glasses, at least on occasion. After the glasses were removed and folded and placed on the nightstand, Remus just folded his arms, resting them on the side of the bed, and rested his chin on them as he watched Harry sleep. He never got tired of watching the boy sleep, though he did not know why. It was not as if Harry were a brand new infant, yet he was so new to Remus, even with them having known one another for the past few months. "No, no. Please." Harry's mumbles were accompanied by his body twisting around in the bed, as if trying to avoid something or someone. "Shish, it's all right, Harry. Calm down, cub, I'm here, shish." Remus brushed Harry's hair back from his forehead and continued to stroke the boy's hair. It was disturbing, to say the least. Today, Christmas of all days, Remus sat on the couch as Harry buried himself as close as he could into Remus's side. Normally, he would be thrilled with this, yet Harry barely allowed himself to be detached from his side for very long at all. It had begun after Harry had woken up from his nap, the day after the full moon, and he saw Remus there. Harry had immediately launched himself into the older man's arms and did not let go. Remus humored his ward and even carried him around for the rest of the day, despite the wariness that had set into his bones. Fortunately, the times when he had to carry Harry were very few that day, and the two of them had simply gone downstairs where Remus had settled himself into one of the plush chairs found in the area of all the bookshelves, which were now overflowing with books Remus had brought with him. This allowed for Remus to read one of his scholarly books. Harry certainly didn't seem to mind hearing him read aloud about various dark creatures and how to best deal with them. The problem had come when it didn't stop there. Harry refused to be let go when it came time to eat. Remus had to compromise and allow the meal, and the subsequent ones following, to be served in the living room where it was possible for them to sit on the couch to allow Harry to sit close to his side. Nighttime wasn't that different than what it had been when Remus had first come to live with Harry. Harry fell asleep wherever he was right next to Remus, and Remus carried him up to his bed. The next days followed the same pattern. Harry woke up and immediately went in search of Remus before the whole pattern began, but it was still the same. Now it was Christmas, and Remus was highly concerned. What had caused Harry to start this behavior? It hadn't started at the train station, or even right before he left to be locked up for the full moon, which could have made sense to him. No, it was after, and he knew it had nothing to do with missing him for a single night while he transformed into a werewolf. Unfortunately, he had a very sneaking suspicion that it had to do with wherever Harry had been for 7 full years. He had smelled a lingering scent on Harry, one that smelled of wet dog and stagnant air. It was similar to the smell of dungeons and reminded him of long-ago romps in the Forbidden Forest. He could not place the smell, but obviously Harry had taken a trip on the night of the full moon, just as he had. "Harry." Remus nudged the boy just enough to get Harry out of his stupor. Harry looked up to him with wide eyes. "Those Christmas gifts aren't going to open themselves. They're all yours." He gave Harry another nudge. Hopefully the lure of the dozen or so gifts under the tree would help to coax Harry. "I'll be right here the whole time." Harry slowly allowed himself to slide to the floor and crawled the 5 or so feet to the Christmas tree. Harry did not want to let Remus out of his sight. He did not want to leave yet another guardian behind, like he was forced to leave Sirius. When he had woken up from his nap after he had gotten back from Azkaban, he had latched onto Remus in hopes of the man giving him comfort. Yet he feared that if he left Remus's side, the big hole in his heart where Sirius resided would get even larger. It was getting better, though. Remus didn't know that he spent about an hour every morning lying wide awake and drawing in his drawing book, mostly pictures of Sirius, but some of Padfoot. It seemed to help, but then he would get far too lonely and go in search of Remus. He didn't know what he would do when he got back to Hogwarts, but he was glad that Ron was almost a constant companion. His eyes widened as he unwrapped his first gift. Out of the package came a silvery cloth that flowed almost like liquid. He knew what this was, having heard of it enough times from Sirius when he spoke of the adventures of the Marauders. Remus laughed at the expression on Harry's face and was elated when Harry immediately stood up and threw the invisibility cloak around his shoulders. He was thrilled when he heard a laugh emerge from Harry's mouth. Somehow, he knew that Harry would be okay from that laugh. It meant that Harry was okay enough to be happy, and that meant that he would be okay enough to go to Hogwarts with his friends. Remus just knew it. That was your father's. We got into loads of trouble using it. I know. Harry's grin seemed to be infectious, encouraging Remus to keep on grinning and laughing. But deep inside, Remus wondered how Harry would know about the cloak and what it was used for. Well, that's not your only gift, Harry. There are plenty more. Harry took off the cloak, putting it aside, but not before taking a brief glimpse at the note, "Use it well." It was in a handwriting he did not recognize. He immediately tore into more of his gifts. Being only 11 and still being new in the everyday world, Harry did not question how Remus was able to afford any of the gifts he was given. From a new winter cloak to 2 books on Muggle history that he just knew would be interesting, he opened up 10 gifts from his guardian. They were neither expensive, nor elaborate, but they were precious to Harry. There was another package under the tree. It was a box of fudge from Mrs. Weasley and a note from Ron saying how he couldn't allow his best friend to go a single Christmas without trying his mum's fudge. Finally, there was one last gift left under the tree, and he knew it wasn't for Remus. Realizing that, he felt a bit guilty and looked to the man. "I didn't get you anything." "Oh, you've given me more than you could ever imagine, Harry. Just spending this day with you is a gift more precious than anything that you could place under a tree. That's what this holiday is about, anyway. Besides giving me an excuse to spoil you just a bit, I'm glad I was given this chance to do so. Now, I do believe there is one last gift there. I don't recognize it, though." Harry looked back to the gift, and then he recognized it when Remus could not. He reached for it quickly, knowing this was one of 2 gifts that Sirius had sent along with him. He did not know where the second one was, but this one now sat in his lap. He wanted to tear and rip into it, but instead his fingers moved over the plain wrapping, memorizing it. "Who's it from, Harry?" "Someone." And that was all Harry would say, and Remus knew it. This was a gift from Remus knew. It was from the person who had cared for his ward before he came into Remus's. Unlike the other gifts that Harry had torn into, ripping apart the paper, this one was treated with care. The ribbon was untied carefully and the paper was unfolded, but only after removing the tape from attaching the tabs to the rest of the package. It was a book, the unabridged version of Hogwarts. A history were the words, written in gold, that ran across the binding and the cover. It was thicker than the typical version one would find, and there was no author listed from what Remus could see. "What is it you've got there?" "A book." Harry clutched it close to him and made his way back over to Remus. All the gifts were open now and there was no reason for him to not be by Remus's side. He curled in closer as Remus's arm dropped over his shoulders. Gently, Remus pulled the book out of Harry's hands, though not without a little protest. He knew that technically Harry was a little too old to be read to, especially with him now going to Hogwarts, but Harry had no objections the other day. Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry was founded in the year 996 AD, when the wizarding world was in a community turmoil. It was 2 witches, ladies first, after all, and 2 wizards that got together to form a school. And then the real turmoil came along. Unlike what is spoken of in the official version, it wasn't all peaches and cream, ladies and gentlemen. You see, it was Helga Hufflepuff who was the real power in the school, while the official version credits the mighty, the awesome, Godric Gryffindor. Remus laughed at the new author's nature. Some of the words were obviously straight from the original version as he remembered it from his school days, but someone else's pen was interrupting the official version. He quickly flipped through the rest of the pages, finding that the whole book was like this. He went back to reading to Harry. You see, Helga really was all those qualities that the hat speaks of, only, like, 10 times more powerful. She was the one who started the school on her own, before she propositioned Salazar Slytherin for land to build a proper school, and the man wanted in on the chance to have glory with creating the first ever school. Harry, Hermione waved her hand in the air, in hopes of getting her friend's attention. Hermione, hello. He made his way over to her, Remus in tow. How was your holiday? Mine was wonderful. My dad and I took a tour of several museums. I managed to see so many more things this time around. It really was fascinating. Mine was nice. It was quiet. Hermione nodded. Wonderful. Then, you do tend to enjoy quiet. She looked around. Well, we really ought to find a compartment. But there was something in her voice, or her body, that told Harry that it getting later was not the only reason she wanted to find a compartment. Suddenly, Hermione grabbed onto his arm and started to pull him along. Harry turned to look to Remus, even as he was being pulled along. Hermione, wait a moment. Remus jogged a bit to catch up to the two first years, who had stopped at his shout. He knelt in front of Harry. I'll see you 2 weekends from now, to give you a chance to catch up with your friends. I love you, Harry. Love you, too, Remus. Remus held onto Harry tightly for a brief moment before letting him go and pushing him to Hermione, who was anxious to get onto the train. He watched as the two of them went off and boarded the train, Harry helping Hermione get her trunk on board. He felt a pang in his heart, with Harry leaving again. The days after Christmas found Harry clinging less and less, and retreating to his room often, though happy whenever Remus saw Harry next. Other times, Harry would be curled up in one of the massive chairs found in the library section of the open floor plan of the first floor, reading his Hogwarts, a history, absorbing every one of its pages with a fervor. Remus knew Harry was a fan of history, but had never known the boy to pursue it with very much fervor. It was not this that caused the pang in his heart, but that he missed Harry clinging to him. He had not realized how much he actually enjoyed the closeness Harry shared with him for several days. The boy was the closest he would ever get to a child of his own, and he had already missed nearly 10 full years of his life, and it panged him to know that he would not be close by to share the last years of Harry's childhood, weekends and vacations aside. He enjoyed being a parent guardian to Harry. He didn't want the impatient breaks to end. Hermione kept pulling Harry along the train's compartment hallway, as if her trunk she was dragging as well was no hindrance. It did have wheels after all, her parents having attached a pair. Shouldn't we have waited for Ron, Hermione? Harry, we need to make certain to get a compartment to ourselves. Ronald is more than capable of finding us. Oh, and Harry left it at that. Who was he to argue? He certainly did not know the ins and outs of what was supposed to happen. Here's one. Hermione slid the door open all the way and entered into it. She settled herself into a seat after shoving her trunk under it. Harry settled himself opposite of her. It was difficult to watch Hermione try and sit still, when she obviously had something big to share with him and Ron. As it was, she was getting more and more impatient with waiting for Ron to show up. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the compartment door slide open and Ron step in, scabbers in hand. He didn't quite know how to manage an impatient Hermione, though his months at the school had improved his interactions with the rest of the human race. Finally, Ronald, where have you been? Me, I've been looking all over for you, going into nearly every compartment. Remus told me you had already boarded, otherwise I would have been still on the platform searching for you. Ron sat down and he settled Scabbers in his lap. Hermione huffed. Well, that certainly doesn't matter anymore. I have something dreadfully important to share with the two of you. Ron rolled his eyes, though Hermione did not notice. Harry knew what he was thinking. That this was going to be yet another episode of something new that she learned through reading her books, and it would somehow apply to her classes. The two of you know Hagrid, of course. Of course Harry knew Hagrid. The gentle giant-like man always had a kind smile and a few nice words for Harry. He also knew that before Hermione had become friends with he and Ron, Hermione would go to Hagrid's for tea. He seemed to have taken the lonely girl under his care, providing her with a friendship that she had so desperately needed. After he and Ron finally became friends with her, they had joined her as she went over to his cottage for tea. They did not go as often as Hermione, though. Well, I was talking about that Gringotts break-in with him a few months ago. And Fluffy also came up. Fluffy, Ron interrupted. The three-headed dog that we had run into that night you went to duel with Malfoy. Anyway. That thing's name is Fluffy. Hermione rolled her eyes this time. Hagrid named him. You know how he is. Anyway, What I wanted to share with you is this. I found out that Fluffy was guarding something that was related to Nicholas Flamel, and who? Ronald, if you would stop interrupting me, I could tell you what you wanted to know in due time. I had to ask what Fluffy was, didn't I? That is beside the point, Ronald. That was not important. Flamel is. So if you would let me continue. She glared pointedly at the redhead as she allowed her sentence to go unfinished. Ron glared right back and Harry sighed. Ron, just let her tell us. You want to know, don't you? Ron huffed and folded his arms across his chest as he slouched against the seat. That was only for a moment, though, as he let his arms uncross and his face didn't look so put out. Harry shook his head. It took Hermione a moment, but she continued. I had no idea who Flamel was, of course, and I was searching everywhere. Well, the holidays came, and I still had no idea. Do you remember how I had purchased a couple chocolate frogs from the trolley cart for my parents to see the pictures in them? Well, one was Albus Dumbledore, and right there in his description was how he had worked with Flamel as partners in alchemy. Oh, it only took me a few moments to see it, but when I did, it was so simple. I had checked out a book from the library several weeks ago, and Madame Pants had allowed me to keep it over the holidays. He was right in there, listed as the maker of the Philosopher's Stone. What's so important about that? Ron asked, wondering why this was so important for Hermione to share. He asked just as the train started to move, letting them know they were on their way. Oh, honestly, don't you two read? Never mind. The Philosopher's Stone will transform any metal into pure gold. It also produces the elixir of life, which can make the drinker immortal. It is what Flamel is so famous for. He made it, over 600 years ago, and he is still alive, living in Devon, if you can believe it. That's what the break-in was about, wasn't it? Asked Harry. They wanted this stone. Hermione nodded, encouragingly, thrilled that Harry was piecing it together as well. And Fluffy's guarding it, right in the school. And I think that's why the troll was let in on Halloween night, Hermione finished. The question is, who would want the stone so badly? Snape, Ron stated. He's evil enough. You're talking about a teacher, Ronald. Can you stop saying Ronald? I know that's my name. I prefer Ron. There was a bit of pouting from both parties, and Harry remained silent. Sure, it was entirely possible that Snape could be after the stone, but wasn't he a little too obvious? And besides, Sirius had told him about Snape. The man was a snarky git, according to his godfather, but he had worked as a spy for the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius would never trust the man, but, for whatever reason, Dumbledore did. And despite any problems that Harry had with the man, Harry did not think for one moment that the wise old professor would keep someone so dangerous so close to something so valuable. No, Harry had a different theory, and that theory resided right here in this compartment, if he was right. Peter Pettigrew. And if he was right, then things were all the more dangerous. Suddenly, Harry felt even more foolish for keeping Peter a secret, but he had so desperately wanted things to not go horribly wrong, especially before, as he had no idea how society worked past what Sirius had told him. He knew a little more now, and he would not allow his parents' betrayer and former friend to get anywhere near such a thing. Harry's bed curtains were drawn and everyone was asleep, everyone but him that is. He was wide awake, just listening and waiting to make sure everyone was really sleeping as they seemed to be. He let out a deep breath, finally certain of his dorm mates being fast asleep. Sitting up, he pulled an object from underneath his pillow. He was so glad to have gotten this mirror for Christmas. He remembered opening it Christmas night, and finding the directions on how to work it within. It was more than a relief for Harry to have this way to speak with his godfather. He had been so afraid that he would not get the chance for a good many years otherwise. Sirius, he whispered, and the mirror in his hand flared up with life. Harry. The boy grinned at the face of his godfather. It really was wonderful to know he could speak to his godfather every day, should he so choose. Are you back at Hogwarts then? Harry nodded. Of course. And that began their talk of Harry's day, something that had been happening since that Christmas night and was quick to become habit. The next day, Harry was tired from staying up so late and speaking with his godfather, but at the same time he was wide awake knowing exactly what he wished to do during the afternoon after classes. This afternoon, he was going to trap Pettigrew, as he was most certain Scabbers was Pettigrew in disguise, and bring him to the headmaster. He just had to figure out how to get the rat away from Ron first, and then explain to his friend about how he wasn't going to have a pet after this. He truly hoped that nothing would go wrong. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.